is the conclusion of Blast Premier, and we are doing it in Singapore for the World Final in 2024. We've been in the Lion City, and this is the Lion's Den, as I've been referring to this all weekend long. And this crowd, you have been amazing. So how are we all feeling today? I've got to enjoy this beautiful city. I've got to look around it. I've got to see so many of you, and you certainly have proven why you deserve to have world-class Counter-Strike here. Now there's just one more game to go. The World Final has never, ever been won by two teams being from the same type, right? We've seen G2 win it. We've seen Vitality win it. We've seen Na'Vi. Now G2 have a chance to make it twice. They could be the first ever to do it, and they could do it in style. But Spirit, they want to come in and upset that. They want to come in and change that. But that's what we're going to have to wait and see how it all goes down, because these guys are going to be fired up. You guys are going to be electric, and this arena is going to get absolutely crazy. So let me hear you. Are you guys ready? Let's kick this show off.
Eight teams arrived in Singapore, 6 entered the big stage, but now just 2 teams remain. G2, rebounding from Rio and raring to lift back-to-back Premier titles. Team Spirit, 2 big stage trophies to their name this year and hoping to net the hat-trick today. My name is Freya Spears, joined by a world-class analyst desk up here on the stage. We, of course, have professional player Stiko, also major semi-finalist as well. On my far right, we have a guy who played on Team Liquid maybe 2 decades ago, somehow still won Analyst of the Year this year. And, of course, in the middle, resident Riz expert, it's Maui Snake. Gentlemen, we have had a fabulous time here in Singapore.
Thanks so much, Freya. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, but I mean, you represent the kids nowadays. You're Gen Z, aren't you?
What's the charisma of the crowd been like so far, Maui? How would you rate it?
Dude, this crowd has been fantastic. Honestly, Singapore, you guys need to give yourselves a hand for being one of the best crowds I've seen this year.
Truly has been, turning up on a Friday the way you did it. We often have this conversation about the opening game of a tournament. It can be a little bit bleak, but everyone turned up. Every single seat has been occupied throughout every single game so far. It's been fantastic.
It's always special to bring Counter-Strike into a new region of the world. Having this kind of a caliber of a tournament in a part of the world like this is just spectacular. We are delivering with the good Counter-Strike on the stage, but also fans in the crowd.
It's been such a poetic way to be rounding out almost half a decade of Blast Premier here at the World Finals. We can check in with the bracket to see exactly how the playoffs have been going down. Of course, we began yesterday with G2 taking down Vitality. Maui, you were commentating that one alongside the wonderful Henry G. What was your take on that game?
Fantastic performances from the Stars. m0NESY, ZywOo, we're going to see some of their highlights, deservedly so, but for the year series, we saw that G2 was able to tip the scales in their favor. They have now won 3 series against Vitality in what is heating up into such a great rivalry.
Stiko, you were talking about, the conversation for the best player in the world. Did this skew it at all? Did this put m0NESY ahead of ZywOo in your books?
It's still so hard to say, but I have to say that Vitality played a brilliant Inferno there. That was the main weakness that we've seen on G2 so far, but it's yet to be seen whether we're going to see that today. Probably not, but I will have to say that this was one of the greatest games, considering the fact that one of the teams wasn't in full strength.
It certainly was. And we move on to our second semi-final of the day. That was, of course, Spirit versus Astralis. Jacob, this was 3 blowout maps, one by one. Spirit managing to get the edge.
Yeah, it was slightly disappointing in the sense that none of the 2 teams could have a competitive map against each other. Astralis came into this tournament as the big underdog, so for them to even be in the semi-final in itself was a great result. Yesterday as well, we got to see some flaws in the map pool. Obviously, Dust 2 didn't go too well for them. Their vertigo in this tournament has been a positive surprise, and then we saw Spirit turn up, we saw Dunk turn up, we saw Shiro turn up on Ancient to make sure all of us knew who were the better team yesterday. So it's completely fair that we get to see Spirit today.
Is Danish Counter-Strike back on the map, Maui?
Yikes.
Ooh, I think they're a top 7 team, top 8 team.
Okay.
Are they still world competitors? Are they still vying for trophies? Not quite there yet.
That is the question. I can give you some answers in terms of our predictions, however. Maui, we finally get to hear some words from you. Now, you died after day 2, which is kind of crazy because there's only 8 games you could have been picking from.
Oh,
someone was out for your head, no?
I mean, they hate to see me employed. The people hate to see me employed, so they try to take me out any way they can. I got shooters in so many different places, all gunning at me.
Well, Jacob and Maui, not Maui, sorry, Stiko could potentially be sharing the crown with Anders. I don't know, we'll have to see exactly how that is going down today, but not before we check in with our traded play of the day. Who is coming up as our third best player, Stiko?
So for number 3, we do have the man that we will be seeing on the stage, and that is Nico with a 4K on Dust 2 here, tipping the scales against Vitality with a quick and swift 4K on the retake, making sure that CT Dust 2 was really in their grasp all day long.
And then we've got ZywOo with an ace highlight. This was part of the comeback where Vitality was down 1-6, and they bring it all the way back to 13-7, an ace on the bomb site, killing 2 of the players through the smoke. I mean, brilliant stuff from the chosen one, the game himself.
The arguably best player of the tournament so far, and the most impactful player of the tournament so far, m0NESY pulled up another highlight yesterday, this time with the pistols. A double Glock coming in with it. He's just so crisp and so clean, switching out to the dual elites. And you've been seeing this all tournament long. This kid is willing to fight. Everything that comes across his crosshair will die eventually.
May have won our player of the day, but didn't win your heart in terms of the #1 player of 2024. Not yet. Maybe he's going to be proving himself today, as of course he is going to be gracing the stage for this best of 5 grand final. One of G2 or Spirit will be lifting the trophy later on today, which means we've got to check in with our predictions to see who everybody sided with. I love that the social media team don't even give you a shot on this one, Maui.
I know.
But you've gone with G2, Pimp. You have gone with Spirit, Stiko. You've got 30 seconds to sell me those picks.
You know, I can make it in 30 seconds. It will become apparent as the kind of night goes on and the day goes on, because I will explain further with stats, with deep dive analysis that I kind of prepared, that why I think this might finally be the first time that Spirit actually beats full strength G2.
I can't wait to hear that, because I don't think that's going to be the case. I think G2 relies a lot on their individuals, and we've seen said individuals step it up throughout the entire tournament. As I said, m0NESY, arguably the most influential player so far, and that will continue tonight on the stage.
I cannot wait to be diving into this one, and neither can the fans here in Singapore. They've been turning up passionately all weekend long for a well-deserved best of 5 grand final. G2 versus Spirit going down very shortly, but not before we dive into the 2025 format for next year.
Mezzy, oh, he can't hang on any longer, and Flamesy tries to get into the action really fast. Device hands busy. Device and Cadian in a 2v1, but they lose one of their heads, and it's low HP here for Cadian. Flamesy looking for an early clutch, and as the tap goes down, it's no commitment, and the T repositions to the tall box. That buys Cadian enough cover. He will guarantee the plant. Can he hit the headshot? As Flamesy comes barreling at him, trying to chase him around every corner, all the way up into the apps, back around into the back, down out the window, and he'll find the falling headshot. Cadian, you can run, but you cannot hide.
Look at the smile on Flamesy here. Even in his little picture at the bottom, that's crazy. What a chase.
Mark, and Alexi's gonna continue to connect these shots. Alexi tries, but m0NESY, it's him on bat, and what do you know? In the hands of the Flash, lightning strikes twice, and he comes through clutch yet again.
600K, and they got him in a bottle, baby.
He just struggles to get out from apartments.
Oh, how did he find that?
Must have seen a sliver.
And now Rain, who got caught off guard on Arch that previous round, bailed out by his A-side teammates, has 2 down low and a chance to maybe pull off the retake.
They're right there. He can sense them, he can feel them, but he's got to wait this out. He can't go in barreling without vision.
This is obviously more risky for him. He goes down.
Gets delivered on a silver platter, so now Rain's gonna look towards that site.
And he knows that there's no one else lane. It could be Pit, it could be Halls.
Is this JL's moment after a slower map than some of his teammates? The challenge
Spotted with a nade.
Another nade goes deep.
It would have to be perfect. That's a raindrop.
Grenade, they blow it up, and now it's all down to Snacks in a 1 versus 2.
This is the moment, Anders.
There should be no way. They know that he's coming from this direction. A bit of a flash to set it up.
He knows.
A little bit of a peek. He's got the right idea. He sees just the ankles. He knows ZywOo's he's gonna land the kill against him now. Just one more kill left here for Snacks, making his way up the connector and tries to tickle him. The grenade is there. It lands right on top of him and he peeks out into it.
Oh my gosh.
That might have been the moment. This could be the clutch that sends them almost to the grand final if they win this one. Smoke is up. He's going to try and tap the bomb. He's still got a couple of seconds left. Snacks, bring him back. It's Sphinx to go down. Snacks with an insane clutch.
Now we have got so much to be looking forward to, not least when we're looking onwards to 2025. Jacob, I know it's a bit emotional to bid farewell to Blast Premier. It's been a staple of our calendar for so many years now, but we've got so much excitement coming next year. I think it's only right that we take a look at the schedule because we've got 2 seasons with 3 standalone events in each, Jacob.
Yeah, we're changing it up a little bit, you know, from a time where, as you said, back all the way into the COVID days, we're starting out with group stage events connected to each other. This time around for next year with the Blast Circuit, it's going to be standalone events where we can crown a champion on each and every one of those events.
Yeah, we can see here the season. This is going to be the first season of 2025, where in the Open, we're going to go back to Lisbon. That was banging the times that we went down there in Premier. I'm looking forward to that one.
The crowd in Lisbon was absolutely outstanding. I mean, even when it wasn't sold out, even when there was a few seats left, the arena was at an all-time high. So yes, very excited to be back at Lisbon.
And when we flip over to season 2, no bias for me here, but we are returning to London. That's going to be super exciting.
That does make you happy, doesn't it? Let's hope that Messi is still around for Vitality to come back. Otherwise, we'll have you as the only London representative.
Yeah, well, we have great food there, despite what everybody says. You need to actually come and try it. But before we dive into the Open, I think it's only right that we get a bit more info on the bounty.
I'm looking forward to the new Blast Bounty tournaments. Looks interesting.
I think fans are looking a lot forward to it.
I think the overall concept and idea is going to be cool and it's new.
It will be better as well for Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams.
The intriguing part is that you do pick who you play.
I'd rather go for higher reward. I'm taking a risk picking a strong team. Sometimes you need to go big or go home.
I would always go for a higher reward.
I will take the risk for sure.
And for some teams that's going to be very good and some teams that's going to be pretty bad.
I think there will be different storylines to follow throughout the year with which teams that may view the opponents as weaker or stronger.
Getting the chance to try and beat the best teams is always a nice opportunity. I think we're gonna play lesser skilled teams since they want to get the biggest bounty. So if we have the biggest bounty, maybe they want to challenge us.
I feel myself very comfortable against less-known teams.
You cannot underestimate anyone nowadays. There is not so much difference, shooting-wise at least.
Some lesser-known teams are definitely teaching you.
With the bounty, you have to kind of just like adapt on the fly who you're meeting in next stage and stuff like that.
But I'm still trying my best, and we know as a team that we can beat anyone, so come and get us.
Oh, I love that confidence coming out of Alexi B. Come and get us. And this is where the bounty gets so exciting, Jacob. This is a brand new format coming into the new season of 2025.
I almost wish I could take credit for that. Whoever came up with that idea is a genius, because you're right, it's a complete new format with so many diverting different storylines that can be attached to it. Obviously, the format is quite simple, so to speak. You have 1 to 28. You have 28 teams being invited from the global Valve leaderboard, and you will have 4 wildcard teams being invited into the tournament as well. And the reasoning behind that is that we want to make sure that we can have some of the best teams in the world obviously attending this. So let's say that you're making roster changes. Let's say you're building a new team and you won't be featured on the Valve leaderboard to begin with. Blast have the opportunity to still invite those teams into the tournament, so you make sure it's stacked with the best teams in the world.
Okay, very interesting indeed. But I believe Twist actually has a question for us.
The question I would have for the Blast talents: how does the pick and ban work, and who chooses who to play?
Very good question, Twist. First of all, pick and ban, I'm presuming he's referring to the map video there. It's going to be the same. It's all going to be best of 3s throughout, so gone are the days of best of 1s. What about the second part to his question, when we're talking about the seeding and how teams pick to play each other?
That's when it gets very, very interesting, because you have all these invited teams from the Valve Global Leaderboard, and then you have 4 teams who are being invited as well. Those will all be seeded into different categories, and then you will divide those teams into different pools of talent as well. You have pot number 1, pot number 2, pot number 3, and pot number 4, and there will be a different different bounty attached to each of this team. Now, if you're ranked number 17, which is this an example right now, as it stands right now, would be Astralis. You get to be the team that choose your opponent first. And the thought process here is that, as some of the players were alluding to in the video, do you want to go for a team like Na'Vi or G2 or Spirit in order to try to take away their bounty, win a lot of money, and overtake their seed? Or do you want to start out the tournament a little bit slow, maybe take someone from pot number 3 or pot number 4 to make sure that your chances of winning that game and staying alive in the tournament is very much alive? Now, the thing is, it's single elimination best of 3. So if you're taking the big risk of going against Na'Vi, G2, Spirit for that matter, you also risk being out of the tournament after the first game. So there's a lot of thought process going into this for all these teams.
Yeah, this is pretty savage. I think we can look at this example. Again, this is just if we were to be, seeding this right now as it stands in 2024. Obviously, I expect this to change quite a lot coming out of the major and into 2025. Let's move on, though, to another example, because as you said, single elimination. So after the first round of games, half of the team's gone, and then some prize money is going to be shifting around, right?
And we repeat the process. Exactly. You take down some of the teams. Again, this is just a thought experiment. It's just an example. But again, in this scenario, Astralis would be seeded number 9. They again would then get to choose an opponent from some of the other pools. And let's say that Astralis is taking Na'Vi. They beat them. They steal the bounty. They take all their money. Half of that money they put into the bank. That's guaranteed prize money going the way of Astralis. Half of the money is now the bounty on Astralis. So there's going to be a lot of different scenarios playing out. There's going to be a lot of thought process for these different teams, as in, do you want to take on the big dogs or do you want to take the smaller ones who have less of a bounty on the head?
I'm so excited to see the storylines that are going to be playing out. And then we move on to the next stage of the tournament when we have the top 8 teams remaining. And this is going to be on LAN, right?
That's when we move into a LAN environment. Yes, the first couple of rounds is being played out online, so that's obviously going to add an extra layer of pressure to some of these teams. Moving into the LAN section, that's when we get to see the teams head-to-head. We'll even have a little bit of a draft show, pre-show coming in, where teams will pick their opponents and they'll be looking them in the eyes and say, we choose you for tomorrow's game. So it's going to be super, super fun to follow.
I really hope Na'Vi and Alexi B are going to be backing up the words that we heard there. And of course, the last stage will be the top 4 teams that will be remaining. I'm just so excited to see how this is going to be playing out, particularly with some of those underdogs having the opportunity to either, take down the big guys right off the bat, or maybe try and take an easier route, but might not be so easy.
And that's the big change, dare I say, right? Some of the critique that's been of the Blast format sometimes have been there's a lot of filler games, a lot of group stage games. We don't necessarily crown a champion, but in this format, at the bounty, best of 3 single elimination, which means that every single game you're going to watch, someone will be knocked out of the tournament. So there's pressure on from the get-go.
Next event of the season is going to be the Open. Now, explain this one to me, Jacob.
Well, it's quite simple. We're moving back to a little bit of a normal tournament. Number 1 to 12 teams will be invited from the Valve Global Rankings once more, and then we have the Blast Rising tournaments as well, which will serve as their very own Tier 1 tournament, but also as a qualifier for the Open. So one team coming in as the winner from the Asian region, the European region, the North American region, and the South American region. So again, we have 12 of the best teams in the world, but we also have an opportunity for someone out there to create a new team, go through the Blast Rising, and secure a spot at the Open.
Okay, that's very interesting. So that's going to keep the circuit, reasonably open, right? We obviously have those invites coming in, but it's going to give teams opportunities from all around the globe to be competing against the big guys.
Exactly, and as I said, one team from Europe gets into the tournament, one team from Asia, right? You got to be the best of the best that is not within that top 12 ranking on the Valve ranking in order to have a chance of getting in there. Now, the format, quite simple. 2 groups of 8 would be playing double elimination, best of 3 as we know it, a playoff as well. So it's a more normalized tournament as we know it.
Yeah, 1 week is going to be in the studio. Then, of course, we're going to be moving on to those LAN locations. As alluded to, Lisbon will be the first one. Now, let's get to the third and final event of each season. That is going to be the Rivals.
Creme de la creme. This is where you get to see the absolute best teams duke it out in a smaller circuit tournament. Number 1 to 4, obviously from the invited Valve Global Ranking Leaderboard, and then you have an invite coming in from Europe, NA, South America, and Asia as well, which means that Blast, as an example, depending on where they place the tournament, have an opportunity to invite a European team who maybe just fell out of the leaderboard, or invite a local team into a certain place where we are in the world. So it's going to make sure that some of the best teams in the world will duke it out for the Rivals. And as you can see by the format, as we know it, 2 groups playing best of 3s, double elimination, and the final will be a best of 5 banger as well.
Oh,
so more like we know it, with only quality teams.
Tell me your thoughts on this new format coming into next year.
Allow me to be completely honest. I think it's been quite stale the past couple of years. The tournament formats are looking like the same. I absolutely love the new innovative stuff coming out of Blast. I also think the way ESL is doing it, PGL is doing it, it makes for a circuit that is very different all over the place. So the fact that we get to combine all these world-class teams playing different tournaments throughout the year with some innovative stuff like the bounty. I absolutely adore it.
I'm so excited to be diving into what is going to be an amazing 2025. But Jacob, we've got something equally as thrilling coming our way very shortly indeed. It's Spirit versus G2 Best of 5 Grand Final. Rivalries are running deep in this best of 5 grand final, with one squad firmly holding the keys to that curse. That is what 31-year-old Hallie is going to have to bring to veteran Taz on the G2 side, because for Team Spirit, they're going to need to turn up firing on all cylinders. Sure, we've seen some magic coming out of Donk. We've heard the screams coming out of Shiro, but can they take down G2 today? That is the question that is on everybody's lips here in Singapore, because time and time again, Nico has proved the kryptonite of this Team Spirit squad. I'm joined once again by Stiko, Maui, and of course Pimp over on the far side to be dissecting this one. Now, Stiko, we had the pleasure of seeing these two teams duke it out in that group stage. Once again, siding with G2.
Yeah, and this is a recurring thing throughout the year. Every time they play in the full roster in G2, they are going to be always taking down Team Spirit. So it is really something that we have to be taking care of in context of this final. It's a best of 5 after all. They lost already once in this kind of fashion where it was one-sided. But you know what? I'm feeling that finally tides might be changing a little bit, and this could be finally something that we've seen not long ago.
What do they say, 5th time is the charm, Maui? Because it's been 4 times so far in 2024, G2 have got the better of them.
I don't know if that's really a phrase that anybody titles Freya, so if we have to make new ones up just to give Spirit a chance in this one, so be it. But all in all, it has been a dominant landslide of victories for G2 in terms of what they've done to Spirit repeatedly. And right now, Spirit, they're obviously going to look for ways to try to flip this one, but there's so many matchups that go in favor in terms of the calling, in terms of the strategizing, the oper difference between the two players. I could pick one reason on every single player for G2 why they're better than their version on the actual Spirit side.
Big words, and I tend to agree with that in a sense. I also think there's a difference between winning the vast majority of your games and dominating an opponent. We're talking 8-1 in maps favoring of G2, and we all remember what happened at IM Cologne. One of the most ugly games of Counter-Strike I've ever seen being played at such a level. We expected Spirit to come in and hit hard. G2 absolutely annihilated them. So I think they will have to change something if they want to win the finals.
Yeah, there's only been one time where Spirit has indeed taken down G2, and that was where they were fielding Taz instead of Manasi back in London. Yeah, definitely doesn't count in terms of the ratings on this one. But I think we should get a quick temperature check of exactly the results so far for both of these squads, because for both sides of the equations, a couple of trophies, Maui.
Right, we see that actually G2 themselves have now reached 3 grand finals in this season, and I mean, I've had my doubts, I've had my concerns about a couple of the players, the personnel on the G2 roster itself, but the results speak for themselves. It's very hard to deny the fact that a fall finals victory, an IEM Dallas victory with obviously a different roster, and also an EWC grand final appearance, there is a level of consistency to this team, despite the fact that Rio was a bit of a besmirch on the record.
It does feel like whenever G2 are hitting their strides, whenever they do get into the finals, they also tend to win them, as you can see. It's always been the conversation with G2, a little bit inconsistent. We saw them just a month ago at IM Rio, not able to produce anything. Then all of a sudden they come into this tournament, and so far they look like a proper team that plays together. So it's always hard to get a sense of where G2 is at, but when they're in the final, when they're firing on all cylinders, you kind of know what you're getting.
G2 obviously, you know, fumbling the bag back at Rio. Spirit not even attending that event though. They took some time out of the calendar to be focusing on what they want to be improving on. But what has been the tale of their 2024 so far, Stiko?
So it's been a roller coaster. It started so strong, and then it was a downhill pretty much up until this point, I would like to say, because this is finally a final appearance that they were needed so desperately. I really think if Team Spirit is looking to even contest Navi as the top 1 of the year, they really need to grab the trophy in the second part of the year as well as they did in the first half. And this is probably their best chance to do so if we discount the major.
I feel like if you're taking tournaments off, as Spirit has, you just have to perform. Like, you don't have excuses like everybody else, whereas other people just came from Rio. Like, G2 would have had a baked-in excuse for this tournament, and yet they're also in the grand finals facing a Spirit that hasn't played for weeks now. So for my money, if I'm Spirit, if I'm their whole organization right now, I am unfortunately gonna put a lot of pressure on them, because if I'm giving you guys time off, if you're not getting those appearance fees from being at those tournaments or winning any kind of prize money, you need to deliver in moments like this one.
I think that's an incredibly fair statement. And for the side of G2, obviously throughout the group stage of this tournament, they took the fast pass to the semifinals. And of course, they did beat Vitality just yesterday, Jacob.
Yeah, they have been looking great so far in this tournament. It's always a little bit puzzling with G2, because again, when we try to define some of these teams, take Na'Vi as an example, who didn't even make it out of the groups, right? We're talking about the Blade system, we're talking about synergy, we're talking about cohesion within the team. I think the main storyline for G2, every single time we address them at a desk, is the individuals, right? We're simplifying Counter-Strike to a point to who is the better individuals and who's gonna show up. And I think that's fair enough to do with G2. Not a team right now that is trying to build a big playbook, not a team that is involving themselves. We even heard the rumors, which is not a rumor anymore, that Nico is going to leave the team. So it is a team that is taking game by game, and in order to have that approach to the game, you gotta rely on your individuals, which they can, because they're so goddamn good.
Mario, I trust you to give me an honest opinion on this. We just saw on the graphic there, currently ranked second best team in the world, obviously having, great results here in Singapore. Would you view them as the second best team in the world right now?
G2, I mean,
Yeah.
Vitality has just unfortunately had a string of shakier results. And so I would like to say in a power ranking going into this tournament, Vitality could have been second perhaps. But I mean, for my money, I actually picked G2 to win it from the get-go. And those Blast pick'ems on the Blast TV website, I went with G2 because I just feel like when I see the ceiling of this team actualize, I don't know how anybody can really compete with them, because they do have two players that are arguably top 5 in the world. And when they are playing at their absolute best, they're better than their counterparts who are also in that top 5, swirling about. People like Shiro, I think m0NESY clears him. People like Donk, sure, I think Donk's better against most opponents, but Nico's better against Donk himself, and that's why this matchup has proven so favorable for G2.
I will chime in on this. I think the winner of this matchup will be number 2 in the world for this year.
Okay, so if Spirit are going to be catapulting from 5th up towards 2nd, that makes sense for
I
you?
do believe so. I'm just rating the Katowice trophy way too highly, and then they had a couple of other trophies throughout the year, which were maybe a little bit less, notable events, but at the same time, competition was fierce.
And that's where we have to be so grateful for the fact that we have a scene that is so competitive, because if they were to win the major, G2, then you can even open up the conversation as, could they be getting up on the side of Na'Vi, or were they close to being the best team of the year? As for Spirit as well, winning the major, winning Katowice, that would also change the tides completely. So we are at the later stages of the season right now. We're winning this tournament. It's going to be big, obviously, but the major could change anything as well.
Well, let's switch the track back towards the G2 side. We've got Snacks, courtesy of James Banks.
Third grand final since you joined G2. Do you feel like you at the moment are feeling more comfortable leading G2 and developing yourself?
I mean, from match to match, I feel like it's better for sure. From my side and from overall the team side. I feel like we understand each other every game more, especially after Rio when we had let's say vacation. Obviously it wasn't a vacation. We just didn't play good there, but we had really nice talks about that on the bootcamp on Belgrade, and we just figured out some things. I also figured out what I need. I would say it was a little bit a roller coaster, what I was calling in T-side, for three tournaments. I was changing a little bit to see the best pathing I should take in this team. But yeah, I think slowly it's going in the right direction.
Okay, that's interesting you say about you had a bit of a roller coaster, you changed the path in the way you were calling with it as well. What I noticed is Nico's also talking a bit more at the same time. So is this a balance where you two are working with each other? Can you explain to me how it is working?
Some of the maps, Nico sometimes call more. For example, he's doing some mid-run calls and I'm always open to it. We have this, let's say, collaboration, I would say, in the team that obviously I'm calling at the start. But I'm always open to everyone. If Mario would call or Ilya ask me something and that he have a feeling to do something, I will always let it to play. But I would just do some additions, to the plan. And I feel like this is what we were doing in VP as well. 7 years ago that we had the caller, but I also was doing some addition in the mid-run. And I feel like this is like a team, I know I need to always call mid-runs, and I cannot leave just TeamSpeak alone. I cannot be quiet. It just this is a team chemistry we need to build on. Everyone needs to talk. In the mid-runs, I'm always trying to do this call, but Nico is helping, and in City as well. Everyone else from us is doing some additions. Plus is preparing. Nico as well doing some stuff. So it's team-wise.
Ask you about your opinion with the relationship between Snax and Nico and how they're helping each other at the moment as well, because we've been seeing it more this event, I think, more than ever in terms of the talking.
I think that it's getting better and better. Obviously, it's hard to get a perfect chemistry in so small amount of time, which is like maybe 4 months now. Obviously, Nico is a type of a player that he likes to have some of insight in the game, and he feels the game in a good way. But Jano is also the same kind of a player that he feels the game, and then we have 2 guys, but you also have players like Ilya who want to get some, make a play and stuff like that. So overall, it's not only like about Nico and Jano, it's just about understanding the dynamic in the team and making the best out of our pieces.
Is that hard for you to control, maybe, if there can be potential of over-talking? We've seen that before in other teams.
I mean, definitely sometimes there will be overtalk, there will be some lack of understanding or different ideas, and I think this is probably one of the hardest tasks to handle. But we have really good players, and they are also, we emotionally, how do you say, they grown emotionally, so they know how to handle some of the emotions, they know how to handle different situations, and I'm just happy to see them working together the way they are.
Okay, some very interesting thoughts from both Taz and Snax in terms of the team dynamic that we've seen so far, Jacob. What's your take on it?
That's a very good question, because I'm not really sure, to be completely honest. There's 2 ways of going with it. I think from observing the body language, from having spent time with them in a studio, it's very clear to me that Nico is as much as a caller as Snax is within this team, especially in the mid-round scenario. It's always him taking the lead, it's him dictating the pace, and it's also natural given the role that he's having. Take Snax as an example. On Mirage CT side, you're pushing him as an anchor over on the B bomb side. How is he supposed to know when to retake middle? How is he supposed to call whenever to re-aggress middle? That's all on Nico. Now, could it be an issue? Has it been an issue? It almost feels like with Nico leaving the team, you're also in a scenario now where he's taking a little bit more of his own freedom by saying that, listen to me or not listen at all. I'm going to do whatever I want to. And that could be I'm not sure if it's a problem, because we are seeing G2 winning games and we are seeing them in a grand final, but it must not be nice to be Snax with that weird dynamic within the team right now.
Ash talked to Thorin, the Gamer Legion coach that Snax had prior to this G2 lineup, and he really did talk about the fact that Snax plays off of intuition. If he sees some kind of idea, he'll come up with a strategy on the fly to try to pounce on that. I don't think G2 is that loose, but sometimes when G2 in the mid-round do look very uncertain of what it is that they want to do, you can see that that machine that's working in Snax's head does run out of gas from time to time, and that's where it gets very frustrating and awkward for them. And so for Taz to say they got to listen to Snax, sometimes they just stop moving for a long time, and sometimes there's no real plan that actually is there as a contingency, and that's my biggest concern with G2, because at the same time, Nico won a tournament calling. Like, Nico won a whole tournament calling, so he probably at this point, if he doesn't believe in Snax, that is gonna happen. That sort of dissent will actually arise, and I feel like that happens on very specific and very obvious rounds where they just don't know what's going on in the late round.
Now, production of Dance the Solid, we've got a very special treat indeed. We've got a Taz timeout during the G2 game versus Vitality.
Very important thing now. If we don't do what I say, okay, try to listen to Jano, because this will be a long best of 3. I know that you also want good thing, Nico, but you need to guys be good with bouncing from each other, okay? Just release the tension, because we all want to win. We want to get this through, right? But we need to trust each other. I don't give a fuck if we lose or win this map. Just trust yourself, trust each other, okay?
Okay, very interesting. Now we get to hear the words from the horse's mouth. What do you make of that?
There's 2 things to this little sound bit we're getting from Taz. One thing is I want to give him credit for actually taking the bone right here and addressing that issue, or addressing it for the players pretty early on in a game as well. You know, exemplifying for the players, it's going to be a long best of 3. You're going to need a lot of stamina, a lot of energy, but also trying to keep the locker room together, so to speak. If you want to put it in a sports metaphor, nothing is worse than when you lose the locker room. Nothing is worse when you don't believe in your in-game leader or you don't believe in your coach, and he's trying everything he can in order to keep it together. It also does exemplify that there's something to be said about what we just discussed, that sometimes Nico perhaps will overrule Snax in the calling. Maybe Snax doesn't feel comfortable overruling Nico the other way around, which is Tess is trying to facilitate right here. So it's a very, very insightful, I guess, tune in to what's going on within the G2 camp.
Any thoughts, Maui? You were nodding your head along there.
I mean, I feel like that's just another example of where Taz calls a timeout, and unfortunately, instead of going deep into the tactics, he's using 20 seconds in a 30-second timeout to talk about a mental issue, which so frequently arises with G2, and that's why, in a lot of weird ways, the reputation of Taz, I think, has actually now kind of gotten a little underrated. I've seen them make good corrections after timeouts. It's just that we can't really tune in and hear exactly, oh, we're going to send 3 people there, 2 people there, we're going to wait at 140, we're going to do this. You know, like, obviously, we don't want to hear that in the comms, and so I just want to make sure that people recognize Taz is making adjustments in the game, but they're usually on the mental side.
I do think, though, that you have to take into account the roles on the team, and Snax sometimes on CD side especially is playing positions where he just is not able to call any mid-round protocols because he's unaware of certain information that Nico is for sure having, and maybe he's not conveying to the rest of the team. So instead of
has been shining brightly for the side of G2. m0NESY, I mean, he's been a man, he looked like the $1 million man at times, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's the best performer of the tournament, and he's making a really, really close case to be the top one, and he's duking it out against Dong specifically. I mean, the guy is just pure impact. I have not seen a game in a long, long time where m0NESY is just full of all of a sudden. He might have a sometimes, you know, I would say slow start where he doesn't get too much of kills, but he's always able to ramp it up. And not only is just kills with all, but it's openings, it's clutches, it's the deagle kills even to turn the ecos around. Like, the guy can do it all. I have no clue how, I don't even know if he's playing the same game as me because he's differently shooting differently.
Yeah, the $600,000 man has really proven his worth on this.
That was so cheap, man. That was so cheap.
I know, right? They're looking back at that one right now and say, that, okay, it should have probably been 3 times that at least. But for m0NESY overall, I think the one take I have about him is that even though I wouldn't crown him as the 2024 best player, I think he's actually the best player in the world today. Very different. You have to obviously take in the whole calendar into account. But in what m0NESY has done at the elite events this year, what he's done in the last 3 months, to me, it's been more impressive than ZywOo, more impressive than Donk, more impressive than God knows who. JL, who are we going to next?
If I could just poke the bear there, is there anything that m0NESY can do coming towards the tail end of this year to, you know, change your opinion, to actually become that top 1 player for 2024?
Hey, an MVP here wouldn't hurt. An MVP at the Shanghai Major wouldn't hurt. I feel like those are musts for me. Honestly, they're so close right now. An MVP in either would make a huge difference. That's how tight this race is.
I love that conversation, and I love the fact that we've been able to have that conversation for pretty much throughout the entire year. ZywOo, m0NESY obviously as well in that conversation. You have Donk being a fantastic rifler, Nico stepping it up as well. I will say that one thing that puts m0NESY apart from the rest of those for me is that I think he's the most mechanical skilled player we have in the game right now. Is he mentally the strongest? Is he like ZywOo that doesn't seem affected by anything? Probably not. He's also playing in a very emotional team sitting next to Nico. That can be easy to handle as a young gun as well. But in terms of raw mechanics in the game, in terms of his abilities on the server, m0NESY can do stuff no one else can in the game, and that's a great case to crown him the best player.
I'm looking a little bit into the future for 2025, and if the rumors are true and the G2 are going to be making a couple of changes, he's actually going to maybe become, it's weird to say, but he's going to be one of the most experienced guys on the team, and he needs to translate that development into whoever is going to come to replace, because malps has very little compared to m0NESY when it comes to experience. Obviously, he's overcalling Snax as well, but it's just very different way that he needs to approach how he's behaving inside of the team for the most part in 2025.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair analogy to bring up. I think we can all agree that m0NESY is probably the most stylish player that we've got in Counter-Strike now, the most flashy one. You know you're going to get some really sexy highlights coming out of him. How does he compare when we're looking at the Opera on the other side of the server then, the Shiro style? How does that kind of classify, Jacob?
Well, in addition to what you just said right here, we've seen Shiro develop mentally a lot the past couple of years. He's becoming an emotional leader of spirits. If I'm m0NESY, I'm probably looking towards Shiro a little bit, not necessarily for what he's doing on the server, because I wouldn't copy any of that, but more so from a personal point of view and the mentality he's bringing in. Now, both of these operas come from the same region, and you think that maybe they should look alike on the server. It couldn't be further apart from each other. m0NESY, aggressive, flashy, almost dictates the game with the AWP. He's the one seeking the duels, forcing the duels, almost putting down the AWP in the throat of his opponents, where Shiro, way more defensive. He reacts, he positions himself. He's sort of like a turret that you can place on a bomb site, and then you shut down that bomb site. So it is a very interesting duel for that exact reason, that you don't find two operas at this level who are very much far apart from each other.
If you want to really compare them to players of the past, you would say that m0NESY is the spiritual successor to Simple, and Shiro is really just a new and improved version of Jame. That's what I've got.
Okay.
another thing is that Shiro has been incredibly good at these aggressions throughout this event because he's actually outperforming Donk, which is their entry fragger, on T sides specifically. And this just shows you how much of an impact he can bring if he brings that ruthlessness towards their defaults, you know, get those picks even on CT side. And he's doing really, really good. I think he just needs more confidence to do it even on those defensive routes into the map.
I'll take you, Jame, and I'll race you with your Guardian. You remember him from back in the days? Also not an AWPer that was known to be super aggressive, had a bit of both in him, but you knew that when you would place Guardian in a certain position and all he had to do was scope in and kill whatever came into his crosshair, he would do that and he would do it consistently. I feel the same with Shiro. If he positions himself well in a game, you know his hit rate with the AWP is very, very high.
That is one thing that you can be proud of if you're putting him in any spot that you are very much so with a certainty going to say, yeah, he'll lock it down. He's a great turret, but so frequently we look at Shiro's numbers at the end of a game and we think about what did we actually witness in the server, and they don't always match up. It almost feels like one of the big reasons that HLTV went from the 2.0 to the 2.1 ranking was to just show, is Shiro actually making that kind of impact, or do the numbers lie to us? He wasn't taken down as much as people like James, but there was a significant drop-off for him.
Right, you know what has been a bit of a skew with head-to-head? It's been Nico versus Donk. Now, Stiko, you had an incredible video kind of outlining how Nico has been able to get the better of Donk so damn consistently in 2024. Can you maybe give a TLDR to the viewers who stupidly haven't watched that video? How has he had the edge?
Yeah, so it's been a reoccurring theme that Nico has just had Donk number throughout the whole year. All those matchups that we discussed that Spirit lost to G2 was mainly due to the factor that the rifler of Donk, which is probably the most dangerous weapon of Spirit, was just straight up neutralized, and that was single-handedly done by Nico. He has had insane performance of 50 to 21 ratio when it comes to kills. So far, it's 60 to 33. So actually, if you look at the numbers, last game they played together was here at the group stage. Donk outperformed Nico for the first time this year, and I love to see that. I think this is why I picked Team Spirit to win this grand final, because if this trend continues, I'm hoping this was not just a unicorn performance. I'm actually thinking that this could be a winning condition by far for Team Spirit to actually make it at least competitive best of 5.
I'm willing to back you up on that one. I think it's a massive win condition for Spirit. If they want to take down G2 today, it requires the man on the screen right here and Donk to perform well, not only against Nico, but in general against G2. There's also a thing to be said, you know, you've been analyzing the mechanical aspect of it and how they take the duels against each other. I think Nico has been in the head of Donk, you know. Think of Donk as a very emotional player. We've seen some of the highlights throughout this tournament where he's visibly frustrated. I think Donk deep within right now knows that that matchup against Nico is not one he's feeling comfortable in. And if you're Nico and you have, you know, we speak about players that indulges fear into their position. I think he's done that with m0NESY, and that's also a credit to Nico for being able to shut down arguably the best rifler in the game as of right now.
Well, speak of Donk, let's get a few words from him, courtesy of James Banks.
Donk, Spirit have a lot of experience playing best of 5s, and you've had a lot of success playing best of 5s as well. Do you feel like that gives you a better chance here to take down G2, who you have struggled against?
I don't know, we'll see in the game. Like, it's, we are just playing more mobs, and I think in some cases it gives some advantage, but I'm not sure that about us.
What do you think is the reason why you struggle to play good against G2?
Every time that we are playing against them, we are in bad shape, and like we have worse shape than G2. Okay. So we are just worse in clutches and some decisions. So like, but anyways, we have always close games. Forget about Cogn. So we have close game that we could win, but some like mistakes that we done didn't help us, let's say.
Yeah, probably good to get Cologne as far out of your mind as possible, Donk. Now, it is a new starting ground for these two teams because, Stiko, it's best of 5 this time around. What are we expecting from the map picks and bans?
So for the bans, this is quite obvious ones, and I like that we're seeing Inferno and Vertigo probably being banned. It's It's still on the cards, though. It might be. No. Okay. No,
I don't think so.
I was trying to bait the audience a little bit here, but yeah, Inferno and Vertigo are obviously the perma-bans for these two teams, which I like because Vertigo was a weakness yesterday against Astralis, and Inferno was weakness against Vitality for G2.
That's just another layer to that matchup. You'd argue that in a veto process, Spirit actually have a bit of an advantage given that they can remove Vertigo against G2 and vice versa, Inferno not being one of the maps coming into the map pool. So I think it's going to even out the playing ground. But Maui, it's a best of 5, so what we're really interesting in right here is not necessarily who's going to ban what, because we know that. It's more so the order of the picks.
Yes, obviously they played against each other earlier in this tournament, playing Mirage and Anubis, so I would definitely expect Mirage to come out from G2.
Mirage makes an awful lot of sense. You have Anubis coming out
go
for
back
Spirit
to it,
as well.
Okay.
A map they have played quite a lot against each other, so not too big surprise right there. I'm more curious in who's going to save the nuke one as for a potential fifth one. Dust 2 coming out. We're staying on the Dusty maps for now.
Do you expect Ancient to be, oh no, Nuke, okay, and then Ancient Decider. What do you make of that, Maui?
I really honestly would have wanted Spirit, who should feel like the underdogs in this matchup, to try to invoke Ancient a little bit earlier. Both of these teams don't really have the best record on it, and so if you're gonna get a cheeky win somewhere in the pool, I really felt like going there might have surprised G2, and you can prey on the fact that both of you aren't great at it necessarily against all forms of teams, but maybe you can tailor a specific game plan based on the weaknesses of your opponent.
I see that as a clear sign, because I agree with you. I see it as a clear sign of the mentality Spirit are coming into this game with. Yes, we on paper may consider G2 to be the favorites given the domestic lineup between the two, but I think Spirit are coming in with the mindset that we can win this game. We are equally good to G2, if not better. So in terms of taking the risk that you're describing right here, personally from an outside perspective, probably would have done so. I think Spirit's mindset is completely different though.
Well, gentlemen, it is almost time to get the final ever Blast Premier Grand Final started. One last best of 5, one last champion, one last trophy. The beginning of the end of this particular chapter.
It's a sweet farewell. You know, all good things have to come to an end.
You know, the players always want to be in front of the fans, in front of the crowd, in front of the audience.
It is you who sets the stage with us. It all comes down to define how we end.
Counter-Strike, you always have a chance to win the round. There's incredible moments of achieving something that seems like it should be impossible.
And now we saw the hunt running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
We will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Flames, fights, all fronts. Welcome to Wonderland. Filthy, absolutely filthy.
It's given us so much. We are lucky that we get to say hello to the next rendition.
And this is what it all comes down to. A best of 5 grand final between G2 and Spirit. Singapore, are you ready? Now I want you all to join me. We want to get these teams on stage. So put your hands in the air. And let's start clapping, let's start making some noise. Faster, faster! And that is what I want all day long. All the maps, all the excitement, all the hype. Now, who's winning this grand final? Is it G2? Is it Spirit? Is it G2? But who do you love more? Donk? Manassi? Donk? Well, let's see how it goes down on the server. Let's get our teams onto the stage.
My mind is clear, my goal is clear. We are very close to a trophy. We are favorites and we need to take care of this business.
I always want to win every tournament.
Modesty keeps the round alive.
Nobody can stop it. Modesty's gonna have to do it alone. Just like that.
And it's collapsed. It's unraveled at the seams. It's a massive victory.
Nico giving Vitality a parting gift on his farewell tour.
It was looking dangerous. G2 have done it.
G2 have reached their 4th grand final this year. Their 3rd with Snacks and Mouths. And they could become the first and only team to lift the World Final trophy twice. They understand what it takes to win. They are not scared of these dragons. Their samurai swords have proven capable of cutting them down again and again. And that is what they expect to do today. Mouths! Hunter! Snacks! Modesty! Nico! This is G2!
In this head-to-head, all players have to deliver.
We all know that we can win this tournament if we play our game.
It is just perfection out of Spirit. Dog continues to chew through too. Device can't manage, it's too much to ask. Team Spirit on Dust 2 from start to finish. And the impact of Spirit felt. Magic closes! And that's the round that does it. Back to another Grand Finals.
A year that started off strong for the Dragons, and they've been consistent throughout. They've now reached 3 big stage grand finals, 2 of which have ended with a trophy, and they could go for 3 for 3 today. They've been cut down by G2 more times than they want to remember, but now they need to come together and never surrender. All curses can be broken. Shiro! Magix! Chopper! Dunk! Zontix! This is Team Spirit!
G2 versus Spirit, the 5th head-to-head that these rosters have seen this year alone, where G2 have proved the kryptonite 4 series in a row prior. But Pimp, This is uncharted territory. This is a best of 5, beginning on Mirage, G2's map pick.
We say uncharted. Last time G2 played a best of 5 grand final, they kind of surprised us by how good they were looking in said best of 5 final, taking down Na'Vi in quite convincing fashion. I think that's something they've been speaking about coming into this final as well, that we actually have quite good experience performing when the pressure is on. We obviously saw Nico play well, we saw m0NESY play well, and as we've been saying time and time again throughout the entire week, when it comes to G2, those two are massive win conditions. Now, I will say one thing though, and I'm going to ask my fellow colleagues right here what you think of this. Melts have been a little bit hit and miss, and I think for G2 to fully hit their strides, to fully be that team where, as you said, Maui, when they're playing well, it seems unreasonable to think anyone can beat them. It requires Melts to play well as well, and that hasn't necessarily been the case throughout the entire tournament.
I do feel like at this point, many of the teams have studied the demos enough of G2 that the openers, which frequently involve mobs, are no longer as much of a surprise. The shock and awe is gone. But at the same time, I do feel like mobs on those anchor positions, he could be a little bit more active. He could get himself involved in some of these games. That's what I would like to see. But for whatever reason, I do think that G2, they still have yet to fully activate him. They need to find a way to put him into the fray a bit quicker in some of these rounds, because the late round specialists are behind him. Put Hunter, m0NESY in the back lines, mobs needs to be at the front, and that's one thing where G2, they just need a game plan a little bit stronger for me.
It's a great point, because the heavy hitters, the trio of heavy hitters for Team Spirit, for example, Shiro, Dong, and Zonetix, I compare them much higher compared to Nico, m0NESY, and mobs, specifically for this event. Mobs has been the one that is kind of trailing behind Zonetix in this department. I feel like it's the role, the disparity as well that we're seeing, but I feel like, yes, he's not been activated yet, as I know him.
Pimp, tell me a story about the stronger sides for both of these opponents, because they are opposing in their essence, right?
Yeah, I was looking into it yesterday night preparing for the game, and I'm thinking to myself, G2, you look pretty solid on the CT side. As a matter of fact, they have the best CT side at the entire tournament so far, which bounds well for them coming into this matchup. Now, there is a caveat to that, because Spirit have the second best T side. So, as you probably know by saying just that, sorry, out loud, something's gotta give, right? You have the CT side of G2 that's been very, very strong, and then you have the T side by Spirit, who's been the second best at the tournament, only outdone by Astralis. So when we get into the specific halves where G2's on the CT side, Spirit is on the CT side, I'm very curious to see how that's gonna play out. Now, one of the things that made Spirit so good on the T side so far has been the in-game reading of Zonetix. We saw it in the game against FaZe Clan, where he takes charts, he finds loops in the defense off FaZe. He's probably been studying, he's probably been integrating the demos into his brain, and he knew when to strike. I'm curious to see if he can find the same timings against G2 and potentially take advantage of that.
When we're looking on the other side of things though, Maui, why do you feel like G2 have been, so dominant on that CT side?
I mean, Freya, this is not an answer that anybody is going to need to really reach for. When watching these games closely, it's just the individuals. I mean, I really wish I was saying some kind of tactical breakdown. Oh, they're pushing their reactions. No, Vitality had better reactions than G2 yesterday. In fact, I'd say Spirit have better reactions than G2. But when push comes to shove and you're finding yourself trying to breach a bomb site that is defended by mobs, Nico, and m0NESY towards A on Mirage, well, you're shit out of luck, because honestly, those two guys are just going to frag you out of the server.
One thing that is completely going undercover here for the CT sides of G2 is that Snax is positive. Or if you isolate those CT sides when it comes to rating and KD. So Snax is actually playing a heavy role in the kind of, statistics when you look at defensive side of things for G2.
I want to pick on... sorry, we don't want to keep talking about it, obviously, but for people at home, Snax has a record now, I believe, 40 maps in a row without a positive KD. That is still alive. He was very close yesterday, breaking that curse, and something tells me, Maui, today could be that day where we're not going to have a Snax negative KD again.
I'm not sure about that, but one guy that I'm going to keep my eye on is Magix. This guy has been gone like a poof of smoke when he plays against G2. It's the worst team that he's played against all year. 0.79 rating over 12 maps. It doesn't matter what the sample size is. This has been his kryptonite. He crumbles when he's playing against G2, and he's playing on that B site, and Hunter is going to be in his face. Hunter actually just turned him into meat last time they played against each other, frequently challenging him, looking for duels. We talked about how Snax is such a hole on that defensive side, especially towards B2, but actually Magix has been the fraud in this matchup.
Well, we can see the live odds on screen right now quite handedly favoring the side of G2, and there might be a a particular statistic that kind of helps bolster that case, Jacob.
Yeah, I kind of want to set you up, Zuko, here, because I know you love to talk about this, and I was diving into the pistol rounds as well. G2 so far, as you've been highlighting many times throughout this tournament, are the best team in the world when it comes to pistol rounds, and they've showcased that once more at this tournament, having won 13 out of 16 pistol rounds so far. Spirit, on the other hand, are only winning 50% of theirs. It's 9 out of 18. So in terms of getting the momentum, getting the good start, and getting the AWP in the hand of Monacy early on in the game, which I think could be a win condition, G2 is looking good.
We talk about it every day that G2 played, and I don't think we're still stressing it enough. Like, this is bonkers stats, actually.
MR12 as well, right?
Yes, actually, the MR12 is even more impactful. And, you know, yes, we talked about Malps and Nico and Monacy, but even Snacks has been chiming in really, really well into the narrative of pistol rounds. I mean, it's just all around really, really strong play. And if I'm Spirit, I'm actually involving a lot of brain effort into analyzing these pistol rounds. This is the thing where we need to counter them early on, because no team in the world so far has been able to do so.
Now, Maui, cruelly, the social media gods didn't let you put a prediction for this game, so I am going to offer you that pleasure. Who are you siding with to take this trophy?
I am firmly taking G2 in this matchup. I do not think that this is the day that Spirit pull it all together. I feel like they've been propelled by the fact that Zontix is having a slightly better than average tournament and Donk is showing some great form, but all in all, the weapons, the pieces for G2, they are better positioned to take out their opposition, and I feel like Taz is actually growing as a coach. I'll finally admit it. I apologize, Taz.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for all of your thoughts all weekend long. It is almost time to get this grand final underway.
It is almost time. The players are sat down. Everyone is ready. But are you guys ready? It's the first time we've been to Southeast Asia for a huge Counter-Strike event. And I just want to take a moment to thank the city of Singapore, the Singapore Tourism Board, and all of you that came here to enjoy this today. Give yourself a round of applause. Now we need to kick this grand final off the right way. Are you ready? It's time to bring the hype! Scrawny Lauders, take it away.
That's right, James. Tonight the world will hear the Lion City roar. Live from Sentosa in Singapore, G2 versus Spirit. One more match, a best of 5 where blood will be drawn. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand finals begins!
I know Singapore is ready for a grand final. This crowd has over-delivered every single day. 3 days here in Sentosa. Amazing matchups all the way through. The culmination of G2 and Spirit, and a best of 5 that Spirit are the underdog in. Let's start Mirage.
Yeah, let's start with pace, shall we? Already this pack of players gunning up the catwalk. Already Monacy leading the charge as he tries to lead the team. Nico, there's the opener. Zontix off of the bench. He's got the double. Hunter's got the trade. Kovac is already coming through with kills. Bob's got himself another couple. And so Hunter hits the dirt. It's an opening for G2, but a pistol for Spirit.
A pistol for Spirit. That's such an important stat in this best of 5. We have, just as the desk went over, talked about the overwhelming odds that G2 will win almost every single pistol. And to start off on this, shows you that Spirit are here to play. 2 from Zontix, 2 from Donk, and the final frag from Chopper. They kept up with an incredibly fast-paced B rush with the cat split, and G2 knew what they wanted to do out of spawn. And versus most teams, they would have picked that up. Spirit are ready to take on this game.
Donk right back to it. Sends him down top mid.
This is going to be about Donk and Nico. There's just no other way to put it. The stats just jump off the page. The amount that Nico wins over Donk is startling, and it's the reason that G2 were able to quarter Spirit at Cologne, at EWC. They've grouped them this year. They're the reason that G2 are number 2. Spirit are only a top 5 team this year. Massive tournament wins in this head-to-head have all gone in favor of G2.
The beauty of the story that is Donk's new generation rifling brought to the table.
And when he talked to James a couple days ago, he made it abundantly clear that everybody understands that Nico is doing him one better in all of these matchups. That Donk has to prove versus Nico that he can win in order for Spirit to be able to win over G2. It's one of the most interesting stories this year. You want to call Nico a legacy rifler, he is still at the top of his game.
That jumping MP9 set an early tone for the conversion. No antics this time for G2. Magic's gonna have his merry way with it. Him and Zontix looking to duo this bomb site. And it's a duo that's brought something more to the table throughout this event. In Donk's absence, which has shown itself at times here in Singapore, those two riflers, Launders, pick up the slack. This round they shut down. Make sure there's no antics, and Spirit convert to the 2-0 start.
Yeah, like G2, Team Spirit both potentially have 2 top 5 players this year. But as Maui put it, G2 might have the stronger top 2. That's so relevant. Now we're talking about 6 maps, 7 maps in a row that G2 have won versus Spirit in this head-to-head. Over the last 3 series, they have just 2-0'd them straight up.
Donk was looking for blood in the pistol. It's not going to change. Nice nades to the top of middle pressure, Snacks, but Monacy. There it is. Donk versus Nico's one conversation, but it's not the talk of the town for number 1. 2 culprits left in Monacy versus Donk, and we get that clash in mid out of the gate with the rifles. Malbs connecting down from bottom mid. And so this one, the first rifles from G2 leave a mark across Spirit.
Yeah, getting shot from both sides. That's it. Bomb will get planted. We've got 2 players ready to save, have not even made a rotation because the kills came down so early. Mid control, absolutely taken over by G2. That's a quick win brought to you by Monacy's AK. I think we see as well, there's something special about Malbs in the recipe of G2. Where especially towards the end of games.
Hell yeah.
He gets the 2K entry, the 3K entry, you know, Freiburg ace type of rounds.
Yep. On a roster so stacked full of talent, you think, how could they find anybody to compete? And yet Malbs brings it all the way from Guatemala. And I would say not only just, again, in the end of games, but we go back to the fall finals, it's at the ends of the best of 5s as well. That 5th map, he had his deciding impact.
Yeah. Now I find myself casting, not mentioning Malbs too much, and then in the very critical moments at the end.
When it matters.
Boom, boom, boom. It's like whole site taken over, just like Monacy did here in middle.
Good
Why
timing.
is that just funny? It is just a photo of him. It's just a great
cheeky
photo.
2K top mid.
Yeah. I wonder if there's any new Donk content out there in the crowd right now.
They'll be coming. I know Singapore's been cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking well, might I add.
Yeah.
Up into middle already. Shiro tries to take up the mantle from Donk, who has started both these previous rounds in this position with a kill or an attempt. Frags exchange into the bomb site. Hunter peels back slightly. Just keeping a little pressure in apartment early on in this T-side G2.
Yeah.
Feigning a bit of presence, and then looking to couple that presence with some control for middle.
You know, I've got no real red flags in terms of the Spirit players and their performances so far. They've really earned their place in this grand final. The one thing we'll see sometimes is Donk carries 2 out of 3 maps in the best of 3. One of them, he's not as there, but why they're here is because Shiro and Zontix are ready to catch him at an off moment.
Well, it's a quiet moment until that window smoke comes flying through from top middle. We get the slow encroach of 3 players out from underpass, and catwalk pressure is meant to disrupt them. It does indeed cut them in half, forcing Hunter to go back, and he made sound, right? Trying to feed fake info to Zontix up above him.
This is
one
great.
player pulling back loud while 2 sit bottom mid quietly. They're hoping this catches connector off, but another smoke.
This is your B anchor, so it's a great place to put the MP9. I think they put him in the perfect spot, yeah. Now they see him, it might be too late to turn around, we'll see.
Good adjustment as he tries to get out, but Malbs is able to zone him. Donk then takes up the pressure, and it's a Malbs double kill. Big impact coming out from top Con, but Nico gets killed by Zontix on the other half of the map. Pressure on Con as they do get towards sight, but that clock, it is ticking, and the nade will find him from over top. It is shot out of Shiro. What? Second chance.
Excuse me?
Hunter up into window, and G2 to tie.
You have an evasion bonus? How did that shot miss? That's that Windrunner. What just happened right there? That shot saves his teammate, keeps the round alive, puts it in the 2-on-1. Thought this was going to be the saving grace for G2. It was Mobs with his 2K. Oh my God.
Under the chin.
Oh.
And then between the eyes. Back from Hunter.
Ooh.
That one leaves a mark as Team Spirit limp into round 5 with just pistols. So G2 showing a little prowess across this board.
Yeah, you see, it just bankrupts them all of a sudden. Everyone on pistols here for Spirit.
4 rounds into a game, and Hunter's going to give us an impactful multi-frag. A name we haven't had to speak of too much in contrast to his teammates, but hell, if he's going to pick it up tonight. That classic big game Hunter. Mobs is going to cross over, take up point, and as he does so, contact towards ramp. Yes, they're trying to set this up with the double over towards Ticket 2. Nice grenade for Mobs. So just make sure things don't get weird, but Magix likes weird. He finds one, and Donk gets Beretta kills the other side. He's got an AK. Maybe empty. So as he sits inside smoke, they are all around him. They tag him up slightly, down to half health. Donk wanting to get into these antics, but the pressure's just there. It's too much. He has to fall back so he can reload, but now he's coming back with 11 health.
Yeah, now he's getting out of there. m0NESY looking to cut him off of the pass, and it looks like they will be granted this duel through the grate. Stylish m0NESY doesn't even break the grate. You know what? Stylish m0NESY goes for the wall bang.
You kidding me?
Oh.
Now he does. Third time's the charm.
Oh, he's coming for him.
Sits him down on his ass. Donk, nothing more. A couple deaths to Berettas, so be it. G2 moving through this T side so far with some real conviction in some of these moves. Obviously, just versus pistols, that confidence understandable, but even pushing out through that smoke 1 round prior, Mobs looking to get into the fire of it all.
Yeah, it's Mirage. They know what to do. Team Spirit will jump into their timeout. Brought to you by, you know, that shot from Shiro into the save, into now a period of reformation, Connor. They've got to think about what they need to change up to get this half back on track. Every map is worth its weight in gold. Again, they haven't won a single map over G2 in the last 7.
That's crazy. The funny thing is, this hasn't happened yet.
There are some great artists in this round.
But Nico still has Donk's number. Age a non-factor. He's not number 1 yet. Not in this head-to-head. G2 with a little bit of a redirection in comparison to some of their previous rounds off of the tac pause. They decide to set something up early A. I mean, we had already seen pressure out from B apartments multiple times. Hunter's been throwing grenades back there, but this time it's a solo lurk, and it's not Hunter at all. He's in the middle of this pack, and that A site so open for the time being. You put the smokes in the right positions, and you cross on the right timings. There shouldn't be much that Chopper can really do about this, and we start to get that utility out. Molotov top stairs means no peek behind it yet.
Look at the vision right now. We've got Spirit. No eyes in CT spawn. They can cross.
It burns out, and as it does, it opens the possibility for CTs to peek, but they still choose not to, and another smoke down instead. This is a good amount of timing for G2 with control of sight, so it felt. Mobs has to deal with Chopper, who gets a little frisky over towards Ticket.
Look at Snacks lying in wait.
Taking his old sweet time, as the smoke grenades have taken so much control of this bomb site for G2, not only for the first cross, but even deep here CT.
Great for Snacks. He can come underpass this time around slowly.
Mobs.
Oh,
here's the rumblings of their approach, and then he loses a teammate back behind him, so now that site, it's all Mobs to hold. He's got good cover, and he picks up 2, but that's it. All he has in the round. Snacks has to come in and get into the engagement as Nico rips Sontic's head off. That bomb plant, where is it? It's on the other end, but Donk doesn't have the kit. And with no kit, Donk's gonna stick this. 4 seconds still left. Donk all the way down. 10-second defuse denied. Snacks from around the world.
Are you kidding? Snacks made that happen. It had to be him. He was sitting there in B apartments. And the first thought is you're jumping out in a B, you're walking off of cap. But when the plant goes down default, because it's maybe an emergency situation, I don't actually know why they planted there. No CT spawn control, everybody playing on the right side. It's useless, I guess, for him to come up connector, so it ends up being the better move all the way back to the ramp. Smart move by Snacks. And another unlikely round win here for G2.
Another reward for it. Pistols move forward here for Spirit.
I was thinking, at the very least, he's going to come underpass and like looking where that bomb gets planted.
That's the first sign of a mistake that G2 have offered so far in the finals.
I wonder, I can't imagine, unless they mollied back triple, why they would have planted in that spot. Maybe it's just they saw CT was so clear for a second, they thought they could walk in afterwards. They had CT spawn on layaway.
Oh. A little bit of timing here that could help out Spirit if they want to get into the pistol antics. Yes,
Careful.
sir. Shiro from the top of the ladder. That's a weapon offered over. Shiro holds the AK.
Donk talking.
And Chopper, he holds Palace all the way into T-spawn. He'll see this clear for the taking.
Oh, there's that shot.
Donk hits it.
Haircut on Snacks.
Now we're talking 2 pistol kills already in round 7.
Oh, he's got another one.
Just right back into the con peak. Every step of the way met by resistance. What else, Donk?
He's got the right read.
What more?
Oh my God, after the mausoleum!
Anybody that peeks it hits the ground in an instant.
Oh!
It's the mausoleum!
Get in the crypt!
That is what you're up against all night long.
Woo. No ammo wasted. Goodness. Oh! Was this first bullet too? Oh, second. Jeez. What a monster. Nothing but dome.
No respite for G2 after that one. Into pistols themselves. The economy game was looking so in their favor up until this one. 2 light buys that they had robbed from Spirit. Now they find themselves all trying to tap into what Donk just brought to the table. Even Snacks gets a deagle for this one.
That's an X Factor round at a Spirit. Now, last round they lost the 2K to Monacy as well. They needed something like this just to get back on track. It doesn't even, put them over the edge in this half. G2 will get a taste of these deagle rounds. They can win them too. Doors open on connector. Chopper will have first vision. And that's what you do with the Eagles. You just patiently wait for your moment. You've got to hold your breath because you don't know if one thing goes wrong. It can all come down like a house of cards, but they've got this cleaned up. There's that lurk.
Yeah, Hunter will find his 2 window, but nothing else successful.
All right, Donk has officially made this a close game off his round. And every time we turn to Spirit, we always see Shiro getting involved. Deep breaths here as 8 rounds go down 4-4.
It's not Sax and the solo beer this time. We're going to have Mobs over there with him. Trying to maybe get something done at B before they go back into that A execute, which did get them that bomb plant and had to be clutched late game by Snacks. That was the outcome in the last comparable round. So why is there a second player B instead? What's the plan? What's the approach? Well, now it's a molly for Donk to deal with. Not an issue. He sees that as an invitation. He'll step right into it, and he'll connect. Gets his head-to-head versus Nico going as Chopper gives cover from sight, and that 2-man cohort at B shut down. This is a sweep from Spirit.
Yeah, they thought they were being clever right there. Cut off on A, stopped at B. That was the trick. Monacy's back here with the bomb, however, so they sped up a little bit early because they lost those 2 frags. They didn't get to realize their full idea. Honestly, walking up to look for a punish. Right now, Spirit can slowly expand the map and eventually find him, so you might have to be a little bit aggressive in the save, but it will be a save. You've been keeping an eye on the kill matrix. Obviously got a Nico kill in the last round.
Donk's Nico head-to-head, Noster,
Yeah,
not yet.
We really have to be tallying that up.
Slammed him in Palace this round. Not to mention that Nico Molotov went a little too far. So you said the save would be under question. Here we are, 5 seconds to that clock, and Chopper's about to come creeping in behind you. He gets denied. That's 2 kills from Odyssey as he hangs on for dear life. Won't get himself a third, so nothing saved.
Yeah,
the board swept, and Spirit to the lead.
He knew he had to duel.
Nice forward setup out of Spirit. Previously, we saw, obviously, with the full execute, there was nobody in sight. They played passive towards stairs, hung on to that, and queued up a near retake. This time, we go 2 players closer, and Spirit holds strong.
Of all the Tier 1 B anchors, I love how Magix plays B on this map. Knows when to be aggressive. He's got the aim to back it up.
Oops. Forgot the click. Getting slow in his old age. The times are changing.
It's more and more relatable.
Couple pieces of util here for Snacks to try and set them up. This is looking like a nice chance for Spirit to get a 6th.
Yeah, looks like the mental's on point, and they survived a couple of tough losses to kick this off.
Oh, not only that,
I mean, even if they win, like say they win Mirage, they can still be 3-1 G2. This isn't even the first best of 5 victory for G2 in this position. They're solid in these grand finals. So are Spirit. They've got 2 chips. This one could very easily go the full distance. But it really comes down to finding out if Spirit can win any maps.
If we're lucky. Peek out from Palace with pistols. They've burned off enough time trying to get this one in motion, but again, right, Deagle's just looking for somebody to overstep. Nico misses his shot, can't quite tap into it, and Donk gonna make sure to put them all down. Mobs comes in, but it's a little bit too late for a party. Not one that favors G2 anyways. Hopper over towards the stair, keeps him stationed in. 2 chances for Nico this round with the Deagle. And we've already gotten a round out of Donk's Desert Eagle that made this entire crowd cheer. Nico gets his chance with the bottom connector player and doesn't even shoot.
Yeah, and if there's like a really rough moment here for Nico, he's not gonna break these black light tables. They're indestructible, I tested them, so he can hurt himself, but he's not gonna be able to power up with that. I mean, Dogs, he's looking serious, right? For what it's worth. We're kind of sitting here waiting to see how the full map plays out, but he's already crossed 10 frags, like 12 or more. He's ready for this challenge, it looks like. We had in the pregame talking about Taz's timeout, or he said, listen, we've got to stay on the same page and to listen to Snacks when he makes calls, you know, because Nico has been calling more and more, and that makes sense. He already won a whole tournament calling at Dallas. He's not somebody who just sits by. He's always going to at least be a second voice on the roster. Those are only 2 options.
Been a little while since we had the full-fledged guns, so let's see. There's also been attempts at adaptation on G2's T side. It's a varied play. No pack sitting outside A site this time. So, you know, sometimes when we talk about Donk and Zontix and this duo that can get so hyper-aggressive top mid, that really hasn't been a part of this half so far.
Oh, that's clean, man.
Snacks is just out there on his own.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to walk. He's missing the timing of walking down, but there was going to be a moment where he'd be seen off cat. He knew that. It's just that his whole goal was to get Mobs and Hunter out of underpass.
0 trade potential, unfortunately, and he just kind of caught his pants down. Almost kills Zontix, of course. But that 20 health makes a difference. So much so that Zontix pulls back to market and allows Shiro to go for op contact instead. What does that do? Bolsters this position in mid with more guns. And Chopper's already gone deep to take a quick glance down ramp. I feel like the CTs are confident. They know exactly where they're at, but can they stop them? It's a single kill from Donk, and Magix, while modeled out, has to bank on Chopper holding cross.
He can go through this, yeah.
Sure enough, he keeps the pressure up. And the rotation's inbound, no doubt. Sure enough, Nico holds from stairs as Magix maybe offers a little too much.
And these T's throwing a smoke onto the bomb site, kind of corral themselves into this pit. Nico dropping down, has no bomb, and gets cleared out by Chopper, who holds that site the entire round.
That one makes it winnable. Okay, nice one from Chopper. Nice patience from Shiro. 3 players inside the window at that moment, ready to stop connector. Donk does the perfect thing. If he decides to start jiggling, staying in jungle, there is no chance for Magix to come out behind him on his own timing with lots of space to work with and catch them off guard. So instead, Donk's come forward. This is such a good move. He also gets in front of the smoke, which blocks him from the stairs peak. Every time someone comes out the right side of the smoke, there's a guy jumping out the left, ready to scale the stairs, and they're both aiming to clear jungle together. So very forward thinking here from Donk. 2 steps ahead.
How's this happened?
Wait, what? She got him in the window blind with a MAC-10 through his smoke.
Never seen the kill feed so full of icons. All right, interesting problem for Spirit to try and handle in the final round of the half, and Nico's gonna try to capitalize alongside Maltz. Sure enough, Snacks gets himself a double kill.
Okay.
Steps up when you need him. Doubles his frag count and forces Zontix into a highly unlikely 1v4, but a free one offered, and he knows Snacks is near. The fact he gets both those kills for 14 HP, worth it, and he has to try.
He has to try. Last round of the half. Zontix, he's got the full kit of utility. Sometimes he can take a few extra seconds to think about how to do this perfectly. You know he juliennes these angles, calculating the utility.
Piecing it all together and trying to take the top, but there is no top with the head loss. Malbs, a haircut to end it. One more round for G2 on the tally. The first half of this best of 5 done.
What's going on, guys? We are here in Singapore and we're about to get down to some business with Na'Vi and G2. We've got a challenge for these players right now. We're going to visit some of the iconic tourist locations around Singapore, starting here in the Botanic Gardens. And you guys have the challenge of taking some nice pictures. Best pictures wins. Be creative, find something beautiful. Nico, you happy with a camera? You know what you're doing with that?
Me, if it was, phone camera, I think I would do fine, but with this camera, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Who's the one who takes more photos out of you two? You, Jael, just straight away, Jael. So you're gonna be in control of the camera?
I hope so, yeah. I mean, Alex is a very good portrait figure, so.
Oh yeah. You can see that. Line him up. Yeah, it's good. It's good. All right, may the best team win. Let's get him. He's getting ready for it.
The aperture is 3.5 to 5.6. Really good. For the cameraman, 1 sec. Very nice. Wait. Okay. Alex, you wanna shoot?
Not yet. When I see a vision.
That could be alive.
It's crazy.
Actually, I think we can cook here. Wait, we can actually do it. I will come close, but you'll go behind the water.
I'll go behind the water.
Yes. Oh.
No, I can take a picture of you.
Jael, put your head under it.
Let's go a little bit further. Trust the process. Damn, Alex, you're actually killing it.
Right in the vision, bro.
Yeah, it's the vision. The vision was good. It worked. Well done.
Next location.
Well, just lean on, put the light here. Yeah.
Can you see the people behind me or?
No. Look towards that circle.
Bro, let's do it that it comes out of my mouth.
Yeah.
How about that?
Just look there. Really good. I got it.
The conversation coming into this first map, into this best of 5, is the head-to-head between Donk and Nico, and whether he could actually finally topple this beast. 6-1 right now is Donk over top of Nico. 14-7 to a measly 4-10. He has effectively shut him down in the first half of this grand final.
That's quite literally one of the most, some might say that's just a funny stat to read off. That's actually one of the most important stats in this head-to-head for the year for Donk, and for their ability to be able to win big series like this versus G2, who are essentially, this is not a rivalry, this is their nemesis. This is the team that destroys them every time. So it looks like we've got the potential for one of the best chances here for Spirit to pick up this upset. And yes, you've got to call it that.
Chopper's gonna go for the double wall of smokes, and there's nobody inside this A site to fall for it. Snack starts to peel away, dropping a smoke at his feet, but he's very quickly charged down by Donk. The kill's not as fast.
Yeah, but he didn't have any idea it was coming, so the rotations are a little delayed. Nico.
Down they go. Retake's already happening. They waste no time. We got Nico, Mulbs, and Hunter all with a kill a pop. Shiro, though, good position on the side of this smoke, catching him off guard. Right back into the second half with electricity. Mulbs shutting him down and clearing it. G2 will split these pistols.
Just fantastic. Amazing retake there, especially when you lose your B anchor. If they drop their Van Pillar smoke that quickly, they don't know that the attack is coming in. The rotations are a little delayed. That means that, obviously, you tricked the team a little bit. But for the retakers to get the kills in the doorway that easily, that's what matters the most.
We talk about stats between head-to-head, but another stat that's been impressive has been the success rate in G2's pistol rounds. Pick your poison.
Don't worry, they'll find a way.
So G2 add 1 to the tally. Pistol round that will suddenly put this game back to even keel. 7 feels inevitable.
You know Donk has a deagle, right? And he knows where they are.
Yeah, but he's being so loud about all this that you can just give him his space. Let him throw his little tantrum up in apartments. CT's not going to peek and give him a thread to pull on. They go ahead. Take some very open spots out in middle. They don't feel like the threat really looms nearby, but that pack of pistols could come out mid at a moment's notice. Feels like that may be the plan, seeing as Magix has the single flash for it.
Mirage is one of those maps that comes up in every single veto, unlike some of the other maps. Mirage has gotten closer over time. It used to be single-digit victories from G2 over Spirit. The last 2 games was 13-10 in favor of G2, 16-13, so 1 overtime victory over Spirit. So they're starting to put things together on this map in terms of what they need to do to fix it. But it's Mirage at the end of the day. I mean, it's a map that's only so complicated and one that they both understand versus each other.
We'll see if 1 health ends up being a difference here for Chopper as they try to just QB sneak that bomb into A site. It's a Hail Mary, and it doesn't look convincing. Mulbs scoffs at the attempt from Zontix. Him, m0NESY, and Nico just gonna clean it all up. That inevitable 7th hits the scoreboard. Not 1 flash, nothing.
It's a calm moment right here. That's a nice round to make some money. Okay. He's got 1 team he loves. Oh, wait, no, he's got a few, actually. Seven.
Just give us close maps all night long.
Yeah, man, I think this is
injected in my veins.
This is a great sign for the series. It really is. It really is. Mulbs on top.
Ooh, Nico a little uncomfortable here, but he's got his own smoke to play behind, so yeah, he'll let that Molotov just burn itself out.
The spawn call, you can see the pack is already up here. No one else on the extremities.
Trying to test Snacks. That's looking like the plan. Oh, he does get caught on the jump up. He's not going to get away full health, but he's got an assistance from Hunter. Off of Catwalk, the first T falls. What was supposed to be a pop gets stopped in its tracks, and then all the CTs come sprinting over to help. Nicely done there from Snacks. Again, it's panicked because he gets caught off guard, but at least he doesn't die.
It's a full cancel. The round is still live here. We've got, Zontix and Shiro low HP. Still time on the clock, but obviously G2 players a little bit nervous. Some players are low. We've only got the MP9 here for Snacks. Some utility has been drawn out. A couple of key pieces have been kept here for Spirit. I don't know about the B re-aggression, if that's ever going to be opened up. CT's on full alert. But they're probably tempted to wait this one out if possible, I guess. It's another moment where Snacks get the info just in time, and you have to give Hunter credit. If he's on top of the ladder and he's ready for an underpass walk, or if he's holding cap because he thinks the split's coming in, he can't be there to stop that second window. When you see Donk swing out through B as they're entering, there's going to be one guy getting out of the window. Donk's going to sit into the window and hold cat for every rotator instantly that comes through. And Hunter was there so early because of Snack's call, or because he heard the footstep, that he was there, and that makes all the difference. There's two things that can happen, right? Snacks can get killed from that first peak, or Hunter can die on cat. Either one lets the rotators out. Neither one did.
Counter-terrorists win. Hunter the wall that keeps Snacks alive in this one. Was that Maui Snake?
It's Moggy Snake. This is definitely a Monacy type crowd. $3,000 Monacy fans here. And that's because, in terms of moments...
Yeah, let's go, G2!
Wow, that is really cool. In terms of moments, Donk throughout this year has matched up. Monacy just keeps delivering. It feels like he's the one who actually keeps getting better as time passes. It's pretty extraordinary. His 4K that he got at this event, that was one of the best highlights of the year, but it feels like that happens for him every week.
He's been so tapped into it, specifically here in Singapore. And tapping into it right at the tail end of 2024 is the perfect time to do it, because the conversation about #1 is so open.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
everything comes down to this in Shanghai.
That we're talking about a team like G2, who we know is technically a dead roster walking. For a long period of time, they've kept the play up. Blew us out of the water with that fall finals win in Copenhagen, and what do you know? They are back here again.
The quote was from the G2 CEO, if we wanted to keep Nico, then we would. Hate to hear that.
All good things come to an end. Shame this one so soon.
Oh.
Monacy's got a gap to play with. But
what's worse, missing a smoke or a smoke like this?
Nobody really behind it, so luckily for now, Spirit won't be punished. If they were to have swung out behind it and died, well, then things are really rough.
But he can hold and make, he knows they haven't crossed boxes either, so. Underpass comes out earlier, though.
Frag grenade dropped on their head as they try to approach, but it really doesn't do much damage. You know what, Will? This double peek. Into the T's they go. Nico trying to help top middle. It is an execution of a couple and a third top mid. Some of these players with limitations, one of them being Chopper's Deagle, but that is G2 sensing a moment to simply pounce into the setup, disrupting Spirit before they could get anything moving. Zontix has to be the hero, but a hero in a 1v5, so uncommon. And the time's so against him. Not with Bomb in front of all of these eyes, ready as it sits on top of stairs. They'll send one into the fight, and Zontix retreats. This is G2 to take a 2-round lead.
Oh, that was such a good round out of G2, man. That reclear was perfect. It's a distinct advantage to them as long as they have that timing. And Monacy held on to info on the cross so they could walk out a connector. They knew no one was top boxes to punish them. And it was this smoke that landed it was off his head.
Dodgeball.
Oh my God. And you see when they walk out, they're not even looking at top mid. They don't have to worry about it. And the smoke comes up in window at the same time. So chances getting missed here for Spirit.
Limitations are just going to keep coming through. It's a pretty big investment for Chopper in this round.
Sometimes you got to put yourself on, man.
All right, well, if they don't pull this one off, it'll be 10 rounds G2. Luckily, they've already won a round like this.
Nice shot,
Unluckily,
Monacy.
they die 3 out of the gate, but Zontix to reclaim a hope in this one. The 17th round should never be there, so Nico, he's gotten the memo. A little pressure out from the A ramp, but it comes after 3 deaths, and so G2 hang on.
Nice. I mean, even that one for Monacy actually matters. It's a difficult shot on the ramp. You guys changing up every day.
This flawless CT side just keeps providing for G2.
Donk's individual level cooled off. They'll try again with the guns. Again, they came into these last 2 rounds with just limited weapons, so this has to be it. Or else G2 are suddenly getting dangerously close to 13 on a flawless CT run.
Yeah.
Your time on Mirage is running out.
It's been a sight to behold.
They're gonna go ahead and test Snacks again. Now they have effectively caught him off guard, but it was Hunter previously.
But they don't hit the shot. They don't hit the shot.
This time, he's able to put himself on the
Here's
angle,
the window
similar
peak.
spot,
There it is.
so they're ready. Donk comes right in with that instant headshot, but Snacks is down beneath him, and Nico's nade supports him from Market. Cap pressure comes in big from Chopper. That limitation.
They know Nico is nearby.
And so as he holds onto the pillar, he has to move forward, but still he has the cover, and he could have lined up too. Could have. Instead, the pressure falls to Modesty, and he thrives within it. Puts it into the 2 versus 2 as Shiro is on site with bomb planting safely. Incendiary's gonna spread and takes him down to 60, but still he has this column to hide.
Smart for Shiro here. Magic's covering the corner.
Malb's on the corner, and as he peeks, it's a blind Magic, so no help this time. It's gotta be the pillar of Spirit again, and guess what? He can, because he has,
lost him.
but not this time. Modesty steps out. Lightning strikes the B site.
Moment after moment here from Odyssey. In another match-defining clutch, just a clean 1v1 after the first punish on the cat cross. The hold this time, they had the idea to go for B 3 times. They failed now 3 times. Each time they've gotten closer. Here we saw the exact duel they were looking for. Beat Hunter to cat with Donk in the second window. Punish that with a spray. They got that, but this time Snacks gets his kill. This time Nico's in the rotator position in the window fast enough he can nade for Snacks, and it's a whole different challenge. They still punish Nico afterwards, and they're still technically up material all the way to the very end.
That nade ends up
Heroes
worth its
1v2.
weight in gold because it opens the door for Nico to slide into the column that he plays behind to get more impact peeking into CT. So utility makes a difference there for G2. Snacks makes a difference as he keeps enough of a defense in position, but it's just so well tethered off of Hunter at the time being. Although maybe starting to get a little predicted as we see how ready Spirit were for Hunter on that exact position. So what kind of change up do we get? The change comes by way of lack of presence for Spirit towards this B site. 3 attempts, 3 failed. They don't know if 4 will crack the code, so instead Nico looks for presence in middle. Without a smoke there, he's free to take a glance, but he's got to be careful.
You can see the difference, right? This time Hunter's not up in ladder room. They're trying to get him to play with Snacks, and when he's not, they're trying to punish Snacks all alone. That's been the whole game plan so far. This time they picked a perfect moment where Hunter's not on cat. They take over middle. Let's see if G2 can make something of it. Or sorry, Spirit. But look at that bomb.
Yep.
Up in B halls.
It sits so far away, despite Spirit getting so dangerously close to hitting this A site. Monacy cautious about connector, will kill Donk first.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Dontix is yet to activate out in Palace, but there's so many players here to hold him. Instead, he gets his contact against Maltz, and he does tap into Hunter. He gets there.
It's still walking.
Yes, him
this
versus
way.
Snacks over on B will be critical. Magix has had so much responsibility here in round 19.
You couldn't read that. He's up here. Magix, he can go ahead and try to plant, but with 20 seconds, he would love to find a kill first.
And now suddenly this puts Shiro into a playmaker's position, because the bomb is on the other side of the map, and Nico is instantaneous with that headshot.
They just knew where he was. Magix, he knows that someone's on cat, and he can't find the duel just yet.
Looking for the miracle. Looking for the 1v3. This is the first time that there's been enough time for Magix to get into a comfortable post plant within this site. 2 more players. That dynamic duo of Monacy and Nico to force this towards Magix. Talk about pressure, but he keeps it quiet. And as he just holds on to millimeters, he peeks out wide for another kill, and it's all onto Monacy, AK in hand. Bomb very close, close. And he lights it like a cigar, denies the 1v3. G2 take 12.
Yeah, gun barrel sticking out. G2, match point, another clutch goes their way. Another round ends B. They tried to make it happen. This time, A full-on A attack with the split. Bomb never intent on coming here ever. And it damn near ends up being the right idea, but you can see from Shiro, all three players had advantageous fights versus him. There was no way out. And they knew that he was there. Magix knew from that moment that he was gonna have to do that himself. But instead, it's just another G2 clutch.
So much misdirection. It's another Monacy clutch, back-to-back for 11 and 12. Coming alive in the late game, all four of the players you expect to be towards the top of G2 providing in this grand finals. And that's the beauty of this one. Performance across the board, and Monacy into the A site, ready to anchor. And as they exit out through ramp, sure enough, he gets pressured off of triple. There is no follow through. Spirit, you have plenty of time despite man advantage. What's the decision? Because the utility is literally non-existent. They will be banking on 4 rifles with no map control elsewhere, but a God-given gift in a hunter push, and Mulbs maybe makes an overstep. Still, they are split 2-2 with a minute on that clock.
Hold on, though. We've got the CT defense is calcified. They're sitting in the exact same spots, waiting for mistakes. Do Spirit want to come back here?
They're thinking about it, but maybe they just let that time create uncertainty in the mind of G2. Will Snacks start to call them away? Because one player walking out ramp doesn't indicate that there are more.
I don't think Spirit believe that they have a chance here. And so Monacy
left on his own, but so much further back than over towards Ticket. This time it is him in jungle. Can he thrive?
One more incorrect shoulder peek, one more chance here.
Monacy, he punishes that. Kill. That's what's most important. And as he puts that smoke down, Bomb can cross, and Monacy doesn't know. He doesn't know that up close, he's got an AK barrel to the back of his head. It is Magix in another late round moment to try and keep Spirit alive here.
Look who's on the flank.
No longer separated, Spirit joined forces, but they will eventually be pinched. Snacks and Nico, the same duo that pulled off that last second clutch, back on this retake once needed.
But how can Nico get involved unless Snacks does something first?
Here it is. He shows his presence, an incendiary that lets Chopper's guard go down, so Magix will have to clutch this. Snacks pushes forward with a kit and a tap, but Nico gets denied, and Snacks comes in! Lo and behold, another late retake from Snacks. G2 take this first map.
The devil works hard, but G2 CT side works harder. 8 rounds in a row to be closing this one out, Jacob. Convincing from G2 on map number 1 of Mirage.
Super strong into the game here for G2. They were struggling a little bit in the first half. You could definitely feel that Spirit came to play from an individual point of view. We saw Donk chime off. We saw a couple of the Spirit players do some very solid stuff on their CT side. However, when we got into the second half, it was clear to see who picked this map, and it was clear to see who had whose number. Obviously, Money's having a great time. You had Nico stepping up on the CT side as well. And all in all, as you see on the scoreboard, you have the 3 superstars of G2 playing well.
It was a win condition that we said was necessary for G2 to once again be standing tall over Spirit. Love, Maui, that we got to see Malbs standing tall in this one.
Oh yeah, we definitely needed to see a little bit more from Malbs to show up in this grand final. Obviously, we're talking about with that Spirit trio, the fact that Zontix is performing well here. Well, shoes on the other foot. G2 this time, their stars get activated. Monacy has a barn burner of a game. The other players on G2 as well, chiming in with little moments. And I will say, Snacks, obviously he didn't have the best score line, but I will say that he played well within the system in late round situations, at least 3 times that I could count.
Yeah, I mean, that CT side from G2 just looked, I mean, impenetrable by the side of Spirit.
It was what we mentioned before, that Snacks on CT side is actually pretty decent this tournament, and he's pulling his weight, even though he's that Mirage B player. But even the clutches like this, the flank really was activated multiple times throughout the half, and you love to see that he's able to rebound back from those T sides, which he's not necessarily as impactful.
Mentioning those T sides, should we dive into a round straight away, Maui? We've got round number 6. What is the story of this one?
Well, we see that it doesn't really matter what G2 call, it's just gonna work, okay? I want you guys to look at the radar really closely right now. Bomb is being planted, Snacks is all the way deep into the apartments. You can see him getting a glimpse right there, and it's 4 on 4, but there's really only 3 G2 players that are there. They're getting pinched right now, they're getting pushed. Sure, Malbs is able to get one right there, but he falls, and a 2v3, and Nico, he's still at the ramp. By the way, the bomb is planted at default. Donk is going to stick this bomb all the way through, and this is such curious pathing. Nico goes all the the way out towards the stairs side of things, and Snax has to, at the last second, last quarter of a second, get the kill on them, and he was in the apartments. Like that did not look like that was supposed to work like that. I don't think that's how they drew it up, but a little bit of G2 magic.
A little bit of G2 magic, and you're spot on when you're saying that was not part of the plan. They could not have known that the guy defusing from Spirit didn't have a defuse kit. They were prone to lose that round. Unfortunately for Malps, he couldn't get the second kill in towards CT spawn that would have kept the round alive for them. Somehow, some way though, they got a little bit lucky in that scenario.
Okay, so Spirit, moments away from closing out that round, but then, Stiko, how does Donk answer back in the following?
I honestly don't even want to talk over this clip because the Donk magic was kind of fooling in full display, and it is just Donk and his mighty decoy, so to speak. Even the rounds like this, look at the buy on Spirit side. This is clearly just a territory where they just half buy and they want to bring back the half, but Donk is giving them a head start when it comes to this. It's the position on default, where you have so many headshot angles you can take, and he's just enabling, he's just peeking. Look at it, he's not even holding angles. This one he does actually, and it's supposedly against Nico, but then once he gets the third kill, actually the hunter gets hunted. He's the one being chased down by Donk, and you can see immediate celebration. Beautiful 4K.
I just want people at home to understand how sick that is. If you're not playing Counter-Strike on a regular level or every single day, to get 4 kills in that fashion, to just annihilate your opponent like that, that was world-class dealing coming out from Donk, almost to a point where you'd rethink that he would be Nico on the other side.
I was going to say, it's kind of only Donk or Nico that could really get away with that mastery, Maui.
Right, and I feel like that's one thing that thankfully didn't come up to just blow up in G2's faces. Those anti-ecos can be a little bit rocky for them at times. Like we saw one player coming up con, another player's at the bottom of con, another player walks out ramp. A little bit discombobulated, but that's what I mean. Like G2, it doesn't even have to be pretty Counter-Strike. They just get themselves out of those situations, which they obviously did on that defensive side too.
Mentioning the Donk versus Nico head-to-head, at the half, Stiko, it was 6-0 in favor of Donk. We thought that was going to be one of the win conditions for Spirit to close it out, but Nico, he did answer back.
Yeah, the start from Nico was actually insane, specifically against Nico. He shut him down completely, and I was actually thinking that the Spirit are running away with this game, and I was kind of preparing myself for this headline, and then Nico kind of brought it back himself on the other side. So yes, head-to-head 6-3, but we are seeing the pattern again being broken. The Donk is actually the one winning head-to-heads.
But that right there, that's a worrying sign for Spirit. If you're not able to win when you're shutting down Nico, if you're not able to win when Donk is up 6-0 versus Nico in the first half, you still find yourself struggling in the second, you still find yourself losing the map 13-7, where you even want a pistol and convert it, then we speak about that being a win condition, which I agree with you, it is. But even if that win condition is going your way, you're still far, far away from winning the map. That should be a worrying sign for Spirit right now.
And it feels like when we talk about grand finals like this, BO5s, it comes down to all 10 players in the server. And I just feel like Spirit in this tournament are very top heavy. Chopper had one good series this entire tournament. It was yesterday against Astralis, admittedly, so it was nice to see that on a stage. But I don't even think Scrawny said Chopper's name for that entire half. So that T side was really to their own detriment, and that is due to the fact that the calling in man advantage situations was by no means a benefit to Spirit.
I was going to say particularly in that second half, right? Because even when Spirit, they did get the bomb planted, what did G2 do?
Yeah, we kind of phrased it that G2 perhaps were a little bit lucky in the first half with the round that you showcased. This is G2 playing beautiful Counter-Strike right here. It gets into a 3v3 scenario. Unfortunately for Nico, not able to get the kill. Now it's a 3v2, and you know how tough it can be to retake the bomb side. m0NESY poised with the op, getting a little bit of a freebie, not quite sure why he did that. And then look at the team play coming out here. Molotoving the bomb, pushing out, being aggressive, Malps in a position, and the flash coming in from the G2 player right here. m0NESY flashing for the player, Malps masking it by shooting with the M4A1, and then they isolate Shiro on the back of the bomb side. He will answer back. He does see the player jump out a window, not quite sure where he went, and then he will go down. I want to give the credit to G2 right here, m0NESY pointing towards the camera, because that flash right there, that is beautiful support play coming in from the star player.
And look at that, half of the rounds that G2 ended up winning, Spirit actually did plant the bomb, so testament to G2's retakes in that situation, Stiko.
Absolutely, but you have to take into account that as well, those plans were like where Magix, for example, lurked out B when the site was empty and it was already 2v3 situation. In the end, he didn't convert even that 1v3, so it was a close one, but yes, they were managing to get the bomb plants in, but the retakes were just way too overpowering for G2 side. What
was your take on the T-side approach then from Team Spirit? Mario has already had a say, Jacob, so did it feel a bit flat for you?
A little bit maybe, but I also want to give praises and credit to G2. I think the individuals shut it down. You saw Malts on A bomb side and m0NESY time and time again. One of the things Spirit like to do against pretty much anyone on Mirage is using ramp to walk up and seek the duels. Whenever they were seeking those duels on ramp, m0NESY would shut it down, Malts would shut it down, and then they had to rethink, what do we do then? Some late lurks coming out from Magix. They were trying to target Snax a couple of times on the B bomb side as well. That didn't work out either, so it wasn't necessarily at fault for Chopper not trying to change it up. It was just that whatever they did try didn't really work out. And I want to give more credit to G2 for shutting down the entirety of the map instead of just saying that Spirit called a bad T side. It probably was a bit of both.
I really do feel like G2 have been so lucky, though, by getting mobs. I mean, it's just such an insane pickup to get a guy from the Americas region that was overlooked by so many organizations, such as Liquid, such as Complexity, and then they just say, okay, wait, this guy can beat us, this guy can shoot against us. Like, G2 is shooting harder than any other team right now. I really couldn't pick a single one and say there's more firepower on this roster with G2, and I'm not even including Snax. Like, it could be 4v5 and it's probably still more firepower.
You're obviously an expert from that region. What was the sentiment when you saw that Malbs was being picked up by G2? It kind of made sense for you, even though he had to switch to some roles that, you know, for the time being, maybe aren't his favorite.
T side seems to make sense. CT side, they just threw him to the Wolves. They put him in anchor spots, and you know, he's keeping his head above water. I think he's got a 1.09 roughly on CT sides for the last handful of months. Like, that's pretty darn good. It's not a star performance, but like, that's actually in contention with some of the best anchors in the world, and he really didn't even play a lot of those spots, with the exception of, I guess, of Ramp on Nuke.
Make no mistakes, Malbs was obviously signed to better G2 from the moment he came into the squad, but he was also signed as a replacement to NiKo. I think the G2 management, and NiKo for that matter, probably knew he was going to leave at some point. So you're installing Malbs into the lineup, you're giving him a sense of what it's like to play in G2, what it's like to play at these big stages, and then for 2025, you will take significantly more responsibility on the server once NiKo is gone.
Well, G2 1-0 up in this coveted best-of-5 grand final live from Singapore. Anubis awaits on the other side of this break. Love getting to see a bit of the legacy side of Snax. I think people forget just how present he has been for so many iterations of Counter-Strike.
I think Maui would label it as cultural impact back in the days. He was one of the guys that you hated playing against the most. He would always be in the smokes, he would always be finding a timing versus you, and he would have real impact on the server. I know we're memeing a bit today about Snax and his lack of impact, his lack of fracking abilities, but back in the day in 2014, 15, 16, I remember one of the players that was probably the hardest to play against. So he has been a superstar for many, many years. He's not anymore, but he still has his right place here within G2.
He won the major 10 years ago, and after 10 years, he's still competing at the big stages, and he's about to play maybe a major that, you know, is going to shape his legacy in CS2 as well.
And still taking down some teams along the way. Of course, taking down Team Spirit in the first map of this potential 5-map affair. We're going to be moving on to Anubis, Mari. This is the choice of Spirit, and it's been a frequented map between these two familiar foes.
Neither of these two teams have the best win rate on this map necessarily, and for whatever reason, Spirit felt like they identified a weakness in how G2 want to play it. That being said, they lost it earlier at this tournament. Yes, we see the scoreboard from the second day of the World Final where it was G2 that got the better of them in overtime. Really even bout, 7-5, 7-5 to kick things off, but G2 ran away with it at the end of things. And I do want to point out, I mean, Malbs has already started off this series well. He was very instrumental in delivering this victory for G2. The way he was just kind of going between canals and A main on that T side, I mean, the Spirit really had no answer for him.
I'm very curious to see how well prepared G2 are coming into this map, because we did see Spirit play them already once in overtime. We also saw Spirit play it against FaZe in that final, where there was, quarterfinal, where it was a very close game going into overtime as well. So in terms of Spirit having to, you know, come up with new ways of playing the default, coming up with new ways of throwing out strats, everything has been laid on the floor in front of G2, so they can research their way into everything Spirit potentially can do on this map. So if I'm G2, I would feel very well prepared coming into Anubis, and I think that could be a bit of an issue for Spirit.
I think on Anubis, especially in that overtime, there was one man, you see it on the screen, Monesi, that delivered 4K. That was probably the highlight of the tournament. I think that propelled them into, you know, winning that map and closing out the series 2-0, because after that, he was absolutely bonkers when it comes to communication. He hyped up the whole team, and it was just generally nice to see how much of an impact one simple play, well, I say simple, but it's really Monesi, so one simple play gets going for a team like G2.
Well, he makes it look easy, right? Can we talk about the side that G2 are going to be starting on? Going to be the T side of things they've chosen to be starting on this. Tell me a little bit as to why maybe they chose to start on this side, Maui.
Well, I do feel like I just, last time I watched them, loved how Malbs was defaulting, the way that he was never caught off guard, because Spirit threw a couple different problems at him, trying to push through the canals, trying to push through A main, and he was doing such a fantastic job. On top of that, I think Hunter has his lurking potential just unlocked on this map. He's so good when it comes to picking apart the players on Spirit, and so he's kind of a bully too. And so when you have Malbs, who's kind of flirting with disaster on one side of the map, along with Hunter on the other side, feeling enabled himself, it's just, you never really know what's coming on this for Spirit side.
Keep an eye on Nico. He will be the first point of contact in a lot of the rounds in middle, and guess who his counterpart is on the other side of the defense? On Spirit, it's going to be Dunk. Those two are going to go head-to-head in an awful lot of duels on this specific map of Anubis once more. And last time around, we did see Nico struggle a little bit. I will argue that Nico has a great idea of how to play the entry department in middle. He's often getting a lot of help from teammates in terms of utility, but one of the few maps where Nico arguably finds the least impact out of all of them when you compare them to Inferno, Mirage, etc., is on Anubis. So I'm curious to see if Nico have learned anything, or he's found a way to deal with the Dunk Show.
To shift the point to Spirit, I want to keep an eye out, for example, for Zontix, which was having amazing game against FaZe, especially on the map of Anubis, and then Chopper, who was delivering big time when it comes to multi-kills, pushing Team Spirit to win actually the Anubis against FaZe.
One thing Zontix did on that Anubis game on the T side as well was that he was so good at feeling out when he could walk in towards the bigger bomb side, so to speak. He would always try to find a timing. He wouldn't be dared of walking through the smokes. He wouldn't be dareful of going in for the head-to-head duel, and we saw him succeed with that against FaZe a couple of times. I am once again curious if Zontix, have that, I guess, confidence in order to do that once more, because if you can walk into a free bomb side, which he did a couple of times against FaZe Clan, that's already a couple of rounds in the back of you, and that's raw impact coming in from Zontix.
Tell me a little bit about how the anchoring side's going to be working. Obviously, you've spoken a little bit about Malbs and his kind of impact. It was more so kind of on the T side of things last time these two teams faced off. What about Zontix on the antithesis? Where is he going to be kind of moving around this map?
If I'm not mistaken, I think Magix is over towards A and Zontix is on B for this one, or switch that, swap that, sorry, actually. Zontix towards A, so he's going to be actually defending against Malbs, who again, just like, he wants to exert pressure. He wants to fight actually towards that side of the map. And that's the thing that's so scary. Again, it's so scary about G2 is that because they just have so many pressure lurkers across their team, it's really putting a lot of burden on both of their lurkers in Magix and in Zontix.
Well, gentlemen, we are almost ready to be getting this show on the road. Anubis between G2 and Spirit.
Well, Singapore, here we are. It's the last ever Blast premiere, and even though it's our first time here, it's been an honor the whole way through. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, the beauty of this, of course, a best of 5, is that we're going to get some Counter-Strike tonight. But Singapore, you never know when this best of 5 comes to an end, so make sure you soak it up. Every step of the way, every kill, every frag. You've been a fantastic crowd, world class, literally. And remember, the world is watching. So you put Singapore on the map tonight. And these players, they'll provide another map of action. Make some noise. We're going to Anubis.
The head-to-head that Maui just brought up is going to be a key one. Zontix, he's been getting better at figuring out these new problems that everybody's been having on this side of the map. Spirit have had a lot of reps on Anubis at the moment. m0NESY takes out Dong to kick things off, though. They're trying to play free, and on both sides of the map, that's what you want to see from Spirit as well. But G2, will this just be another pistol, another notch in the belt?
Well, they split them back on Mirage, so Spirit showing that they can go toe-to-toe. Got a decoy on Snacks. Keep your eyes out. Yeah, that'll fool them. Decoy and a flash over towards A play. CT's trying to peel out of that bomb site to help out Magix, who raises the flags. Caution inside B, but he does a great job of actually not only getting his kill and then disengaging, and he does it without using his util. So check out the nades here for this CT retake.
It's viable.
It's enough of a buy that looks good. And, well, they've got one still inside Temple as Zontix goes back to check. Look at this late lurk from Snacks, though. I mean, he's all the way back in the river as we start to get this retake moving forward. So now he's called into the action. A frag grenade onto default that does no damage. Hunter fully blinded by that flash, so util does indeed make a difference. Can Malbs. Last bullet, and he gets his second. He's looking for a little bit more. 2 kills in, and he's done a great job of keeping them back, but 3 kills out of Malbs. He's not sure where Magix is at. But it doesn't matter. It's a quad from Malbs.
Hell yeah. Malbs top of the board over on Mirage. Continuing that here on Anubis. You know, there's a lot of star players sucking up all the air in the room, all the conversations around them. Malbs quietly here. I mean, he's got explosive rounds too. It's not that he's not stylish. It's just impossible. It's impossible to take space and get people's attention when you've got Nico and m0NESY on your team. He's still managing to do it, man, with a big smile on his face too.
Go ahead, brother. Lap it up. A literal dream come true for any Counter-Strike player to get the call from G2. Imagine answering your phone to, hey, would you like to be teammates with Nico and m0NESY? I know you've never won a trophy, but you just whooped our ass at Pro League. Yeah. So here's your golden ticket. Outstanding stuff.
To be fair, one of the best ways to do scouting.
Sure.
They beat us.
Now Malbs working around, trying to find that contact. CT's nothing they can do about this one. They're going to try with their USBs to pounce into the bomb site, but as you would have expected every day of the week, this is a G2 conversion. Another pistol round. So convincing, these pistols, and so important as they continue to convert them time and time again.
Yep, guaranteed, man. I mean, emotionally, it's tough. You got to be, like when Spirit won Kato earlier this year, it was every game started off like 5-0 in their favor. G2 right now versus almost every single matchup, they don't lose pistols. They literally start every game fast. We're talking about MR12, or pistol rounds can mean 4 to 6 rounds in the beginning of each series. So like, that's basically, you're basically halfway there. You get both pistols, you're halfway there. So it takes the edge off. Yeah, and it's RNG for some people who regularly split pistols or get below 50%.
For the noobs, you mean?
Yeah. A layman.
Zontix getting ready to lay into them if they decide to push through this, but a couple smokes. Util doesn't like the pressure. I like that he doesn't take that risk. Felt like there were multiple players coming and he pulls out in time, but now here comes that flurry of Util over top. Zontix picking up with multi-kills this week, but Nico does it better. Manages to cross over to the fountain. It's a triple. Nico straight up takes this A site.
Yeah, his Mulb's impression right there. 3 frags with the Galil. That was actually perfect. Protocols from Spirit, man. That attack was amazing from G2. They come forward into A main. They make sure to flash Zontic's back. He goes to the pillar, but we still have this round live at the moment. 2v3. Spirit think they can still win it. Maybe G2 drop their guard if Spirit.
Yeah, right. Even without a kit, there's still some time. Sure enough. Oh! You think that they had this, but Hunter down in between. He's
no, they can't find it. Whoa!
Magics with the late retake. They had a false sense of confidence.
Yes, they did. They did. That was so quiet from Spirit, and it was 2v3. It really didn't seem like
they had really convinced themselves they took enough.
Yes.
But you sit in your sight and you hide, and Donk comes knocking. A triple from Nico, not enough.
This is a 3v5 to get the bomb planted. A 3K entry from Nico, and then a 2v3 retake. A series of unlikely events happening here for both teams. But one you could say is more important for Spirit. Ooh. What caught your attention?
Just the fact that went down so early. That we get, kind of G2 letting their foot off the pedal. A team stacked to the brim with talent that confidently played across all of Mirage, and that was one of those where it's like, have they been lulled into a little,
I mean, even I was. It was
even a half second to false confidence costs them.
Oh, not bad.
And they can come back in sharp, of course. So with guns all ready to the 4v3, you can forget about that so quickly if you pull this one off. And with a Snacks trade frag inside of Dark, it looks very likely.
Going 1 for 1 for 1, but if Zontix finds a timing, then who's actually up in this spot?
He's looking for it, and he's gonna get one back turn to him. Snacks can't turn fast enough, so we go back to the even keel. We talked about Chopper's impact on Anubis in their last match, but he was nowhere to be found on Mirage.
So they failed to split the defense, and Zontix is taking a swim up canals.
Step it up, Chopper. You are on your own. You've got Mulbs and Nico about to entry with the smoke over towards long. Nico just tiptoeing his way in. And it's perfect. His time to kill instant. Zontic and G2 can forget about that lazy post plant because this one's theirs for the taking. 3-1.
You could feel the swing coming from Nico. He knew exactly where Chopper was going to get into. If you give him enough space, Chopper was calming. He's like, hey, get here whenever you can. I hear both of them. I know that it's going to end be in just a few seconds.
A little mistake in the round before. Everybody sits up a little straighter for that one.
Yeah. And instantly into the double Mac 10 buy because they know exactly how much money Spirit have, and that's nothing.
Easy read. Certainly money to be had. Also mistakes to be made, right? We've got that 5-7 on Donk. We've got Shiro with the Deagle. And we already saw what happened on Mirage with the Donk quad kill.
And G2 keep playing like this. You know, when they back at the fall final, it was such an unlikely victory, I think. Snacks was definitely not comfortable at all at that event. And that grand finals, you know, he wasn't playing his best at this tournament so far. I know the funny stat is the 40 maps in a row, no positive KD, but he's definitely looked better. He's got more better rounds, you know, it's more like impactful overall.
I mean, he posts the 2K in round 12 back on Mirage.
Yes.
Wins one of those rounds for G2 when the half felt tight.
Playing clutch situations better.
And we talk about those 2 retakes on A site when he takes a very long road, but the timing's still there. You know, and
we were there casting the fall finals. That grand final, he was pushing through smokes untraded. He was gifting these rounds.
No, I mean, you can talk about his individual level over all these years. Remember how long his career has spanned at this point?
Yeah.
But if there's one thing that maybe he's held on to, it's these, you know, meticulous late round decision making.
That's what he was known for, sneaky beaky.
So he's still got a little bit of it left in him, and now he's surrounded by stars. Pistols in this one end up doing nothing. Doesn't look like they'll get a single frag, and not to mention, we talked about the Mac 10s. They have made a ton of money here. Snacks using it well. That's another one fed to the SMGs. So 5 alive, extra cash. This is a hot G2 start.
Definitely. I think G2 feel in control, man. They feel in control. Things have been going well. Mirage was actually a very difficult map to win. If you run that back, it was quite close. There was a lot of clutch moments. You had big rounds out of Spirit. He actually already did.
Yeah, he did. Right,
but that's what happens when you
finals.
start apologizing. Now you got to apologize for apologizing, and then you got to apologize again. Apology, Snake.
Emphasis on the snake. Good kills from Snacks, making sure this one goes down nice and smooth. You can see G2 having a good time, laughing it off, and I think that's a real full reset from that hiccup, we'll call it, over on the A site. That was a scary sign at the start of it, but 4-1, tons of money. We get the guns back in from Spirit, so let's see what this CT side has to offer. Let's see who steps it up. It's a colder start from Shiro, who's been just so omnipresent in some of the most important of moments for Spirit this week.
Something tells me Snack's going to break this negative KD streak today.
It feels like it's tonight. It really does. 6-2. That's a great start. This could be the one. Donk from Platt, pressured by Util, but easy. Him and Magix just cut the first two front runners off. Malton's Mac 10 betrays him, but here comes Snack.
The only one with a kill. Snacks.
Yo,
another.
Shiro, that's insane. Tries to slide out through the fire like that. So Snacks with a 2K opens up a door.
No, they can actually go.
They can leave.
They found the Narnia exit to the other side of the map, the warp portal. And this is all due to Snacks' frag, and he looks like he doesn't want to stop just yet. Here, I mean, they should just be hightailing it. 2v3 is fine. Now they've just noticed it. Spirit are extremely nervous.
Worried about a rotate from A, but little did they know, Chopper had actually taken the long road and was just right behind them. Bomb is going to be planted. Is the cover good? Zontix arrives a little bit before his teammates, and on his solo peak, he gets half this job done. Monacy into the clutch with an AK, not his op. And the first shot rings out with no contact. Peeks back to heaven, single frag, all he gets. And what do you know, Spirit still able to move over, able to clear them out of this. It was a great opening, made possible by Snacks, and I would go as far to say, really made possible by a wild move from Shiro.
Yeah, trying to get that refrag. I mean, if he did, there's something, but through this Molotov.
That's a crazy swing.
Yeah, that's true. Really just wanted to rush the situation.
Shiro rushed the situation.
Snacks is carrying.
I'm sorry, what'd you just say?
Snacks is carrying. Snacks is carrying. Spirit did just win the round, but despite Snacks' best efforts.
Monacy going in for the boost. There's a lot of responsibility on Chopper when it comes to the mid play for Spirit on Anubis, but again, didn't perform back on Mirage, absolutely delivered versus FaZe on this map. There was a lot of Chopper versus Kerrigan, kind of in-game leadership, dueling it out on top middle, and sometimes, like this round, he starts it off alone. And being alone is always scary when you've got the likes of Monacy peeking over smokes to try and punish.
Hey, remember, you are never alone. Okay, brother.
I'm sure he feels alone. That's why he left. Shows a bit of presence with that util. Gets a lot of response, actually, out of G2 in their grenade usage to take over bridge, but look at that huge gap on the map. You know, we had criticism on Spirit and some of their A plays when these two members, the guys who are in place right now in Zontix and Shiro, get isolated like this.
Yeah, this is where the insecurity breeds, because right now, if you look at the map, their fog of war, it's the T's that could be anywhere. Ooh, trying to juggle grenades, but to be honest, this is
he hits that.
I mean, it doesn't kill him, but
he'll get cleared
that's
away.
enough. That's enough damage.
No chance to survive it with Hunter on the prowl.
See, that's what caused that push, was the fact that they haven't been watching mid, and it's 24 seconds. So G2, incredibly well-played round in terms of the patience here.
Still scary, though.
Not over, though.
Seconds,
they have not gotten into the site yet.
Exactly.
It's going to come down to Shiro. He could put on a clip at the moment that could shut this all down. 10 seconds. They got to rush for this plan.
He's sitting behind the cake, ready to swing. Bomb plant right there. He's done it! He's done it!
He's done it. They can't plant. He's actually won the round.
In the grass. Shiro sits back, and the round gets delivered.
Okay. Give it up for Shiro.
Yippee!
That is what's called doing your job, right? If he peeked out early and wanted to make it a multi-frag for no reason, then they could maybe trade him out and plant that bomb. Instead, he doesn't even peek out. as they're entering. He wasn't trying to find any weird timing. He's literally like delay. That's how he's like trying to, I knew exactly what I need to do right there. Drop the bomb, and it's over. Why did G2 take so much time there? They actually set everything up so nicely, but when m0NESY got that tag and they got the frag, it was 24 seconds, and it looked like they had spread the map really well, but then you're like, wait, they're not actually in any bomb sites yet. And the reason that Spirit pushed is because so much time had passed without mid control that they just didn't know what was going on, but there wasn't a position for G2 to capitalize. If they had the pack walking up mid in that spot while they were holding for that push, that would have made more sense. So there must have been some sort of dissent in the comms. People not on the same page. It happens, not the worst thing in the world. That's the first sort of weird round that I think we've seen from G2 when it comes to time.
When it comes to time, yeah, sure. But then there's that post plant as well. So these 7 rounds, you know, we've had 2 wonky moments.
That's true.
Maybe a warning sign of some shaky legs for G2 on Anubis. Nice one from m0NESY as he steps up through the fire. Nico, this is what G2 did last time after Spirit robbed a round away. They just come back in with conviction. Cover. Punishing the peek out of Donk, making sure that his start is slow.
He used to get those, you know, he would knock you down like paper. Those two frags like that was just something he was doing every round, but m0NESY perfect cover. 48 damage on him and Snacks in that moment. And now, it should be too hard to lose. G2, man.
They just can't lose to themselves.
They're so, yeah.
That's what's coming down so far on map 2. The rounds that they've lost, the 2 of them, barring Pistol, you can identify the problem. You don't need to be a genius. They can see it. That's a bomb plant.
They are so good at finding early fights here on T side. Sometimes that takes a long time, and you get E-box control slowly after some nades and mollies go back and forth. Then you finally get that one duel, and then you split B through main, or the full B, a full A attack after a default. But you don't really get that in this matchup. It's been G2 finding that raw duel early on in the round. It's not even, you know, an op or boosted in mid to fight another guy. It's on the sites, really early.
Inside the fire. And simultaneous, of course, with this kill top middle. So Chopper again feeling the heat and the pressure of the moment.
It's m0NESY, man. X Factor, yeah. That kind of sums it up. m0NESY's openings, m0NESY's refrags.
m0NESY's impact.
Yeah, big time.
Felt around the world.
No, this is his development's been pretty extraordinary, right? Starting with Alexi into Hooksy, Snacks. And the entire time, Nico, right beside him, definitely credited for helping him develop.
Maltz, not ready for that one. Zontix, he's gonna pounce on this, but no multi-frag.
m0NESY again, man.
It's a lot of bodies spotted, though, as he comes out that corner. You hear those guns rattle off from the boost. Really thrown into that pack of wolves. Poor Zontix. What's the move, though, for Spirit elsewhere?
Yeah, you can see.
Double MP9 into dark, but how dangerous is that flank with those guns?
Like you said, he just saw so much, and we've had some rounds in this tournament where G2 have not given the map a lot of respect after a moment like this, where they haven't gone back to make sure flanks aren't pushed. They just try to re-exec after a certain amount of time, and it ends up looking just so obvious, essentially, what they try to do. But here, it looks like they're going to make sure that their T's are crossed, their I's are dotted, and the map is secure once again. It also, still over and around a minute, means that they could attack the other side, and Spirit have to respect that themselves. Now, on any map, the later you go, the more vulnerable mid is. It's the most important thing in the early to mid round to hold, and for the T side, just becomes more of an attractive option later on. But as you can see, down to 25 seconds, we are getting to a spot where, once again, maybe one clip could make this happen, but who's got his back turned? He has no idea about this, yeah.
It's one thing for Shiro to hide behind Cake, but Chopper along the wall with a back turn.
This is already such a better moment here for G2, because they go for the late mid walk up, and yeah, you know, Shiro had an op and he was watching camera and they had 2 players on the A site, that's a problem, but what has been open almost every single round is
How
mid.
can Chopper justify that spot? You know, we talked about that post plant earlier from G2 when 3 players kind of got lazy.
Yeah.
That's what this feels like with Spirit's side.
I mean, for him, like, if they're not going to go ahead and also re-clear the rest of the map after spotting them a main push, then they're going to have to take some kind of risk. If he plays in the same spot that Shiro played, they're going to molly nade him. They're going to hard clear him. They won't make the mistake of coming in too late. So he's sitting there with an MP9, hoping like they played like they did earlier in this event, honestly. I feel like G2 actually really stepping up right now.
Yeah, well,
they're working harder for the rounds, which is good to see.
8 and 3. The curse could be lifted.
Curse could be lifted. True. True. Both Katowice winners. Okay, but one major.
They left the door open, and G2 absolutely pounced on him this time. This is an impressive 6-round T-side. When you, again, remember that the 2 rounds barring the pistol for Spirit were weird ones. There's a world that's 8-1, easy.
10 years apart.
Still sharing the same server. Bless Counter-Strike. M4 for Shiro, of course, last saved weapon of the last round, so Spirit limping into the 10th. We get Snacks just cruising, leaning back as Shiro tries to weaponize the one rifle. And now that it's been spotted, we'll see this shift through mid. Nico sensing that there is space to be taken, and why not? There's really not been any kind of pressure coming out of Chopper in mid. That was a key piece versus FaZe, and he has just not felt it. Neither of G2, no threat. No issue, unless Shiro finds just the perfect timing. If somehow these USPs slow down Nico, then that M4, yes, it will strike! Shiro gets 2 kills in mid. What? Guns offered over, he gets out of the off, tracks one over towards Fountain, but then he misses. And in that miss, it's a crisis.
Mobs with 3. Oh, Shiro nearly put together the sequence that wins the round, but on his main weapon, misses the key shot. A 7th for G2, disaster averted again.
Sketchy situation there for Shiro. I'd love to see how he ends up getting not just 1, but 2. They had left somebody lingering in mid to watch that smoke.
Okay, I think someone just got a knife.
Yippee! Saving the day, but of course, unarmored. A little sigh of relief there. It's not going to be added to the pile of weird rounds. It's a tremor, but not an upset. Opportunity waning here for Spirit's CT side to impress us.
Yeah, this is quickly getting away from them. And I mean, Spirit are the one team to ever reverse sweep a best-of-5 grand final. They did it, you know, no crowd involved. They did it, that boom, in Dubai. Just before the year turned. And that was all about Dong. It was a best-of-5 that ended on Anubis. This would be a step up in challenge. I will say that did show a lot of resilience, though. They just took it one map at a time. And it was versus Virtus Pro, a team that it's like chewing on granite to try to beat sometimes.
Zontics love this timing.
Yeah.
Yep, he just steps out on the nade usage.
Moment, man. Good. He's got excellent protocols, obviously.
He's had to step it up, right?
Oh my God, the amount of B main swings that they've tried this time, but
we've seen him step up into Donk's shoes when needed, and this is another one of those halves where there is slack to be taken for someone on Spirit.
We got full utility here, perfect flash, cameras wide open, but they use it to walk the cross. No one's spotting this.
They do it slowly at 30 seconds.
This is a big tactic. No, like Spirit have no idea that he tried this. Donk is about to see him. Oh.
Sees it, so he can take his time with it. He can't support A site for now, but that's all right. They've already moved to third.
Wait, he doesn't know what Nico's done.
No, he doesn't. Can he figure this one out?
It's such a weird way to
Magix
split.
is coming back at the same time. That's fine. He at least says there's the possibility that I've lost him. Meanwhile, Zontix is not able to get another kill. We go to 12 seconds on the clock, and Hunter gets killed. Magix doubles back in time. We've got 2 on the site. m0NESY 100 health supported here by Snacks. But he's got to plant that bomb. And while his hands are busy, Snacks has to cover. Over towards heaven. He'll fall, but now m0NESY back in with the gun. Don't let him towards long, and he just can't finish. Magix comes out to close this. Magix, a key piece this round.
Absolutely. Caught the Nico flank. Denied the clutch. You gotta be careful with Modesty, man. Nearly found a way to win that round. 10-second stick comes down. And you know what? When all said and done, it's 7 rounds here for G2, but the half's not over. 5-round CT side Anubis is not bad at all. Wow, this was actually such a great play in terms of the timing flash from Snacks to help Nico walk by when they could have fully threatened this split, and Nico's sort of unorthodox wrap. Good job tracking that down from Dong just in time.
Yeah, no panic. You can sing their praise for that. Magic's moving fast enough to get on both sides of that fight. Even just having to go back to deal with Nico could have ended up costing them on that A site. We see the rest of the defenders die, but another one of these B long pushes.
Yeah, they're really being adamant about getting something out of it, and it worked a little bit. What?
A little more resistance on mid this time, but Nico's not going to give a damn. Chopper has unsuccessfully, I can say that now, final round of the half, unsuccessfully held middle this map.
Yeah, this is a vulnerable position here for Zontix. He's in middle. If they ever see his name tag in the kill feed, they know that A is going to be wide open, so we've got this rotation coming in from Donk. This is someone who I honestly wanted to see playing A site, how he would play it, but right now, Bomb still on the other side of the map, and they just want to keep info here, and it's paying off. I mean, they are getting something out of it.
We had seen previous adaptations where Donk takes over mid instead, but this time it's Chopper every round, and it ends up being G2 nearly every round.
Oh, this is big for Zontix. I mean, the amount of info he's holding on to, if they don't push him at all,
he's gonna cross over.
He's got an excellent timing.
He's gonna have to drop and make sound though, but it's as the Dark player starts to move up. Snacks
didn't hear it. He didn't hear it.
Did you not hear that drop into the water? Come on now, Snacks! Comms covering it perhaps, but it's still the push in. Everybody else is ready. Monacy's gonna try to save it, but Zontix, we saw it early on. Critical positioning and a good amount of damage thanks to early util. Hunter missed no scope, SMG bounces. Bomb still has to be planted. Mob in the middle. Magic stands tall again. And Spirit will make something of a CT side despite G2's early success. couple of wild moments, but G2 not going up in flames. That's more.
Damn, I thought there was the one piece of Spirit propaganda there. Nope, ends up being more G2 propaganda. But you know what? 5-round CT, even though it was a little bit messy that one half, it was always going to be messy. That's enough CT rounds. They can still win this map, Spirit. They're looking to break the curse. Snax is on his 40 map, no positive KD streak, looking to break that today. Spirit also putting himself in a position to break their 7 maps in a row loss streak to G2. Maybe we can do 2 records at once.
Quiet out of the gate, but he's looking to hunt.
Hero. Same way G2 opened up the pistol in the first half.
There's no doubt in my mind that this T side could start to give G2 something to have to deal with. Make them work. The moment we get this big uptick between maps for Nico, that's huge, and it comes at the cost of Donk's performance as well. Pistols and G2, we were talking about it all week, but they split them back on Mirage. Can they split them here as well? It'll be harder as Chopper goes down. Hunter though, he wraps up!
Looks like no.
Shuts down the dark split, and poor Magix, who certainly delivered at times when needed, has a massive ask ahead of him. They will step forward. The brothers side by side. G2 take a pistol. How many times do we have to say it?
These guys are just too good at pistol rounds. It's unreal. Snax even got his to return from the 5v4.
Tap. Just like that from Shiro. Sent a shiver down G2's spine, no problem. Dark is closed.
I need to know if Hunter is still calling the pistols. There was a point in time when Hooksy was on the team, Hunter was calling the pistols. We learned about that. Haven't checked in. Has he just mastered pistols? Is that what's happening?
Well, you better hope so.
Go pistol IGL, Hunter.
Bit of a specialist. Spirit's pistols, not very inspiring here in the 14th round. Hunter doesn't want to be a liability, but he knows he's got Chopper done for. Poor guy, stuck in the corner, no teammates around him. We saw a stellar defense come forward from G2 back on Mirage. It was impenetrable. Sure, bomb plant at times, but not one T round picked up by Spirit. They can't afford that here again, because then we are having to discuss the highly improbable reverse sweep in a best of 5. Nico, he wants to get the job done quick. They step at him, pistols out, sit down.
Can't find the kills. Zontic's left over, he goes down to G2, 9 rounds. Nice. Oh, we're definitely coming back.
Spirit gonna have some thinking to do.
Nico 18 and 10, man.
I don't think Chopper should have to be the one to find impact, but statistically, the 2 players coming into this map specifically on Spirit, Shiro, Donk, the only ones with an above 1.0 rating. And it's just not there, and it wasn't there versus FaZe either.
Oh man, it's gotta
be better. It's gotta be now, but they're already down a man.
It's the light buy tactic, just to swing B main quickly. They have MP9s. Nico finds Chopper in the smoke. I mean, you can't catch him off guard right now.
It's one of the contrasts between these 2 teams setup. You have Chopper playing mid for the CT side of Spirit. You've got Nico there when things switch over. Who do you think's gonna have a hard time? Who do you think locks down mid and sets up Snax with ease?
This is it, man. He's 12 and 6.
From middle into the back of the A site, Snax is taking up responsibility here on Anubis. Double digits lies right ahead of him, and poor Zontix will try to flush him out from behind that bomb site, but you know Nico's gonna swing. And as he does, he dies. It gives it a slight chance, but that duo in Monacy there to shut it down. Nico or Chopper in mid?
Yes.
Who do you pick?
I know. At Nico and like Shiro and Donk obviously need to play better if they're gonna win Anubis. It just has to be them. It has to be. This is the core map in their pool. Got lots of reps on it here at the final specific. And as we reset, we've got Spirit staring down the barrel of Tech 9s.
Hope fading quick. Spirit, they need something of an X factor like that Donk 4K, but Can it even happen? m0NESY so confident. He's got Berettas out. But he's got to be careful because he's losing teammates. A Hail Mary ×2. Nothing connects. We saw immaculate off play from m0NESY on this very bomb site mere days ago. Snax not pressured just yet, but he's going to have to wait this smoke out. And when it eventually comes up, there's somebody sitting, waiting for him. Of course, Kit's on the play, no problem for that. You've got firepower across the board for G2. You'd think retake should be good. Shiro wasn't able to get his hands on a better weapon,
Can't
but
catch him off right now.
sure as hell was. And so his AK is looking to swing. Yeah, there's the quick one onto Nico. Reroutes on m0NESY, you see it. He knows.
Dude.
Victory mere rounds away.
It's not 4Ks, not 1v4s for m0NESY every round, but it is these impactful 2Ks, refrags, combat opping, opening kills, pistol frags. m0NESY, man, he is a Swiss Army knife in all of these situations.
There's one thing that I really feel has been built up in m0NESY's play here in Singapore. It's just this confidence. It's a certain bit of swagger in his step when he's pulling off these rounds, when they win them.
No, even when we watch their match versus G2, or versus Vitality, sometimes it is G2 versus G2, versus Vitality yesterday, ZywOo had some great rounds towards the end of games. You know, he was waking up a little bit late, right? But m0NESY's just been consistently incredible throughout.
I really do think that has rubbed off on him from playing next to Nico. You sit down next to Nico, who we know puts his heart and soul into every single round of Counter-Strike.
You could even argue the reverse stats. m0NESY gives him life too, you know, longevity and hope. Without that pair, you know, they wouldn't be sitting on 2 victories this year. There's such unlikely tournaments to be able to win, and it's just because they're sitting next to each other as 2 top 5 players in the world.
For now.
Yes, I mean, it's, you know, the ephemeral duo, the one that you didn't think would break up or expire, but in the time that they played together, have already done incredible things. Kato, Cologne, Blast World Finals, Blast Fall Final.
Nice timing. Zontix kind of scares Snax for a second. Nico is met by utility, and how far back does he want to go? This Chopper, 3 kills, 14 deaths, continues to be used as the tip of the spear in mid. It's a quick reroute though, down off the bridge. Taking up a position in dark will be Donk, and then we get that 3-player setup outside of A, so 40 seconds. Spirit playing down time somewhat. We had seen contact offered by Snax to Zontix, but now that op pushes so much closer. m0NESY is going to be in a critical position as this execute is very light on nades, but the flashbangs could still find their marks. Or do they try to come in more unannounced, right? Zontix just creeping in, and they're not ready for this. Snax's head gets taken off. m0NESY turns over to trade, and then the Heaven player kind of drops it. And then Chopper's able to trade. So it's a single frag from m0NESY and a missed chance out of Nico.
They don't have a molly for Heaven. They've got to just walk up.
10 seconds on that clock as Shiro
Nade's
gets the bomb down. Nade, it almost kills him. 3 health makes the difference. Nico, Hunter, side by side.
And they
the
can
Kovacs brothers having to do this alongside one another.
They don't know where Donk is.
He's coming in late from mid with Magix, both of them on the same approach, and Magix much more low. Bomb on the other end. Tap back behind the cake. Will they let their guards down? No!
Nico!
Stands tall and slays!
That's amazing awareness. They knew no one peeked from main. They were wondering where he was. They went for the double take on camera. They were correct. And they win another round, another close situation. If you want to talk about winnable situations for Spirit, this was one of them, and there have been many. It's not as if they're blowing 3-on-2 situations consistently, but they are losing all the 2v2s, all the 3v3s.
There's simply no X factor tonight. We've seen it in Singapore.
Yeah, the kill.
Spirit brought it to the table. How many Shiro clutches do you want to talk about?
He'll say everything. Everybody positive on G2. Everybody positive on G2. And if they win this round, Snax breaks the streak.
Dude, Mob's just overflowing with confidence. This play all the way down water and nobody there to try and stop him. Spirit have limped into Anubis. Dare I say it, limped into this best of 5 grand finals. They're kryptonite. as G2 put on a masterclass, and this head-to-head stays so incredibly lopsided.
7, 8, and 9 maps in a row that G2 have over Spirit if they win this one.
At the start of Mirage, we talked about maybe Nico kind of
It's going to be Spirit saying
aura.
Nobody beats Spirit 10 times in a row.
Talking about how Donk was going to get a map over top of him, how individually in that first half, the head-to-head looked like it was Donk's night. Well, Nico has other ideas here on Anubis. Monacy holds his angle. We have to announce the close approach. But I will say Spirit have been tricky. And they have played down this clock, and they'll do so yet again. But Chopper, empty-handed all map long, just gets caught standing in the doorway. About to finish this map 4 and 16. A total contrast to what he provided on the last Anubis. A huge talking point from Ardes, and a well-played peek out of Snacks. Call that the last nail in this coffin, because Anubis could not be more lopsided. Shiro, the lifeline. We talked about his clutches, but this time doesn't even plant that bomb, and the confidence spills over. G2, 1 map away from a championship in Singapore.
G2 hungry to put on a clinic tonight and looking to close this best of 5 in 3. One more map separates them from lifting that trophy, and once again, Jacob, it was a clinical CT side to make this look like it was all going in G2's favor all map long.
A very scary looking G2 right now on the stage, giving handshakes out to the management of G2 as well as they will leave the stage. As you said, every single player from G2 in this game had a moment where they were the difference maker, and as you can see on the scoreboard, our boy Snacks, who's been a point of conversation for a long time, had a very impactful game and a very strong game as well. Right now, G2 is looking like a team that is about to take this final 3-0, and you can hear the crowd as well. He's ending his streak of 42 games not going positive KD, and he's doing it in style.
Wow. I'm so thankful I apologize. So glad.
My turn.
He did it. He did it. Honestly, 42 games? Okay. That's the answer to the universe. Those that know, Freya.
If you know, Stiko.
Absolutely. I mean, it is so good to see Snacks coming back like this. At the final as well, best of 5. Second map, and he's delivering. You can see that majority of these kills were actually, you know, when he was taking a lot of space with Mac 10. Yes, some were, those were eco, but he had one round actually in particular where he was going, yeah, this is one, where he was opening B side completely by himself, and eventually it got into a clutch situation which they could have won. But, you know, all in all, Snacks, damn, this was a really good performance.
I'm so glad that it finally did end, and at the pinnacle point that it could in a best of 5 grand final. But we have to give flowers to, I mean, we could basically give them to every single other member of the G2 squad, but of course, Nico shining brightly. And we know the extenuating circumstances, Jacob, around Nico right now in G2. Allow me to get emotional for a second. This could be the last time we see him in a grand final in a G2 jersey.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that we ever get to see Nico on a stage in a G2 jersey again. Obviously, with the major coming up and with G2 playing like this, it's likely to think that they will be part of that major playoff, but no guarantees at all. We've seen worse things happen coming into those big tournaments, high-pressure moments. If anyone were questioning whether or not Nico is committed to G2 and still committed to winning tournaments and doing his absolute best, I hope those fools out there are thinking to themselves, I never should have thought that.
I feel like G2 and Nico on this map in particular just knew they were so good to win in so many of the different spots on the default there. The fact that Nico in so many situations was able to trade, but not even just these kinds of rounds where he's multi-fragging, but when he's going into middle, knows that it's his counterpart in, Chopper? Come on, like that's not even fair at that point. So Nico was taking so much space so well, and on top of that, good late round from him and Hunter to close things out. I feel like he's just the complete package. He has been, for so many years, the best rifler player in the world. Donk's giving him a run for his money this time around, but I think Nico is coming back with a vengeance in this series.
Allow me to add an extra layer to the praises to Nico. We said coming into the game that last time they played on Anubis, Nico was having a strugglesome game. He didn't find too much impact. He was being shut down from time to time in middle. And then he comes into this game, and that's the thing I want to praise about Nico. When do you ever see him play the same team or the same map 2 times in a row without rethinking what he did the last time around and then come in with more impact? That's a clear sign of class, the fact that he's able to localize his own weaknesses, be like, okay, last time I played Anubis, I did X, Y, and C. That didn't really work out. I have more tools in the toolbox. I can also play it in, a lot of different ways and in a lot of different fashions in order to find more impact, and that's what he does. You never see Nico have 2 bad maps in a row, and that is one of the clearest signs of how strong he is at coping with it.
That was a question that I did want to pose to you, Stiko, because obviously last time around we did cover that Spirit versus G2 game in the group stage. G2 did come out on top, but it wasn't without Donk making Nico bleed at points. Did you see him adapting, overcoming in this map anywhere in particular?
I think that Nico Donk matchup in this map wasn't as strong as previous one, and it is attributed again to the point where middle player with was Chopper, and particularly for that first side as well. Like Nico was floating around the map a lot, and he was looking for different duels, and yeah, it's just natural. He was at the right time, on the right place most of the time, and it was just, I feel like, reading the game. He was always impactful, and you cannot really get 140 ADR by just playing your spot. You will have to move around and try to duel multiple people at once throughout the round.
Obviously, we're singing the praises of G2 a lot, off of the back of what has been another stellar CT side. But Jacob, that wasn't to say that the first half wasn't at least a little bit competitive.
No, and that's what I want to point out with round 7 right here. It wasn't the most flawless game or the most flawless start to the game for G2. You see it right here in round 7. It was still a competitive game. It's still Spirit having a decent shot at making this game competitive. Shiro is now playing this position with 12 seconds left. G2 is maybe a little bit nonchalant in the way they're attacking this bomb site, allowing themselves to run the clock down to a point where all Shiro has to do is kill the bomb planter. And that's exactly what he's doing. You could see on Shiro right there in the player cam, he was screaming to his teammates, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. As you can see right here, I've done enough for that. I thought at this moment when he made it 4-3, listen guys, we're going to have a competitive game. We're going to have a game where G2 is not going to play flawless Counter-Strike, where Spirit can still fight back. But this is the last moment in the game where I actually believed the Spirit could do that, because from this point and onwards, it was G2 all over.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the story as we moved on into that second half. Now, you might be able to see, just behind me over here, Magix is still staying in the booths to be practicing. We obviously picked your brain a little bit about this, Stiko, in matches gone by. Maui, do you have any takes on when a player chooses to do this in a grand final, evade that team talk, stay and try and get your aim back on point?
Hey, I don't want to be rude to a legend, but I mean, the one guy that I feel like did this the most was once Get Right was on his downfall, okay? I'm just saying, hey, I'm just harking back to what I'm remembering throughout history, and okay, just practice. He's just practicing nades. Smokes. He's not even practicing warming up. He's just doing nades. Okay.
He's a support player.
Oh, okay, okay. Hey, we did notice actually on Mirage there was one round where he actually missed a couple of smokes, and so, hey, if you need to take this time, take the time. Like, okay, because those smokes that he missed actually did mess up the whole round and all the progress. Like, he missed a window smoke, he missed a jungle smoke. Like, yeah, Magix, get in there. Hit the smokes. Hit the smokes.
You liking this one, Stiko?
I mean, obviously, I found myself sometimes before the game where we especially run some strat that we didn't prepare necessarily for the event, but we created it as the event evolved. Special counter to the team that we were playing specifically is some kind of a smoke pattern that we are not used to. And maybe if I'm tasked to throw that smoke, I better be sure that it's hitting before the game starts.
I just love the mentality. He's having fun with it. He's playing to the cam and still in the game. And despite being down 2-0, they've been there before Spirit, so he's still having a good time.
Pimp, would you want your whole team though to walk away with you? Wouldn't you want all 5 of your guys to just go out with you? Like, I understand that he's practicing nades, but what about the team huddle? What about the camaraderie there?
I've made my opinion on that pretty clear throughout this tournament. Yes, I think it's better to have everyone out there, to synergize, to have the conversations, to add in. I will say there's different players who have to be there, and there's certain players who maybe can allow themselves to sit around. Magic's not the most vocal player, not the secondary caller within Spirit, so you can allow him to maybe sit around. But let's say that Nico is having a rough game and he wants to aim his aim up, coming into the second map. That's never going to happen. He's going to be part of those conversations. So it's different rules for different players.
Production have just given me some insight that he was out for a few moments with the team, did come back earlier than the others. So we can see him exiting here just after this map. But yeah, chose to come back early. Maybe that was a call from some of the other members of the team. Who knows? Let's wrap up the conversation about the second map of Anubis, though, and talk about some more individuals on the side of G2. Malbs, obviously, your homeboy, Maui, he showed up once again. I mean, he's really igniting in this grand final, and it's the perfect time to do so.
Oh, his entry pathing towards the A bomb site itself, that was fantastic. Every time it felt like he was going for any kind of play, there was a trade that was in mind at least, and you could see how well he's slotting into the system, and we've already talked about it. He's being molded to be the next star player on this roster, and yet he has some of the dirty positions right now, and still finding just disgusting impact. Like, so many times he is so swift on the trigger. There were games in the first matchup between these two where he was out rifling Shiro on the off. Like, he is so ridiculously fast. It legitimately on other people's screens, if you watch their POVs against Malbs, sometimes it looks like he's moving and shooting, but he's just so quick and precise with his mechanics.
And as I have to say, again, we are keeping repeating throughout the tournament, but the impact on his pistol rounds are actually pretty damn insane. And I think only reason that first map was rather close when you look at the scoreline was because Spirit was finally able to get the first pistol round on the board for Anubis. They lost both of them, and it wasn't even competitive.
He was the one question mark coming into this grand final. He'd been a little bit up and down in this tournament, maybe haven't had the best of times so far. On map number 1, he was fantastic. Map number 2, he finds impact as well. Right now, to me, he's the difference maker in the sense that we know what we're going to get from m0NESY. We know what we're going to get from Nico. Malbs is always a bit of a wild card and the X factor. And when all three of them are playing well at the same time, as you said, who on earth can beat the firepower of G2?
Allow me to look into the, slightly more distant future just for a moment. Obviously, we know with Nico's departure, we are presuming that Malbs will then just slot into his positions, right? You still want to see him do that with the next iteration of G2?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it always depends on what the market looks like, though. I think that's the one question here. I would love to see that. I feel like his skill set is perfectly suited to slot in for exactly all of the spots of Nico, even played most of them on his last roster. At the same time, what's available? If it's a Frozen type player, maybe not. Maybe that guy would take take his position. Or if it's like a Yimpat, well, then you can take Malbs out of those spots. So I think you have to see to believe.
I want to add another layer to that, because if you take Bit as an example, within Na'Vi, a lot of people were questioning why is Bit playing the anchor role, because his skill set would also fit a player like Nico's type, right? The snappy aim, the control, the map control, the fact that he's running around and being very snappy, that proves the skill set. But there's another layer to that. That's communication. That's dictating the pace. That's calling the players around you. Do we believe that Malbs have the communicational skills and the know-how in order to take over Nico's performance and take over the responsibility that is currently on Nico's shoulders in those positions? That's something he has to learn with time. I'm not saying he can't do it. Obviously, from a mechanical point of view, he can take over those roles, but that's not enough. You heard Blade say it as well. Bit cannot play the roles of Imma, even though people were calling out for that, because he can't communicate as well as Imma. The same could be the case for Malbs and Nico.
Now, just on the flip side of things, Deco, emotions on the side of Team Spirit is something we've been talking about a lot. So far, up until this point, Shiro has been absolutely lapping up the crowd, been playing with them, been shrieking like a little girl. Now, we see those frustrations coming through. Is this a worrying sign?
This was Team Spirit psychologist that we seen on the talk there between himself and Shiro, and I have to say that, well, they've been looking different so far this final, and it comes down to, again, what we were saying. As players feel on the server when it comes to individualities, that's going to reflect in the, body language, the screaming, the energy they're putting out. And to the degree you can make it consistent and kind of fake it till you make it, but so far we haven't seen the same energy coming out of Spirits compared to the semi-final we've seen yesterday.
To me, that looks like a Shiro that's a little bit disappointed. Yep. Maybe not himself, but the teammates and the communication right here. I think what he's saying, without knowing obviously, he wants more communication. He wants a little bit more from his teammates, maybe a little bit frustrated with how it's going and the lack of communication, the lack of desire to win. But I wouldn't, say by watching Shiro, it's not like his body language is negative in any way. It's more so frustrations. It's more so maybe demanding a bit more from the teammates. And then again, who can fault them? The last 11 maps these two teams have played against each other, G2 have won 10 of those. So if you're in the head right now of Spirit, if you're in the head of Shiro right now, you probably feel a little bit hard done by. We can't seem to beat G2. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I like that you bring up that he wants something. I mean, really, just in the short shot we got of him, he's doing this. And all I know is when people doing this, they want more gabagool. They want some more pasta. Where's the carbonara?
Stiko, I wanted to just pose a question to you with, that curse looming over the head of Spirit. I don't know whether you've ever been in a similar situation with a team that you just could not put to bed. How do you think that affects a player mentally when it's like, every single time you go up against them, you always seem to fumble?
It's so much pressure. And if you guys remember when actually G2 finally beat Na'Vi in Fall Finals Copenhagen, they said that no one beats G2 10 times in a row. It's a similar storyline is actually evolving here between G2 and Spirit, where G2 are kind of handing the good beating towards Team Spirit. And I honestly think that the pressure is definitely seen because Hunter, as soon as he made that statement, you can feel that the relief that he had off of his shoulders. And I think it's slowly building up on Team Spirit's side.
Well, slowly and steadily, hopefully for Team Spirit to be battling back into this one. And they're gonna need to do it quite fast, however. Dust 2 is awaiting as our third and potentially final map if G2 have anything to do with it. Last chance saloon if Spirit hope to pull off the reverse sweep, a rarity in best of 5 grand finals, and a chance for G2 to be closing this one out flawlessly. Maui, it comes down to Dust 2. That has been the choice of G2 as the third map in this series, with Spirit starting on the CT side of things.
And G2 have been looking brilliant on this map, Freya. The victories over Vitality, 2 in fact, Na'Vi, Spirit themselves. A weird loss to Heroic, but we know that G2 weren't themselves in Rio. So I'm going to discard that one and just look at the bright side here. G2 are simply dominant on this map on the T side. It's one where the simplified playbook, given the nature and how familiar we all are with the map, plays into Snax' skill set, where he's able to intuit what he wants to do in the mid-round with much more precision than he does on some of the more complicated maps.
It's very hard right now to find an argument as to why G2 wouldn't be able to take this final 3-0. I agree with you, I echo with the sentiment. G2 are looking like a very strong force on the map of the Dust 2, especially the pacing coming in, and then again the CT side. We prefaced it coming into the game. They have the best CT side at the tournament. m0NESY and Long, Nico playing the rotation in CT spawn. It's such a strong duel. So if I'm Spirit, I'm gonna try to contest the B-bombs. I'm gonna try to contest Snax and Hunter, but we've seen them in this tournament do a pretty good job at shutting down that bomb site. So if I'm Spirit right now, I don't know where to go, which is why I'm giving the floor to Stuko right now, because you possess a skill I don't have. That is to remain optimistic even when it looks very, very dark. So tell me, how can Spirit win this game?
At the beginning of this final, I said that Spirit should be taking this. Well, I'm going to need some Hail Mary play right now from Team Spirit, I'm going to be honest. But what I have to say is that it's hard to perform when even players like Snax is out-fragging players like Dong and Shiro so far this final. I'm going to remain optimistic in a way that, well, you have nothing to lose pretty much, and if there's only one team that is able to reverse sweep at the tier 1 events in Counter-Strike, so far there's been only Spirit to do so when they were down 2-0, or 0-2 rather, against VP, and they were able to climb back into the trophy. So let's see if they can do it again, or if it was a fluke.
Well, G2 could potentially be winners after this third map of Dust 2, and you guys could definitely be winners at home if you head on over to blast.tv for the signed nameplate giveaway. One raffle ticket is going to cost you 1,000 blast.tv points, and it's going to be running until the end of this best of 5 grand final. Multiple giveaways going on at once as well, so you can enter multiple if you've got enough points over on blast.tv. Maui, I'm coming to you. I want you to sell me on this 3-0 dream, because you just said off cam that that's what you predicted somewhere. Do you have the receipt?
You heard me in the green room say it. Come on.
Never happened. Never happened.
Freya, it's time to get the brooms out. We have a sweep on our hands. m0NESY is winning an MVP right here, right now. I know we've been talking about Donk, but it is G2 all day.
Pimp, you're shaking your head.
I can't argue against it. I don't know what to say in terms of, you know, believing in Spirit winning this map. I think it's going to be G2 all the way. I think m0NESY is going to win the MVP as well. And if anything, it opens up the conversation as to who has been the best player of 2024. So I'm all for it. Give me that 3-0, give me that G2 victory, and give us hopefully a competitive but good map.
Tell me what we're expecting from that G2 T side of things to be starting things off. I feel like we could say the obvious and say m0NESY showing up and cheering on the crowd. And winning pistols, probably a likelihood for G2 at this point.
And it's also a peculiar moment where I feel like they know Team Spirit has nothing to lose, so they will bring some aggression, especially on the city side. On Dust 2, it's very much possible into the lower tunnel, into the short. You can do it, and I think that G2 is going to expect it. It's going to be very mindless. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's going to be very much game about minds and mind reading and strats and everything like that. So being passive on the side of G2 might actually pay off in the beginning.
Well, we can take a look at the odds to see exactly where they are siding, coming into what could be the last map. And yeah, agreeing with that G2 pick quite handily, Jacob.
I've been thinking quite hard for the last 2 minutes for a reason as to why. New. That's new, you know, for why Spirit perhaps could win this Dust 2 game. If there's one silver lining for me, it's Shiro with the AWP. I think on Dust 2, it's one of the few maps where he's slightly more aggressive than defensive, right? There's a lot of maps where Shiro is just a turret, where he's playing very defensive Counter-Strike. On Dust 2, he likes to be aggressive, likes to go out there and find the duels. That's a win condition for Spirit.
Well, we are ready to get the show once again on the road. Dust 2 may be the last map we ever see of Blast Premier.
Singapore, G3-0.
I think they believe. The question will be whether Spirit believe in their ability to pull off a reverse sweep. As Freya so aptly put it, a very rare occurrence in Counter-Strike, and a huge ask of a team that we saw in between maps just trying to reset mentally. right? Coach in the back, trying their damnedest. Singapore, I ask, are you entertained? 3-0 on the horizon, just 2 at their hands. Blood in the water.
Maybe you wanted it to be closer, but it's no secret that G2 are the fan favorites here in the arena. Nax broke positive. Their streak goes to 9 versus Spirit in maps. They might be able to 3-0 this damn series. What a statement that would be. G2 looking for their 3rd chip of the year.
They're not a perfect team, Spirit, but this is so lopsided every time we see it. Donk, can you do it? Isn't able to shut them down with a double kill. Zontic's back plat, pressure here from Hunter. Nice headshot. Just shaves it over top of the ledge. Chopper in the heat of battle. Players low, doesn't matter. Mobs comes in with further impact, and Magic's just trying to run through that CT spawn. Trying to get out through the smoke before this late lurk from a full HP'd Snax can do anything to help. His 2 teammates in that bomb site very low. Will it matter? Good gush. Magic's dropped down to a measly 6 health, but then Malbs actually peeks out through the door and dies. Can Snax keep the pressure up? Will they think that he has gone back tunnel? Now he has to hit his shot. He's got to come through with another clutch. He's showed us a couple. He'll try it again. And on the doors, he bringing his victim to him.
That's actually another clutch out of Snax. Another pistol for G2. Make it stop.
I say let it go.
Let it go. Keep it going. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. These guys on pistol rounds.
Three players in that B bomb site out of the gate, and it's just not enough for Spirit.
The confidence grows here for Snax.
One for Donk, none for Zontix. Couple of scouts coming out from Spirit. We saw Magic sitting down, practicing those smokes in between, not a part of that mental huddle out back. Just trying to fine-tune the gameplay. Whatever it is you need to step up here and now, that's what Spirit have to be asking each of their individuals. It has to be about somebody on this team
like
stepping
was
up.
saying, it was a mentality switch that Donk has the capability. He just needs to literally take the game into his own hands.
See if that's afforded to him.
He was great on map 1.
Yes, he was. It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
But he was great.
Yeah.
Map 2, not quite so much. This is a ton of damage. What's going on here? G2 very adamant about playing into the catwalk, but look what it's cost them.
Yeah.
Got Hunter on 2.
Careful.
30 or less for the others. And Chopper, well, he's not able to finish off those players. Monacy, the last full bar for G2 in this conversion. Something that they have been able to pull off, not just with pistol wins, but converting them fully. Because a pistol's not worth much without conversions. And they find that last piece of resistance. Poor Donk relegated alone over here on A. With that smoke in the CT spawn, they'll put another 2 layers just to make sure he can't pull off any wild scenes. You take your shot at Donk, you better kill him. And Hunter's gonna do that. Finishes him with the Glock. G2-0.
Yeah. Prophecy is foretold. Another save up here. And again, we look at the series. It's not like they can't win any of these maps, just that they haven't. They just can't beat G2. There's that amazing line from Hunter. Nobody beats G2 10 times in a row. It's Spirit in that position on maps versus G2 this time around, but it feels like it's going to be just as unlikely to be able to defeat them.
We're pulling out all the tricks of the trade, huh? Be a fun way to get him back a bit, but I think it's going to take a lot before Spirit feel like they got that mental edge shaken off. Pistols trying to prevail with the tunnel clash. Nothing here for them at all. Just going to tear him up, and G2 inching closer and closer. You know, there will be a T-side here for Spirit eventually. What the scoreline looks like before we get there is a huge question.
Yes.
But the follow-up question will be, can they win a single T round in this best of 5? 2 flat halves in the first 2 maps.
No T rounds.
And that's going to be this looming question over top of them that can only be answered 12 rounds from now.
In the second half, or they'll inevitably be playing.
3-0 start and Spirit's guns come through. Shiro on the op right away. Will not be able to find m0NESY on a sniper. It's rifles across for G2. And it's been a team that's playing with a pace and a type of tethering that looks like they're 2 maps up in this best of 5. There is swagger for G2, but them running around rampantly feeds Shiro the opening kill.
It starts with tactics, it turns into strategy, it ends with headshots. Spirit missing on the third front last map. You know the ideas are there. They have the game plan. They played these maps. G2 just have more confidence right now. G2, winners of the World Final last year, looking to make it a double.
It's a good flash that just lets Hunter know mid will not fall for free. Got to keep a close eye on Chopper as well. Rough series, to say the least. At the moment, another important position for him here in the first rifle. Waiting for their arrival. Oh, what should have got wind of that.
Looks like he kind of noticed, but it doesn't matter. Snacks clears out spawn. That's his job.
Donk high pressure. Zontix, he gets the kill that Donk sets up. Good flash into the spawn.
No way.
Blind!
Oh, now he's doing tricks.
Bomb runs over to the B site. CTs, do they take this chance? They at least clear Snacks from spawn.
But it's a staggered
retake to ask.
They're literally sitting behind a mid B smoke at the moment still.
And then if the CTs start to seem like they're getting close, there's going to be Molotovs thrown out. There they go. Both entrances burn. And with those doorways, the clock also ticks.
They want to go for it.
They're getting closer. There's a flash here. Shiro's actually going to come playing through the AK. We've seen G2 let off the pedal previously in the post plan. m0NESY and Hunter seem on high alert. They don't go. They didn't get something to really commit with. And so despite showing presence and racking up costs, it'll indeed be G2 skating through middle into the B site. A 4-0 start.
Oh, and goes down. All 5 dead for Spirit. All about Snacks here. After this, it's a 4v5 win. Great tactic to get this first kill, but then m0NESY comes through, Malps comes through, and it's the Freiburg drop into spawn, and there's a double effect here. You both show cat presence, you drop spawn, and you have a deep CT smoke that looks like it could be for a cat take. So the CTs are not only confused, but it slows down rotations. And then they have the deep CT smoke as well as the standard mid B smoke to go through. It's just that smoke is so great for both cat takes and for B splits like that. How many times will you see Chopper behind the regular mid B smoke, having it naded open because of CS2, finding a spam timing, and stopping that split?
Constantly.
Yeah.
Him and Zontix love to set up that crossfire on.
And then also, how easy is it to get cat control on T side? It's simple. It's hard to hold on to it, but it's easy to take it. So all you need is that one moment you can jump from the bricks into spawn, and you can go forward with a great plan like that. Good ideas coming out of G2 round after round.
Snacks, no hesitation here in number 5. He did get tagged down to 13 health though, so he's going to be banking on his 2 teammates that are very much here with him. Flashes have been good. Can they capitalize? Yes, sir. Hunter, there's a couple. There's a third.
Okay.
Gets him through the edge of the smoke. Alleviates the pressure, poised by pistols. Nothing here. Spirit, they choose the right position for a fight when working with less, but everybody steps forward. It's another moment where there's a lot of damage done. We'd seen one earlier, but G2 still skating by with numbers.
Yeah, they're absolutely getting outgunned just as much as outplayed. It's a mental block they've got versus this team. m0NESY's hosted those trophy before. And Spirit have a big win at London already just earlier this year. That was another special moment because we were wondering, does it continue after Kato?
It hadn't.
And they picked up that best of 5 win.
Yep, right at the tail end of the season. Right when they needed it. The first team to lift 2 trophies in 2024.
Yeah.
Felt like finally we get a bit of consistency. Donk, these last 3 players incredibly low, but unfortunately he runs out of util, so can't really keep that pressure up. That threat from Catwalk, not enough to really deter G2. But he's sticking around because maybe there is more to be had.
Yeah, you might know about the health, but it might be hard to keep track of at this point in the round. Man, G2 looking at 5 straight here on map 3.
It's not kills from Nico yet, 0 and 4, but it's m0NESY out of the gate, and that's a good sign of things to come. And where when one Kovac falls off, the other steps up.
Yeah, and it's wild, man. And G2, it was always a funny thing to say they can't win a map in a grand final. Even before that became the meme this year with Na'Vi. Nexus G2 would historically never be able to do it. Things have changed so drastically.
If only Spirit knew how sick that shot was, they would realize that m0NESY's about to put them in a world of hurt. His mechanics have been nasty this event.
Yes.
I say this event.
Yeah, all the time. Just literally all the time. I think he needs that energy. Oh, nearly off scope.
And just the swagger spin after, too. Flick of the wrist. Oh, and he goes right into it.
Shiro just walks up into him.
The gun round that Spirit had hoped for is an instant offers death. Look at m0NESY just confidently step forward into that fight. Angles held, be damned. 5v4.
No. He's got a brilliant aura right now. m0NESY doesn't feel like he can die. He has proved that to be true so far. Donk, you need to take this game into your own hands. Dust2, you've got lots of angles to play with. It's a confidence game with him. We know what that rifle can do.
Looking for seconds, but nobody is actually going to give him that. Look how scared maybe Spirit are about stepping into those doors. And G2 just happy to let m0NESY keep going. 3 players ahead of him, they let him take that helm. There'll be nobody in the sight to stop this. They're all the way up on long. I mean, you cannot stop G2 right now. This doesn't feel like Spirit have come into this third map any better off than they were on Anubis.
Definitely, yeah. G2 found a gap. Off of one single kill, they've taken over mid. There was no movement there from Spirit after they're holding on to vision, right? m0NESY was watching in the door, looking for the rotation. Nothing happened from Spirit. No flash to put him off. No one crossing. So what do? They simply go up cap. 2-2 setup. Punished, no op in play, no chance for the retake. Long control isn't enough. G2, 6 straight.
This half is very quickly evaporating in front of our eyes. I don't want to write off a team who we know's ceiling is so high, but there's a chance Spirit limp into map 3 already crushed. It's going to take somebody to step it up a notch.
Yeah, you know, when they pulled off the reverse sweep versus Virtus Pro, that was incredible because they were just basically an amateur team trying to prove, you know, that Donk was the player that they knew about. That was just becoming amazing. But there wasn't that much pressure. The expectations weren't there. That's true. All true.
Agreed.
All true. The expectations weren't there. That's the biggest change, right?
Well, expectations skyrocket as well because that was the best of 5 right before Shiro did this incredible signing and came into Team Spirit where suddenly we thought, okay, well now you need to deliver. So
yeah,
it's a world of difference between then and now.
They've gone through getting studied, playing against top teams constantly, and then winning London after that, so still showing that they could keep it up in some way, right? They did the reverse sweep, then they did Kato, then they did London, all sort of spaced out. But the tests don't stop, man. Even Vitality this year, we're looking like world's #2, the only team that can maybe beat Na'Vi, and they've missed out on their chances. Now they're falling out of the conversation. It has been cutthroat.
m0NESY.
Even G2 stealing a final away from Na'Vi. How the hell did that happen?
Something special with them.
That's how it happened.
He is a key part of all of these rounds, dude. He will die to Donk.
That's what you need to see, though.
Magic's also finding his over towards long doors. Malbs was trying to be simultaneous with the attacks. Both extremities hit at the same time. And now we're going to have to bank on somebody else to step it up. And Snacks puts himself in the perfect position.
Yeah.
And Magic's...
It was looking like a full B commit, so Magic's was thinking there is no long control because this is the farthest extremity from tunnels. Snacks very, Very smart to be watching that.
To leave that bomb site, and as he does, he could end up throwing a wrench in the works of the mid play. He finds the contact, but not the kill. Nico's still hunting his first frag of the map. After a lights-out performance on Anubis.
I think that nade kind of tells them that Donk is alone, honestly.
They're going to keep this pressure moving forward. Time ticking, of course, and Chopper's going to make a move, right?
Yeah, it's a good move.
Going to try to get into this back line, try to compromise them. They may also rotate back because we do have a T down in CT spawn.
There's one kill down, Nico.
Shiro, he's just going to hold. He waits, they step into him. It's starting to come together. We said somebody had to step up. Well, this one started with Donk getting the better of m0NESY over on B, but it's not done. Hunter keeps his head down with just enough time. Does Chopper overstep?
Oh,
almost.
Well handled.
Chopper gets one over the line, pushes it, and Spirit take their first.
That's great. I mean, we have m0NESY running through the molly to get the second kill in the B tunnels, and Donk one bullets him. If he takes any more shots to get this kill, he's gonna die. m0NESY knows he has a big chance there. I don't even think he should be that mad. He understands the round's over if he hits it. But fair play. Donk was ready.
Still though.
Also, Chopper makes another good move. The round before, we lacked the proactivity for Spirit to justify what happened, right? When the full cat take happened, it was because Spirit didn't show them any information, they didn't make any rotations, they didn't try to push anything. So it's a change. It's a change of mindset here for Spirit. That's at least a better round, but it's one round.
And hopefully that change of mindset can continue because he has to make that move, that ambitious flank, being 1 in 5 after 2 abysmal maps. But you can't become a shell of yourself, and especially when you played such a key role in getting into this playoffs run. Tidbits of utility come towards Donk, he's fine with that, no issue. There's no follow-up behind this. Sure, 1 round on this board for Spirit. It makes you believe for a moment here that they could still reclaim somewhat of this half, but we can't forget about the question, what does their T side hold?
That could be a good nade. Oh, bounces high. Slight tag. This is where they have to call in. Shiro is the specialist to watch the cross if it's going to be this split. And we talked about it before, Magix can be shrewd as a long anchor, hard to pull off his position. Malps will try to time this perfectly to dislodge him.
Lots of smoke coming over.
But they're going to try to run down Shiro from below. Nico misses the jump.
It's a bit deep. They could still swing in front of that if they decide to swing. But
They missed the timing, though.
It's the drop down.
There's no late flash because Nico failed the drop, but now they're just coming in slowly. It still might work.
Shiro's going to try to take it up, but right now Chopper's hanging on from sight. It's at least 1 for him. Nobody ever steps into Nico's crosshair despite him being on the hunt. And they want to deal with Long maybe first, this pit player.
He knows it.
Dude, Mobs is locked in. They've
Shiro
got to come
knows it.
clear him, and they're going to. Slowly, they will come clear him as their 2 teammates fixate instead towards sight. But that means the sight players don't have support. Shiro cleaning it up as Donk comes through with the kill on bomb site.
Nope.
That bomb itself at the halfway point.
No nades, Donk, only kit.
Ooh, he's got to dodge the bullet. Keeps his head down.
He has to run this down.
14 health, they spam him out. But as Donk is busy, Nico strikes. Shiro makes the difference. Magix has the time, and Spirit now have a chance.
Yeah, Donk got that kill. That was the key one. Donk also got the hard fight towards Goose. He's starting to show up. It's still only 2 rounds, though, for Spirit. At least they're back-to-back here. Good for the economy, but signs of life. This is a moment where G2 mess up their exec. Sometimes it happens. You're supposed to jump off backwards, straight from the spawn, wait for the scaling flash, and right at that corner, you peek high-low on Shiro, and you guarantee the kill. Malps also delayed long enough, as he had to, because things sort of went into emergency protocols, and it had Shiro's attention for a long time. But they eventually dealt with him. Spirit stayed calm. They let Donk work. They took care of Long. They fought hard for it. I also like the adjustment from Nico to not just sit down there, but instead just jump back up on Cat and go for it.
Make a move.
Yeah.
Don't let Hunter die in vain.
And now they're opening up.
Fight on 2 fronts. This time, look, Shiro starting to get into his groove, right? Starting to make riskier plays. You're not going to take back this half to 6-6 without keeping it up in their faces. But Hunter rips Donks off, and that's tunnels taken over by G2 with it.
Nice duel. Oh, interesting setup, though, here on Long. Is this the time that they want to go out for this?
Oh, Magix makes it happen, but
there's no way, surely.
Usually have a second player here. Meanwhile, Hunter walks out. That's beautiful. I mean, he is taking over the charts of this third map.
Yeah, no kidding.
13 frags. We didn't know who was going to do it, but if Hunter has to, damn it, he will. But making all that
the
sound,
shot gets missed.
Shiro.
He's got some time before his teammates get there, but he doesn't know how much.
Right?
Wait, is Shiro going to do this? Yeah, that's so smart from him. That is so smart.
Takes the deep peek, senses maybe that the support's not in position just yet.
And he knows they wouldn't dare peek, so he had the calculation,
And
knowing they were
like
coming back.
Starting in tunnels, making a proactive move.
Yeah, that was really, really clever from Shiro, but still in the 2v2. Chances for G2.
Chopper thinking about getting risky as he hears the climb up go over, but they put a smoke a little bit behind him. Ooh, he won't be able to stop them.
He's hoping that it was some...
He can climb up behind them or go long.
Yeah, and Shiro just here in mid behind the smoke. It's going to come down to timing with 10 seconds. Their hand is forced, but are they going to plant plat and play to that side? One clip off. Free haircut here for Chopper. Monacy in the 1-on-2. Will it be the no-scope? Nope.
He's going to go for the box jump, but miss it. Movement betrays him. He's in the cover, but he's tagged to 12. Shiro hits him, but doesn't put him down, and you have to put him down. Chopper will. Ooh, Chopper. Now we're talking about multiple rounds where Chopper's coming in with impact.
100%. And the movements are good. Again, Shiro's clever play helps make sure that it's not the B site. And when he missed that first shot, you thought they were in jeopardy. Hunter, it has been nuts for him. He's looking to take over this half, but...
That shot, that miss could have been critical. Hunter not thinking that he'd come at him like that, but Shiro felt probably like he needed to, and it's the right
Not just that, but he knows that he would never peek the door again, and he knows he's trying to delay for his teammates to come out of tunnels. It was only a matter of does Shiro think he has a time to walk back to window. First time out here for G2. Looks like we've got ourselves a map.
Oh my God, we sure do. Going to use this moment to let you guys know, of course, that the Opera GX is a browser built specifically for gamers, designed to be faster, customizable, and performance-friendly, unlike standard browsers. Gamers rejoice.
That was your John Anik moment. Let's see who wins the custody battle.
Who gets to keep donk?
Winner gets to keep donk.
Pressure out. Magix is running for the hills.
Oh, he's running. Hey, Malton. Whoa.
Somebody shot him first. It's fair. You got to stand your ground.
Everyone's coming for NA, man.
At least it wasn't Nico knifing him this time.
Yeah, true. All right, full long control. Finally, classical position. And bless G2 for not giving us this every single round. It's,
right.
They're using it sparingly, but now...
Do they time it well?
Look at the health bars. HEs actually make a huge difference here.
Sir, the rotations, they've come through, but the initial damage is looking great for G2 to bring it back. It's 2 kills first for G2. This is looking very good considering all that damage that was done earlier, and then Zontic just walks out through smoke and dies.
Yeah, no flash, nothing.
They had all the bodies on the bomb site, but G2 across the bar, sharper. Simply sharper.
Simply sharper. They were even killing themselves there. Still got away with it.
Yeah, how much of that damage that we're talking about was actually done by their own teammates? Didn't hold Mulbs back much.
Yeah, the long-range MAC-10 kill on Cat.
Zontic's trying to be opportunistic, but G2 already had their teeth sunk so deep into the flesh of that A site.
Yeah, there's one huge benefit to G2 here is there's no overthinking. Now, Snack tried to molly mid to dissuade Donk from pushing into lower tunnels. That's not a concern right now. Constantly trying to go for this pick-off.
So freely, he's usually walking around looking for this. We saw it very early. First op round for Shiro, and he's just met with that sniper down mid. I was thinking maybe the coast is clear, but in reality...
Oh, we've seen this lurk smoke before. Malbs last time didn't clear it. This time he will.
Damn right. He's got the better gun. Slams Magix against the wall, takes total long control, and Modesty seizing the chance in mid. He'll miss his follow-up, but he's got support, so he did. Donk actually getting the better of Nico. Donk back to the top of the charts for Team Spirit.
It's a perfect ISO play that allows Mulbs to actually scale now. Shiro above. He goes wide. He sees a chance.
Tough shot with the Galil versus an op.
Okay, now it's time. Zontix here in the site. Donk behind him. This duo has had trouble on B-side holds.
Yes, they have. Notably, Zontix.
These are better spots, though.
Donk looking for the first contact, but it's lesser weapons for Zontix. He will get the chance to strike them down. Great damage. Him and Gal
there we
locked
go.
it down.
You remember what I was talking about. They were failing on the chemistry when it came to those two in the site on B. This time just makes more sense exactly how they tether off of each other. Another good recovery, actually. Excellent ISO play here from Mulbs after, again, this molly to stop the B pressure. They just go for this pick off. But Shiro doesn't get caught off guard. Rotation's perfect from Donk. Everything's in place. Yeah, now we're getting solid play from both teams. That's what you like to see.
Spirit have earned this limited purchase for G2 to close out the T side. A 6-0 deficit brought back to a recoverable map. All depending on that T side. For now, m0NESY will be uncontested as he has had his way most rounds throughout this final, maybe.
Oh, we're coming in light and fast on this one. Trust me.
Crosses over. Little uncertainty as the long smoke fades, but he should have a reason to be nervous about Catwalk. Chopper's underneath, hearing all this movement. Can't afford missed shots. With a couple pistols. They now pick up that M4 off Chopper's dead body, and Hunter, this is great positioning.
What a spot.
He keeps the B anchors out of the mix. Donk tries to chase him down, but at what cost? You've already lost Chopper and Zontix. You've already lost 7 rounds on this and 2 maps in the back pocket to boot.
This is key. Snacks is right beside him. They're shoulder
Great
to shoulder.
headshot.
What a clap.
Donk wants more, but Snacks has that SMG pressed in against him, and he's got Mulbs on the catwalk to help. Shiro is the one that let them overwhelm this bomb site, so now he has to take it back, and he will fall. 8 rounds for G2. 5 from the win.
My name is James Banks.
Hi, I'm Launders. Hi, I'm Scrawny, also known as Launders Agent. We're going to be doing a dive into the last 12 months of Counter-Strike since the release of CS2.
Improvements that CS2 brings over CSGO. Some positives are obviously the graphical and visual updates we're able to see from the game. That's a given.
I think the game looks beautiful.
The color and the vibrancy of all the maps is basically not even comparable.
The graphics of the next engine is definitely a beautiful upgrade.
Looking back at old CSGO matches, it feels like we're just in a different timeline in terms of how beautiful the game is.
The smokes. Hate it or love it, I think that's actually a huge improvement that we can actually see through the smokes in the same way on both sides of it.
Being the first game in FPS history to have a frag and bullet smoke interaction is really a next-gen improvement.
It adds another depth, adds another level to the game as well.
I feel like that's the biggest mechanical change that, as a commentator watching rounds, I am still every single time blown away by the dynamic smoke mechanics in CS2. CS2 has sort of rejuvenated the community and brought everybody who's been watching for the last 10 years together for the sole purpose of making this new game good and starting a new history.
But I know there's a lot of things that people still want to see to make it better, but slowly, surely, I still believe in Valve, even if it's taken us a lot of time.
For me, the list of things that should be implemented into CS2 definitely begins with just content.
This is a very small thing, but we've got left-handed now, but rather than the stickers just be kind of reversed, give me the stickers looking good on both sides.
Bring back Danger Zone, and I'm not saying that as a joke. All the game modes that you lost when CSGO transitioned over should be brought back.
This is something I saw a player tweet, it's not really my idea, but it was about more crosshair opportunity and how you can change it. Right now we can change in 0.5 of the length, of the thickness, but maybe going in smaller increments, give you more options for what your crosshair can look like. Every person plays with a very different style crosshair. Everyone's got a different way they want to have it look. So let's give more opportunity in that as well.
My number one thing that I want in CS2 is scripting support. I want to make sure that people are supported with the appropriate tools so that they can work on the amazing community content that has made Counter-Strike the great franchise that it is.
not so much about the gameplay itself, but I would love maybe a 20-year coin added. Steam has been out for 20 years. Someone like me has an account that old. I would love if there's a Counter-Strike coin for 20 years now as well. I'd like to see the sub-tick improve, or 128 tick. That would be beautiful as well.
I think that the game and the esport itself is in a solid state. Let's make movement consistent, and then let's start pumping out game modes so that people have more things to play, because everybody just wants to play more Counter-Strike in all these different shapes and forms.
The big question is the T sides. G2 have done a phenomenal job of shutting them down in the first two maps. Not one T round won for Spirit throughout this Grand Finals. Singapore, you may be looking at the final half of your Grand Finals. Spirit may have not shown up tonight, as they always fail to do versus G2. Such a lopsided head-to-head. Can this time be any different now?
Yeah, the streak and the record you don't want to see is 10 maps straight versus Spirit in this situation. No T rounds won. So let's see if we can start off on the right foot here as Spirit attempt to salvage this best of 5.
Donk with the immediate play towards long. Mobs isn't going to give him it. Pistols, you know, that's the thing. This dire stat line, it wouldn't be so bad if pistols haven't been the specialty of G2, because their confidence has just exuded throughout this best of 5.
And Hunter, man.
There's another example.
17 and 6.
Pressuring into the tunnels.
Oh, that's a big one.
If it won't be Nico this time, then it may be Hunter to step up alongside Monacy. Man advantage G2. Spirit sat outside doors, trying to recover. That's been the tale of this entire best of 5 for them. From map to map, from half to half, trying to recover.
Oh, that's a nice shot, Snacks,
Not
man.
gonna let them do it.
That's a second. And Shiro's carrying the bomb.
Oh, he tries, but Mobs hits him with the swing. Nobody can do anything. Spirit have stepped forward into yet another T-side, and a pistol escapes them, seemingly. Donk is devilish, but at the moment he is soon to be surrounded, and he doesn't even have the bomb. How do you cross over with CT being held?
4 players watching for him, waiting every turn.
Oh, but Snacks is gonna catch him off, and Snacks is in with the impact as G2 look to put an end to this one quickly.
It's an excellent pistol round, an excellent last map for Snacks, straight up. It's looking like a new day for this man. And Hunter, it's been him all day. Dust 2. Now they're cooking. Zero T rounds. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's never happened before in a best of 5.
When some records end, new ones begin. Good interruption here from Hunter. Making sure that these blocks don't get any closer, but it is really Spirit trying to save up all they can for that gun round. If you're gonna turn around this horrendous T-side situation, screw a force buy.
Snacks has had his awkward moments on the B side as well. We talked about Zontix and Donk not finding that synergy before. Hunter and Snacks have also. But it looks like
off guard, but it's good.
This
Hunter
time will be different.
makes sure to put him down on the exit. No entry allowed. Double digits.
We'll see though when they get tested on the full rifles. That's something where Spirit have also game planned towards G2 on this side of the map, probably because of Snacks and his weaknesses of the past. But yes, it's reset. We've seen actually overly simple attacks towards that side of the map just because they know that they've got a weak target there. But G2, I think, have flew into that. And again, they don't lose to Spirit. They simply don't.
It's amazing. It's amazing they can put down a top-tier team this regularly and in this kind of dominating fashion.
I mean, Donk's had a solid map. He just hasn't had much help this time. It's, you know, changing places with these guys. They're playing musical chairs with who's top fragging. And over on G2, Nico's not in the game, so this is like the first step in the formula, and we are looking at a few good rounds in the first half from Spirit, like solid ones. The communication looked good. The frags were there. That was good individual decision-making, even from the likes of Shiro in one moment. It's just a matter of carrying it over.
Going to be no interruption this time around. G2 happy to let Spirit just make their moves.
Going back to B.
Why would you be nervous? Why would you be scared? Nothing intimidating out of Spirit so far.
Here they're going to test it.
First map was an utter brick wall of performance put forth by G2. Every player stepping it up.
Just feels like Snack's going to deliver today. He's only got the MP9 so far, but he can smell it.
They're ready to pounce once that smoke goes. But there's an incendiary still here for Snacks, and if he puts that on the ground, then Spirit are suddenly running into a very tough spot. Let's see if Chopper's attack in from middle will catch them. Sure enough, Snacks back turned. The Hunter's been lights out, and right now he's gone unchecked.
Yeah.
Shiro did this to them.
They know.
Hunter, he has to wait. He will be found, and there it is.
Oh, okay.
A flurry of kills out from Team Spirit. Dare I say it, a heartbeat.
Yes, it's a great attack. And to be honest, like, no one in G2 had any idea about a mid-B potential. They weren't watching for it. They weren't close by to help out. And even if, like, Snacks is here, there's no warning sign for him from his teammates to get vision. Basically, no help over on that side of the map. So he was hoping that they could watch the tunnels. But to be honest, if he's there watching the tunnels, Hunter's either got to have the door smoked or be watching from the window into mid-B to help him out. So they sort of had a severed connection as well.
Now they'll get a chance to catch their breath because the pressure comes to an end. You know, back on Mirage, we said Donk out of the gate was having a good matchup versus G2, versus Nico in specific, the head-to-head to his favor. It wasn't enough on Mirage. Will it be enough this time? Because he is yet again taking over at times. Donk gonna make sure the tunnels falls to their favor. Little labored on the snack spray, but he gets there. Donk racking him up. Push G2 ever closer. Magix cleans up that bomb site. All's good. Pistols will not prevail here. I was nervous for Spirit that they had been crushed, but it seems like they've got something. Finally, able to lift that absolutely empty-handed T-side stat line.
Yep.
Now they begin.
Yep, now they begin. Is the Spirit comeback possible? Everybody wants a show.
And that burden falls on Spirit to deliver it. G2 have held up their end of the bargain. Firepower all over this map. Ali instantly in with the timeout.
We haven't been talking about that much. And you got to believe that that's an incredibly relevant point at the moment. Been listening into the comms with Snacks, so we've been talking about Hallie and their conversion rate after he gets involved. And right now, T-side is the main focus. And yes, they have at least converted, but they're still looking for a streak. They're looking for the map win at the very minimum. So we'll have to see.
Don't get excited just yet.
Four-round game.
Yes, indeed. Very quickly, G2 taking over control of Long. Not enough resistance back for Spirit to make Mobs too nervous. So initial pieces start to peel back. They want to get Nico out of there. But this one's not a fast pace from Spirit. Gonna be cautious. We've already seen CTs down in lower tunnels, but as they flash around those corners, they'll see nobody's home. G2 go passive.
You know, Mobs could be a dream crusher in this situation. Any late long plays, him versus Magix on that door walkout. We saw how relevant that 1v1 duel ended up being in the first half. That's a massive mind game that takes place here on Dust 2. Donk will control the middle of the map, and G2 start off hoping that it ends in B. I like the read because you do see that Spirit will repeat plays over and over again. And when you don't see anybody crossing, they're trying to draw out information, threaten that they're pushing out, throw the mid-B smoke to see if anything happens. And they're just playing a head game with Chopper here. They want him to make the call. They say, you have no information, make the read, Chopper. You're the IGL, and look what's happening. 3 players on the site. Mid B is taking place at the moment. Bomb in the tunnels.
Hunter may have that lesser weapon, but his form is sharp.
They're going to have to frag their way out of this one.
Let's see if they can. We've got both the Kovac in position. Perfectly timed flag!
Oh, just beautiful.
Snack sets him up wonderfully, can turn over now towards tunnels to hold up his end. Hunter doing it all, but finally falls. Donk into the kill feed. Meanwhile, Nico still behind Carr. Snacks 2 assists and a kill, but it's Shiro in a clutch. You know he can do this,
Good
but
luck
no
with that.
allowed. Monacy strikes him down.
Stuffed on the cross. An amazing timing on the flash play with Hunter, but it's 2 things. It's preying on the fact that they know Spirit will repeat on the B plays just like they do on Mirage, just like they have done versus Snacks and Hunter. They know this has been a weak site for G2 lately. They also start out playing, giving them no information because the read is so strong and they know that Chopper can get it in his own head in moments like this. And Spirit nearly still fragged their way out, but a perfect timing on the flash.
Yes.
Means that it doesn't matter how many kills Shiro gets.
Timing to a T. This time, hyper aggression. Trying to force their way onto 12, trying to bottom out Team Spirit's T side. But you've got to be careful.
Yeah, but see, now Spirit are thinking, well, Chopper's going to go back, do a lap. He's got lots of time left on the clock. This is the perfect thing to do. We'll see if he wants to commit over without a teammate. That would be unlikely. Oh.
There's damage for Mobs to deal with.
Shot some shoes off here.
Give me this fight. Monacy versus Shiro.
This is the perfect play here from Spirit.
Ops dueling. Monacy just going to keep his head down. He waits, and he is rewarded. Easy read of the situation, but is it worth it? Leaving B open for that kill.
This is great play, you know.
Keeping so many numbers on the opposite end.
Last round they got tricked. This round, no. They're in control.
Smoke goes down, and so will the bomb to follow. So Team Spirit, what a total contrast to the round before where you end up walking into both the Kovac and Snacks with the perfect flashbang.
It's also
Spirit take it nice and slow.
It's also a symptom of getting the early fight. Again, that was part of the plan for G2, is don't give them an early fight, let them overthink. So we'll see how G2 approach the next round, but you can't approach most of your rounds trying to keep it a 5v5 to 30 seconds. You sometimes are going to have to. Eventually, a team that is given too much space will be able to make their correct decision, you know, more times than not. So it's a risky game plan to use, but when you're up in a lead like this, using reads every once in a while, that I think is very, very smart.
Here in top mid, we find Hunter's corpse. One G2 player to die, immediately sprinting up top middle, so playing down a man. Spirit hold it back here thanks to Magics, recalibrate, calculate, and prevail.
Yeah. Hunter knows anything tips the scale at this point. Any one small kill in favor of them. Fans want G2.
Certainly felt like theirs for the taking. We finally get a lifeline here, finally get a T-side. The makings of something to offer in this best of 5. (13-7), 13-5. 7 rounds at least here for Spirit, trying to get this map to be the closest of the 3.
Nico's
gonna
not
go back on long. Mobs is gonna open up his smoke. There's no follow through behind this, but the numbers are there if they want to go. Oh, are they ever?
Yeah, always nice to grab the long control fast, but we haven't actually seen them convert this into a full long take right off of the map control. Last round we saw G2 immediately evacuate the B site. They knew it was going to be a handshake agreement to long, to 5v5 up. We actually saw G2 execute on this so well. And they've also been good at finding the timings to punish. Again, it's all about this long corridor and finding the timing where they're starting to walk up. Not playing anti, not playing back. And G2 are here and there, throwing in utility, looking for timings.
Molly goes deep into the site, and with that, m0NESY has to lean back on box instead. They're all here.
Yeah.
They're all there, but like you mentioned, they don't always go forward, and so they take their time.
wow.
Gives them something to think about. They say, you don't want to come to us, then I'm coming at you.
Oh, that's huge.
And as he groups up with his teammates, that jump over from the smoke, it's 2 players caught with a slight gap, damage done, 1 slots in, more CTs ready to go. G2 ready to fight, trying to end it. But as they get closer to that site, Donk's going deep through smoke and Spirit coming through with all the kills. They take their sweet time
Hunter
until
was so
Hunter
blind.
comes through with his. He's stuck though.
Oh! What was that?
Lightning strikes twice in the hands of the Flash. And Hunter continues his impact. It's for 12. And as they stay slotted in Magic, he comes just like that. Hunter delivers again.
Oh my God, it's another Kodak moment for m0NESY. Put him on a t-shirt. Thought we saw his best flick already. No, don't think so.
Nothing but slick flicks in Singapore.
Magnetic to the bomb.
And Hunter that whole time locked into that cubby, SMG in hand.
Wow.
Putting up the framework of a defense for m0NESY to sprinkle in pizzazz. Taz says reset.
Yeah. It might just be destiny. No, that was mad.
You start to hit a point where you're not even surprised anymore.
Yeah.
The conversation for #1 in 2024 so incredibly open, but an MVP at the very tail end of this season will cement one name at the top, and with the individual mechanics that he shows all the while, it's one hell of an argument. But it's not a trophy lift just yet. Spirit have shown us something of a T-side, but who steps forth? Donk trying again, as he did on Mirage, silently. Working his way up into pressure.
Can they organize
on
and help
window.
him?
He's held back.
No,
because
they're not.
Hunter is just going so far above and beyond.
Bob's still in playground. He was going for a lurk. There is nobody here to help with this.
Shot through the door. He'll hunt him down because m0NESY knows what he wants, and he takes what he wants.
And it could be Spirit's last breath.
Pressure on Xbox, converted into the A-hold. Nico, numerically not quite here on map 3, but so be it. m0NESY all series long. Hunter steps forth on Dust 2, and Team Spirit on the brink of being held at a max of 7 rounds on all 3 of these maps. This head-to-head so incredibly lopsided. It's a dire spot for Shiro and Magix. They're gonna have to try to group up and press. And Hunter, 5 health, but an AWP. But right now it feels like he can do no wrong. It feels like he can do it all. A flick needed. It's a leg shot. It's a tough one for Shiro to now try to push. He's gonna keep his AWP train back sight. They still can't quite get in, but that fire spreads. Snacks to try to stop it. The curse has been lifted. He's here with m0NESY. And still, opportunities given over to Spirit. They are not dead yet. Doorway. Denied by the frag. 6 seconds. Magix. That's it. It's not his. It's m0NESY to end this. It is a wash in the grand finals. No chance. No challenge.
They actually did it. Another chip. Another IGL. Snacks breaking the curse. G2 undefeated versus Spirit. 10 maps straight in this head-to-head. It's not a rivalry. It's a stomp. G2 champions. Winning back-to-back World Finals.
It is unbelievable to see this formula come together. Unbelievable. The Snacks leads despite individual struggles to 2 tournament lifts at the tail end of 24. Unbelievable that the likes of Malds gets the chance in one of the biggest organizations in our space.
Look at them, convivial, overjoyed, beating the odds every time. m0NESY, the fan favorite of the arena, G2, everybody was cheering for them. They put on magic moments multiple times. And versus Spirit, you know they have the confidence today.
Yeah, they have the confidence every time because this formula is a winning formula. And it's amazing that it comes from what is essentially a Walking Dead roster. But at its core, we find the deadliest dyad, a duo for the ages, an embodiment of greatness. Nico and Monesi, your champions in Singapore, G2!
Another Blast Trophy here for G2. And this crowd absolutely loves them. Malbs, you came to G2 to win trophies. You got yourself a World Final 1 in your hand. How does this feel? Was it worth making that trip, moving over to Europe, taking this jump?
I just feel super proud. Like, I never expected myself to win 2 Tier 1 events like this. And I'm just really happy to be here. Like, I love my teammates, and it's just a super, really good like environment. And I'm just really happy, and yeah.
You're always happy. You're always smiling since you've been in that G2 jersey. Anything you want to say to your dad as well? I know he's watching at home.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Anything you want to say to your dad?
He's surely watching me, so gracias por verme, papá. Eso es para vos, sabes que siempre te lo digo para vos, y siempre que sigo jugando aquí es porque siempre me apoyaste y te amo un montón.
Thank you very much, Malbs. Hunter, Dust 2, you said it's my turn?
Yeah, I mean, I needed to do it this whole event. I didn't play well, maybe against Spirit. The second game, it was fine, but yeah, I needed to step up, and I knew I needed, and I'm very happy that I played well on Dust 2.
And let's just look at this. You guys had a not so good Rio. You needed to bounce back. You had this boot camp. How important is this win?
Yeah, I mean, after Rio, we opened this event with 0-13. I think no other teams can do what we did after 0-13 and that Rio. Honestly, very good mentality overall. I'm very happy the way we played this event before the major, and our bootcamp paid off. Now confidence is back again, and I'm looking forward to play major.
And I think they're looking forward to see you there as well. Nico, we spoke just yesterday, about the future. You told me it's full focus on G2 and what you've got ahead of you. You just proved it with a huge performance in this grand final as well. But how important is this trophy to the team right now, ahead of going to the RMR and the major?
Yeah, I mean, this one was special. It means a lot, obviously, going to the major, huge confidence boost, and I'm just proud of everyone, how we bounced back after, 13-0, and just speechless right now. And I mean, everyone knows that every event now means a lot to me, so yeah.
For sure. And this crowd has been loving you. Guys, you got some love for Nico? Taz, you told me this event had been stressful, but how do you feel now?
Hey, I'm a big pussy now. I will probably cry, so I'm just proud of the boys.
Proud of the boys and proud of the work you guys put in. Monesi. This trophy's nearly as big as you. Another MVP performance, another trophy, another level that we see things you do that is just absolutely wild. This crowd, they all screaming your name, Monesi, 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 over and over again. You want to say anything to them?
I fucking enjoy it.
And for you, another win, right? An MVP level performance, you dominate once again. How close do you think you are now to that top 1 spot?
I don't know, I don't think about it, but I'm obsessed with this game. I love this game.
Snacks.
Easy one.
Come on! Snacks, you won your first major 10 years ago. This year, you've just picked up another trophy. Are you hungry for some more?
Of course. I'm hungry. I'm very hungry.
And with this team, how much do you believe in doing that, lifting more trophies, maybe lifting a major again?
I believe a lot in this team. We're playing really good CS. We have good chemistry in the team as well. And I just enjoy to play with those guys.
And they all enjoy seeing it as well. Any final words for all the fans out here screaming and shouting for you?
Polska Górą!
Guys, the last ever Blast Premier World Final Champions, it's G2!
Oh yes, take a bow, G2. 5 times tearing down Team Spirit, but this one nets them their 3rd trophy of 2024. Jacob, the final World Finals champions is G2.
And what a deserving way to do it for G2. They started off the tournament in the worst possible fashion they could by going down to Team Liquid 13-0 on Ancient. Then somehow, some way found it in them to turn it around. And speaking of some of those individuals, right? Class performances coming out from Nico. Class performance coming out from Monacy. Melts having a fantastic grand final. Snack ending his streak of negative KD. There's so many great storylines. And then, of course, Hunter coming in on the final map here in Dust 2, playing like the best Hunter we've ever seen. What a beautiful sight by G2.
Well, you mentioned the individuals, and of course, we do need to crown an MVP. And you guys at home have the opportunity to have your say exclusively over on blast.tv. Get your votes in for the next 5 to 7 minutes, and we will be crowning one of those 3 on your screen as the final World Finals MVP. It's either going to be Nico, Monacy, or Malves. Maui, if you had the only deciding vote, who would it be?
I feel like I'm going to agree with the audience on this one. Monacy was a fan favorite here in Singapore. Every single time his op rattled out, we heard the boom of not only the gun, but of the audience echoing it. And I, for my money, would easily pick the Flash.
Can I vote for Snags as well?
He's not in contention, but he can be the MVP of your heart.
I mean, he definitely is, but I have to agree with what we're seeing mostly throughout the tournament. Monacy is probably the most impactful player we've seen in CS2 in a lot of years consecutively when you're thinking about it.
I think he's the most aesthetically pleasing player we can watch right now. When you look at Monacy play Counter-Strike, the flick on Dust 2 we saw 10 minutes ago, the entire audience, the entire room doesn't believe what they're witnessing, right? It's one of those moments that if you miss, or sorry, if you blink, you'll miss it. Monacy right now, to my understanding of Counter-Strike, mechanically speaking, the best player in the world. Now, mentality-wise as well, maturing, getting better and better game by game, he's one for the future. It almost sounds ridiculous to say, because we all know it, but if he keeps on getting better and better and better, then what is the ceiling for this kid?
I mean, he's beginning to love this team. I feel like the jubilation on the faces of G2 is such a stark contrast from what we were seeing earlier in the year. Of course, they had that just out of nowhere victory at Dallas that somehow sent them to the top. But in the growing pains that we saw when they first picked up Snacks, there was frustration in the faces of these players. They have overcome that. They have found chemistry. They have found a style that is suiting them at this point. And it's not necessarily the most tactical. It's not necessarily the most layered, but it works. That's the difference maker right now. As of this season, as of the second half of this year, they are the second most successful team by Na'Vi, and there is no question about that.
Think just about how young Monacy is in this context as well, and how poetic it is. His first ever Tier 1 trophy was back in Abu Dhabi, the Blast World Finals 2022, now lifting another one here today, Stiko.
And its general approach, how they're evolving throughout the tournaments as a team and as individuals. You've seen mentioning a couple of times where they start the event, bombing out IMRIO and then 013 here to open up the things, and then it was just completely different G2 coming through and through match by match.
We just saw some highly emotive images of Hunter and Nico together, sharing a trophy on their shoulder. This could possibly be the last time we see them ever doing that in the same G2 jersey.
Imagine getting to experience it with a part of your family, right? Sitting next to part of your family, winning trophies, fighting, blood, sweat, and tears. We often speak about these big moments, and of course, right now, that's what we're focusing on. But leading into these big moments is hours and hours and hours of practice. They are working hard to get to this point, and to get to experience that with a family member of yours, it must be the nicest feeling in the world.
And I feel like there's two sets of brothers on this team. Of course, we have the Kovacs, but at the same time, I have to say that the 2014 VP major winning team having two representatives here, that's poetic. That's unbelievable, because Taz coming onto this roster at first looked like a fish out of water, calling timeouts when his team's up 6-0, then they end up losing the map. Like, what are you even calling it for? And now, every time I see a timeout, I look for the adjustment. I look to see what it is that he actually told the troops beyond just these mental aspects, these mental pictures that we're able to find when we get these listens in, because it's clear that he is contributing positively to the team at this point. And on top of that, I feel like Snax is starting to finally find his groove on this team as well.
Well, the clock is ticking for you guys to get your MVP votes in exclusively over on Blast.tv. You've got about 3 minutes, I was told 30 seconds ago, so give it 2.5. It's either Nico, m0NESY, or Malbs. Maui, once again, we get to see Malbs lifting a Tier 1 trophy. What an amazing achievement that is from, a sole representative from his home country.
He's not just a representative, he is a role model. If people are coming from disenfranchised regions when it comes to Counter-Strike, you can look at what Malbs did, because he did it right. He was never seen in the region as a problem player, as someone with a bad attitude that couldn't be coached. He went to a team that he felt like he could grow with, that played Counter-Strike the right way, and he's shown even in roles at times that weren't necessarily star ones. He was playing ramp on Nuke, for example. He's playing in the backlines, sometimes has to be the first and entry fragger, and he made all of them look so good. The skill that Malbs possesses shines no matter where he is put. On G2 itself, the fact that he plays the anchor roles and still plays contributing and winning Counter-Strike, finding multi-frags with his back against the wall, Malbs is seriously an inspiration to all Latin American players, and he should be an inspiration for anyone that's coming from a position that's not Europe.
He's been a great signing so far for G2, there's no doubt about that, and perhaps also a learning experience for some of the other teams out there, in terms of complexity. Team Liquid, they kind of let this guy go, right? He was part of their scene, part of the NA circuit. They could have signed him, they weren't willing to take the risk. The same risk G2 took by bringing him into the lineup, and M80 for that matter as well, for giving him a platform to perform. I think Malbs is a great contender for the best signing of the year, and the way he's doing it right now, the way he's also getting better and better and better, is a beautiful story, let alone what we spoke about coming into this whole segment. With Nico leaving, more responsibility will be put on the shoulders of Malbs, and I'm very curious to see if he can handle that.
We're starting obviously high level to be analyzing this grand final, but let's talk some of the minutiae. We talked about the CT side of G2 coming into this. I didn't think they would, not even keep up the numbers, do one better, go one harder versus Team Spirit.
Oh yeah, it felt like they knew from that very first gun round exactly what Spirit were going for. Spirit were focusing their efforts on these B attacks, the mid-B split to start, then they go for another one on the very next gun round, but the adjustments were made. We saw that G2 actually sought it, Nico hiding behind all of his teammates in the car position, and everybody else was there to support him as well. There were players coming in from multiple angles. They just knew exactly what it was that Spirit was trying to pick on. They were trying to pick on Snax, but it didn't matter because he was able to find impact along with Hunter and Nico too.
I think Snax and m0NESY are just about to make the years of the fans in attendance here in Singapore. We've had such an incredible fan base turning out all weekend long. And think about this moment for Snax. James touched upon it. 2014 major victor, now returning with so much firepower in his squad, lifting another trophy.
Say what you want about Snax, say what you want about his individual output, but he's the one winning the trophies right now. He's the one leading the team that is coming into the major as one of the hot favorites to win the entire thing. For Snax not to have the greatest individual output, it doesn't really matter as long as you're winning. It doesn't matter as long as you stay competitive. And as you said, Mal, we saw today Snax stepping up in crucial moments. We see more and more impact coming out from him. So let's play with the idea that Snax is getting more comfortable within his lineup. He's getting more comfortable within the role he has as a joint in-game leader together with Nico. If he steps it up a little bit as well coming into the major, that could be another trophy waiting for him and another trophy waiting for G2.
From my point of view as a professional player, I have to admire, absolutely admire the longevity. That is the key word I want to bring here, the longevity of both guys in Taz and Snax. And for my money, they've been in the rocky roads. They started in Poland, obviously, with their Polish teams, but they transitioned into international ones eventually, and they're finding success, well, a decade after the first one, which was Katowice.
we've been having the conversation all weekend long. An MVP here could change the whole conversation about the top three. Tell me, Stika, we don't know the MVP just yet. Votes still rolling in. Has this changed your mind in terms of the top three going into the major?
I mean, there has to be some recency bias, but I definitely put up m0NESY up there from my number 3 into number 2 at least.
m0NESY was my second place in my top 3 right now, and I even said that between him and ZywOo, it was incredible close. I'm almost willing to say, heading into the major, if we were to stop the season right here, right now, yes, I'd have m0NESY as the best player for the year.
It's damn close, Freya. It's really damn close. I'm glad that the major will answer some questions, because right now on the spot, you forced me to do it, and I would probably have to say this performance alone from m0NESY, beating Spirit again, showing that consistently in the head-to-head that he's taken down ZywOo, that he's taken down Donk. I feel like those kinds of, when it's that close, you have to get into that level of minutia to recognize who's on top of each other, and honestly, m0NESY was light years beyond Donk in this series.
Well, with winners must sadly come losers. Unfortunately, second place will be the ceiling for Team Spirit here in Singapore. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Zontix and Banks.
Spirit fall in the grand final here for the world final, and got Zontix with me to try and talk me through some of this. I guess we'll start on Mirage here, because it was getting away from you guys so quickly. There was obviously some close rounds, there were some chances for you in it, but it felt like we didn't see the Spirit we normally see. Did you guys feel maybe stressed or panicked a bit during this map?
Obviously, we were a bit stressed because we play a grand final and we play a G2 opponent that beats us every time. And at the moment, they're clearly better. Yep. And that's it. So they haven't lost control even once in this best of 5. So they're just better.
When you say they're just better as well, do you feel like the fact that you go into a grand final is why it was not close, because it was more stressful, you were making more mistakes?
No, I don't think so. I just think that we are not believing in ourselves at some point, and when we see ourselves making dumb mistakes at the beginning of the game against G2, we think like, okay, they will not let this slide. Yeah. So there is no point of thinking like that, but subconsciously you'll anyways come to this, and we just can't perform at our best, and how we play is not enough to beat G2.
Now, I want to look at this, the fact that you're talking about mentality again, you're talking about obviously the struggles against G2. Whose job is it on the team to try and inspire you guys, to try and motivate you guys to snap back into it or believe again?
This is everyone's point at some point. Okay. Everyone should do that, but if you're the player, and you cannot do it yourself, nobody is going to help you. Yeah. Because it just comes from mainly knowledge, because psychologists and other people that maybe older than you, like 5-10 years, they can only give you experience that they had, and after that, knowledge. But if you cannot understand it, it's not gonna work. You just have to gain this knowledge. But I don't think we're ready to. After we lost 4 games to G2 in a row, going to the 5th game, seeing us doing stupid mistakes, seeing us losing rounds, and seeing them winning first map, you just can't come back.
And you're telling me you felt like you can't come back. You also spoke about your psychologist, right? The performance coach. I saw him talking to some of you guys in the background, after the game. What is he trying to say to you? What is he trying to help you with during these points?
He wasn't talking with me, so I can't really tell.
But do you think then, from what you're saying to me, is that the people he is talking to, they're not able to fully embrace his advice to understand it?
Yeah, probably, because if they could, they would probably use it somehow. But I don't think we are able to do this right now. We're just not that good enough to beat G2.
So it just takes some more time, some more grinding. Does this way you lost scare you or worry you, make you nervous at all, going into the RMR, going into the major?
For me, no. I don't know about the other guys. I haven't talked to them.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Sad to see you guys always, mate, but we'll see you in Shanghai.
Yeah, 5th time in a row getting denied by the side of G2 for Spirit. Lots to dive into from that Zontix interview. Are you worried at all, gentlemen, for moving onwards towards the RMR on the major?
I think they are showing big signs of improvement actually throughout the second half of the year. If I divide the year and a half from that Cologne exit, that is definitely better spirit that we've seen. And even this interview that Zontex gave, it felt very mature. It didn't feel like full of frustrations. Yes, sure, he's sad. He just lost the best of 5. They got outclassed, but you know, throughout the tournament, you could see the signs of improvement and definitely was feeling a little bit more competitive, especially from that mental side of things, which we were underlining throughout the whole tournament. Shiro was a living factor of it, Donk as well to some extent, and Zontex giving this kind of a calm interview after what happened on stage. I'm honestly impressed.
Yeah, I'll echo that sentiment. Given the big picture stuff right now for Team Spirit is that this event was a step in the right direction. However, they're not back to the level we saw at IM Katowice. They're not back to the level they had 5, 6, 7 months ago where, you know, they were in contention to be the best team in the world. We were thinking of them as a team that this is the one to beat. So it depends on how you look at it. Yes, if you look at the form they've had the past 3, 4, 5 months, this was a step in the right direction. But is it a Spirit that is ready to win a major? I don't think so.
And for me, the problem with Spirit is that I feel like time and time again now, I've just seen their ceiling. I don't know how they really get a lot better. Donk is already performing at a very high level. Shiro is playing at a very high level. Unless they fundamentally change their entire style and they want to maybe say change roles or something, I don't know how they're going to get an extra 10% because they needed probably 20% to beat G2 in this grand final. And just as it stands, I feel like all of the counterparts are just superior on the G2 side. That's the most unfortunate part about all of this, with the lone exception of Donk, who apparently did well against Nico at this specific tournament, or kind of like, yeah, at like one series, but really overall, Nico's lately caught up to him and probably even surpassed him.
Well, speaking of the side of G2, I do hear that the vote has concluded and we can find out who exactly the MVP is with Banks.
Once again, I have the honor of delivering our MVP trophy. It's voted for by you guys on Blast TV. All of the users have a chance to say, and well, the baby girl gets another one. So there you go, my friend. Once again, another trophy, another MVP. It's a pretty good year so far, right?
Pretty good year, yeah. It's going good in the end, you know, going very well.
Now, out there, the crowd's absolutely loving you. I see you even more animated now and getting the crowd on your side when you're pulling off some crazy moments. Do you feel like right now you play the game as like the best individual player? Because we keep having this conversation. I'm not talking about rankings or ratings. I'm saying the one who feels the game the best, because you spend the most time on it. You play non-stop. You seem to have a better feeling than anyone else, mate.
I don't feel that I play the best individually. I don't feel like that. I always think that there is a lot of room to improve always. On my side, I would say I can do much better.
Okay.
Yeah, as I said, there is always like very big room to improve, because I still do a lot of mistakes, and I still get punished for that, for these ones. And I don't know, I'm just love to play this game.
I know you love to play this game. We can see it when you're doing it. Some of the highlights though, and the clips you pull off, when you just look back and see this, do you even think, how did I do it? Because we don't see anyone as fast or as accurate as you.
Oh, honestly, I actually I like so much to rewatch my highlights sometimes, because when I watch highlight, I see what enemies mistakes doing, what mistakes enemies are doing, and I can learn from this. And maybe also just sometimes satisfying to watch. So maybe flick or something. I don't say it like that motivates me to play, but just I love to rewatch sometimes. But honestly, I don't think about it to make some highlight in the game. It just comes naturally, I would say.
And it looks damn good while you're doing it. Now, the fans at home voted for you. The fans in the arena are loving you. Any last words to them?
Words to fans. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit exhausted. It was 3-0 final, but you never. When you get this feeling, you know, when you play, you just give 100% from your side, and in the end, you just like, I don't know how what's the word. You relax, and but also very good feeling when you see people like writing or talking about your team and everything, and when you win the trophy, when you lift it, it feels like everyone just disappears, you know, every hater. But thank you, fans. Thank you, everyone who arrived in Singapore here in the arena. It's been an amazing tournament with you guys, and also your support everywhere in socials. Love you guys, and hope you cheer for us. You help a lot.
They definitely do. That's it. Our World Finals 2024 MVP, G2 m0NESY.
I can't believe that anybody would be hating upon m0NESY. He's always so humble in these interviews. I love how Banks tries to coax him out of him, you know? Are you the best player in the world? Are you the most at one with the game? I would be inclined to agree after the consistency we've seen from him.
I mean, m0NESY is unhateable, first and foremost. And I agree, sometimes I wish, you know, and I know that's a part of a player's personality, and he's very humble even in victory, which I can always respect. But sometimes I wish he'd just go like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm the best player in the world right now. I feel on top of the world right now. Maybe he feels he can be slightly better at the game, but Jesus, just hearing him say that, that's a scary prospect, because I feel like he's obviously not perfect, but very goddamn close to.
He's scared of doing that, Pimp, because if he does that, then Pimp is going to say on the desk, is he the problem on G2 once they start slipping? That's why he's worried about it. No, m0NESY, honestly, this performance from him, once again, is just another feather in his cap. 3 big event MVPs on the year, which is surpassing ZywOo at this point. At this point in time, it's hard to say that he isn't the #1 front runner. And going into the major, if both G2 or Vitality and Spirit all kind of fall off maybe before the semifinals, I think the race is actually in his favor at this point.
Look, for m0NESY, I think he's saying one thing in an interview, but back in his mind, he definitely knows he's the best player on the server, whatever team he plays against. The confidence is kind of showing that testament of what he is able to do, and he only himself knows that these mistakes, yes, they occur, but as he said, he can only learn from them, and this growth mindset is actually very competitive one when you are talking about game like Counter-Strike, where, you know, consistency is a utopia. You can't achieve that. You will only achieve like growing and as a player and making sure that you minimize these mistakes as it happens.
I can't help but feel my heart break just a tiny weeny bit, the fact that this could potentially be the last time that we see this iteration of G2 lifting a trophy, unless they pull off some magic at the upcoming major. Do you see them as, you know, amongst the front-running contenders to be lifting that trophy, Jacob?
I see them as one of the front runners to win the trophy, yes. I see them as a team that definitely can go into Shanghai and win the major. I will be honest and blunt and say as well, I could also see them being one of the biggest disappointments of that tournament, and that's based on the history of G2 and based on a bit of the inconsistency that we have seen. We have to go a month back at IEM Rio, where they also came into the tournament as one of the front runners after winning the fall finals, and they were nowhere to be found. Whether that was jet lag, whether that was them not practicing enough of leading to the tournament, maybe the whole NiKo changing team, etc. That's when it broke down. We don't know the inner workings of that, but I will say if G2 plays like they did today or throughout this tournament, it's going to be very tough for anyone to beat them. However, if G2 plays like they did at IEM Rio, are they even going to make the major?
I think they've raised their floor, I hope.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, right?
The thing is, I say that with uncertainty myself. Yeah. Because I feel like sometimes, with even how Snax called in this tournament earlier than this matchup, I could see rounds that are just so half-baked and that they had a singular idea, a singular plan, no contingency plan to speak of, a bad mid-round on top of that. And if there is a string of bad calls, which is possible in a Snax playbook, then I do think that, yes, they could under-deliver, but the quality of individuals is so high on this roster that I think that in another way, IEM Rio is a fluke in the wrong direction. Yeah. I don't think that that is supposed to be the consistency, because to have already reached 3 grand finals in this season, to have captured 2 trophies on top of that, that's 3 out of your 6 lands that you've played, you're reaching the grand finals. That's basically a Na'Vi level achievement already for how young this roster is.
And speaking generally in terms of the team, you have this mini-game within the tier 1 of Counter-Strike where some teams are just doing much better against certain types of opponents. For example, we've seen that Na'Vi finally beat G2 at fall finals, but it took like a year or so. Then Na'Vi are beating consistently Team Spirit. Team Spirit cannot get win against G2, and it's like a vicious circle that it comes really to the draw and the odds of them making improvements, steadily improvements across the tournament, because every game is kind of dictating itself as a, you know, it's a rivalry, and the major is going to, you know, be even higher.
It's in the DNA of G2 to be a bit of a joker. It's always been like that with them. You never really know what you get when they go into the tournament, but everyone knows that at their peak, it's very hard to beat them. There's one more thing that makes me slightly more certain they're coming into the major feeling good about themselves. NiKo wants to finish well in G2. It's been a big part of his career, big part of his history. He's very motivated to finish off at the highest of high. And I think m0NESY as well, he realizes at this moment that if he's having a great major, maybe even winning it, he could claim the title as the best player in the world and take that away from ZywOo, take that away from Simple, take that away from all this competition. And if that's not a motivating factor for such a young player, nothing will be.
It's one of the trophies that has evaded NiKo all career long. We're going to have to see how things go down. Interesting Shanghai for the upcoming major. Not before we check in with our traded player of the day. The final time we will be announcing the top 3 players. You guys can vote. We'll be announcing them over on socials as of tomorrow as who was the winner. We begin, Stiko, with a little bit of donk.
Yes, this was the classic donk at the beginning of the final where you think that actually Spirit will maybe run away with it after plays like this. 4K in the connector all around the A side, and honestly, one of the highlights.
Malbs also on entry duty here to retake the bomb site away from the side of Spirit. Just 3 kills in quick succession. Glad to see the doctor putting in a great incision.
I'll take your Malbs and I'll race you with a bit of Nico. Coming in with the AK-47 as well. Snappy aim, quick control. You know Nico to be good in these clutches. You know Nico to be good for it when it matters the most, and he was again today. It's just a beautiful thing to see Malbs, Nico, and Money with that matter play well.
Now, I've got some confetti in my hand, and it's for good reason, because unfortunately, we do have to crown the prediction champion, and he's on stage. The other 2 who he's sharing the crown with aren't on stage, so it is Jacob. Oh, wow, that was the lamest confetti throw I've ever done in my life.
See, they respect me, huh?
Singapore loves you.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way. Any winning words, Jacob?
I mean, yeah, I win 2 times in a row. I believe I won at the fall finals as well. Always humble in victory. Sometimes, like, I would like Monacy to be as well. You know, just say that you're the best, because I am the best.
Thanks, Jacob. We can move swiftly onwards to, just recap exactly what went down here. Of course, G2 being the final world final champions. I mean, Jacob, not to get too emotional, but we've been part of the Premier Circuit for almost half a decade. We're concluding it now, and we're moving on to, an incredible new season come 2025.
Almost been 20% of my life, to be part of this this circuit. So in that regard, it's a bit emotional. I am happy though, to be completely honest. It's a closed chapter in my book, and I think next year is going to be even more exciting. It's going to be super, super fun. We had the conversation about the new format as well. You can read more about that on the Blast TV. That's going to be hella exciting. But it's been a great turnaround. It's been a great time, but I think the future is even more exciting. So I'm not sad, I'm happy.
Stiko, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join us for full finals and here at Work Fun as well. Anything you want to say to the crowd?
Thank you for having me, first of all. Singapore, you're awesome. I realized this from the sidelines. Maybe one day back on stage we will see.
Hopefully.
Maui, finally, you will be moving onwards to Shanghai. I'm so happy to see you back in the game, finally on stage here with us after subbing in for Anders. Thank you so much for your time. Anything you want to say?
You're going back to McDonald's?
I want to thank McDonald's for giving me a chance as well. When I was away from the game, I feel like, they really took a chance on me, entry-level position. But no, honestly, it was fantastic working a Blast event once again. It's been since last World Finals that I was actually part of the circuit, but I'm really excited for the upcoming year because, man, these formats look so crazy. It looks so exciting. We don't have to watch NIP anymore. We don't have to watch AmCall anymore. I don't have to watch Evil Geniuses anymore.
Ooh.
I get to see just the good teams from now on.
The fans love you, and now they hate you. Well done, Maui Snake. More haters in the chat. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Singapore, thank you so much for coming out and supporting us every single day. Thank you, everybody at home who has been watching us. And once again, shout out to the wonderful production team who have been behind Premier for 4 years. We'll be seeing you in 2025 to open up a brand new, very exciting season.